Ja, stimmt. Hm. Start with the priest. Oh. How much bullshit I have here? So today cooldown mage is also available.
Greetings.
Oh. Cool. Full. As long as I don't do anything with the beast. Already known. Okay. Nice. Everyone who don't do this yet should do it. Or? Bank is okay. I don't know if I ever will make Dukes again, Templars again. Too much risk, I guess.
Well met. Be careful.
Good. I need. This I did. Let's get around. Is my cooldown ready? 2 hours remaining. Okay, not yet. But at least his position. The warrior can do his shit. No, the shit, I mean the last point. Blacksmithing. Oh, I can't. Okay, I can gamble with this yellow item. I have not enough, or exactly 2 thorium missing. Is this your truth? Okay, let's try and gamble. gamble successful. This can go back to the paladin or not. Let's send it to Max. Do I need thorium bars for anything? Not yet. But 2 is the right receiver. Coarse grinding stone. Why have this in my inventory? Finally 300. That means I can learn the recipes here.
What's up?
Petroleum tube, grinding stones.
Keep it real. Talk to me.
Good. Is there anything I need now?
Hurry back.
Guess I can go back to winter spring. Maybe that is here too valuable for using it on a warrior. Better use it on druid or rogue. Druid is the first address.
Well met. Keep your feet on the ground.
Warrior can fly later. Let's go first with others. Oh, I have to prepare my rogue for my next farming session. I need rugged leather. It's also something I need to do before the next farming session. Nothing I have to keep in mind. Oh, the next farming session should include also rugged leather. Hey, nerdy. But where can I farm rugged leather and flame sex together? I don't think that's possible. The Dust Wallow Marsh thing was only heavy leather and thick leather. It came out of these things. Maybe I make a short check if I have every buff available. Mongoose. I have 5 here, 4 here, so 9. 9 is still enough. Juju power. Juju power. I have only 1 here and 20 there. It's 21. Still way enough. 17 is still the one. Fire water 20, 35, 35. What? I used too many? 35. Superior defense. Superior defense. 2. Didn't I have some in the mailbox? I have. 2 and 7. Fortitude. 5 in the bank. Rum 3. And somewhere must be 10. Ah, here, 10. That's 12. Royd Scorpok is in the bank. Arthas, I have 10 here. Enough. Found Spike. Oh, that is also something I have to farm. Only 7 left. Troll blood. 10. Oh, 10. Then it is. Chili. Where's the chili? Am I fucking blind? Don't have any chili anymore? Did I use every? It's 11 charges. Did I use 11 charges of chili? Wow. But for the moment, I don't have time to farm for chili. So, greater frost protection. That is one of the major things that I need. I have together 20. Oh wait, maybe I have some thing on the back account. I don't have. That's not good. I thought I have more. Thought I have more. Okay. This can go to the Paladin. That can go to the Paladin. I don't have space for this, really. I have to find something that I can do with the jetpack black feather here. A lot of globe of water, what I have absolute no use for. Let's use 8 more for frost resistance.
Light bless you.
Raised bam. Oh, I used yesterday. Where is it? 1 rumination, so I have only 1 rumination left. So at the moment I have 3 things to do. Sex farming, rugged leather farming, and what was the third one? Ah, the spires. Okay. Yeah. The spire farming. It should be road miss. Let's see if the command is for some reason not active. Yeah, it's active. For me, it's working. So where was I at the in the list? So that was the greater frost protection potion. I have 20. Fire I have none. 0. Nothing. Food I have 6 here. That's 17 plus that's 35. But it should not be the matter. So health. Yeah. 15, 20, 22. Maybe that's too less. Whipper 20, 42. Wow, I used 17. Not bad. Bandages, I have enough. Squids I should have now more than enough. I have here in the bank, it's 41. Good. The rest is there that I'm needing. only these 3 things. It should be hunting someone who can skin. That is only the hunter here. The rogue can make his trip. I think that should be the first priority here. The rat leather. Finally, I can wear this. I can sell this.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
Maybe I should send this to the rogue. He needs.
I got the best deals anywhere. Hurry back.
Okay, let's unpack every scroll thing. And if I do this, I can also unpack the food, the oil, so don't expire. So let's see. Agility. Agility. Strength. Oh, there's raw fish within. I only need one pack. I only need the most empty inventory possible. And cook here. Anything else? Do I need anything else? Oh no, I had this here. Maybe I should go to... I'm bound in Scenarium. Oh. We are farming rug leather. What was the best place? Was it really Eastern Blacklands, or the Huns and Bats? Or was it Ungoro? Ah. Okay, let's go Ungoro. I can fulfill at least 2 purposes there. And it's the closest.
How are you? See you soon. And to be honest, my initial plan... Wait a minute. What message did I get?
So I should make now the very special farm. The farming by heart. And with heart I mean the dark stone skin thing in my chest when I think about it here. Good. Here is not. It's here, or it's here. That are the three possibilities. Good. And because I don't see it here... Ah, I see it here. Patch of elemental water. First, we'll fish now the next... I don't want to say a time window as long as possible, but possible maybe not as long as I should be. Well, I have so many essence of water caught last few tries, but I don't need this. I need, in this case, elemental water, not essence of water. Good. And because it will be a very boring, and this giant will add ore. Boring grind, I go for my audiobook. And I have to first find out where I stopped. He said 132. Not sure about this. I think this island is bullshit here when I have the giant permanently in the face. So, let's see my VODs. When did I play it last? Audiobook. Yeah. I didn't say the chapter there. 132.
Chapter 1, Physica with the right, and began to think.
Yeah, that was the end.
Chapter 132.
So, I let run the audiobook while fishing. Maybe the only one that keeps me interested. Have a nice one.
The Broken Circle. I'd been busy for more than an hour when the sun finally peered over the tops of the trees and began to burn the dew from the grass. I had found a flat rock and was using it as a makeshift anvil to hammer a spare horseshoe into a different shape. Above the fire, a pot of oats was boiling. I was just putting the finishing touches on the horseshoe when I saw a flicker of movement from the corner of my eye. It was Kryn peeking around the corner of the wagon. I guessed I'd woken her with the sound of hammering iron. Oh my God. Her hand went to her mouth and she took a couple of stunned steps out from behind the wagon. You killed them? Yes, I said simply, my voice sounding dead in my ears. Kryn's eyes ran up and down my body, staring at my torn and bloody shirt. Ah. Her voice caught in her throat and she swallowed. Are you all right? I nodded silently. When I'd finally worked up the courage to examine my wound, I discovered that Felurian's cloak had saved my life. Instead of spilling open my guts, Aleg's knife had merely given me a long, shallow cut across my belly. It also ruined a perfectly good shirt, but I had a hard time feeling bad about that, all things considered. I examined the horseshoe, then used a damp leather strap to tie it firmly to one end of a long, straight branch. I pulled the kettle of oats off the fire and thrust the horseshoe into the coals. Seeming to recover from some of her shock, Kryn slowly approached, eyeing the row of bodies on the other side of the fire. I had done nothing other than lay them out in a rough line. It wasn't tidy. Blood stained the bodies and their wounds gaped openly. Kryn stared as if she were afraid they might start to move again. What are you doing? She asked finally. In answer, I pulled the now hot horseshoe from the coals of the fire and approached the nearest body. It was Tim. I pressed the hot iron against the back of his remaining hand. The skin smoked and hissed and stuck to the metal. After a moment, I pulled it away, leaving a black burn against his white skin. A broken circle. I moved back to the fire and began to heat the iron again. Kryn stood mutely, too stunned to react normally. Not that there could be a normal way to react in a situation like this, I suppose, but she didn't scream or run off as I thought she might. She simply looked at the broken circle and repeated, "What are you doing?" When I finally spoke, my voice sounded strange to my own ears. All of the Edema are one family, I explained. Like a closed circle. It doesn't matter if some of us are strangers to others, we are still family, still close. We have to be this way because we are always strangers wherever we go. We are scattered, and people hate us. We have laws, rules we follow. When one of us does a thing that cannot be forgiven or mended, if he jeopardizes the safety or the honor of the Edema, he is killed and branded with the broken circle to show he is no longer one of us. It is rarely done. There is rarely a need. I pulled the iron from the fire and walked to the next body, Otto. I pressed it to the back of his hand and listened to it hiss. These were not Edema, but they made themselves out to be. They did things no Edema would do, so I am making sure the world knows they were not part of our family. The Rue do not do the sort of things that these men did. But the wagons, she protested, the instruments. They were not Edema Rue, I said firmly. They probably weren't even real troopers, just a group of thieves who killed a band of Rue and tried to take their place. Kryn stared at the bodies, then back at me. So you killed them for pretending to be Edema Rue? For pretending to be Rue? No. I put the iron back in the fire. For killing a Rue troop and stealing their wagon? Yes. For what they did to you? Yes. But if they aren't Rue? Kryn looked at the brightly painted wagons. How? I'm curious about that myself, I said. Pulling the broken circle from the fire again, I moved to Alleg and pressed it onto his palm. The false trooper jerked and screamed himself awake. He isn't dead! Kryn exclaimed shrilly. I had examined the wound. He's dead, I said coldly. He just hasn't stopped moving yet. I turned to look him in the eye. How about it, Alec? How did you come by a pair of Edema wagons? Rube, bastard! He cursed at me with blurry defiance. Yes, I said, I am. And you are not, so how did you learn my family's signs and customs? How did you know? He asked. We knew the words, the handshake. We knew water and wine and songs before supper. How did you know? You thought you could fool me, I said, feeling my anger coiling inside me again like a spring. This is my family. How could I not know? Rue, don't do what you did. Rue, don't steal. Don't kidnap girls. Alec shook his head with a mocking smile. There was blood on his teeth. Everyone knows what you people do. My temper exploded. Everyone thinks they know. They think rumor is the truth. Rue, don't do this. I gestured wildly around me. People only think those things because of people like you. My anger flared even hotter, and I found myself screaming. Now tell me what I want to know, or God will weep when he hears what I've done to you. Alec paled and had to swallow before he found his voice. There was an old man and his wife and a couple of other players. I traveled guard with them for half a year. Eventually they took me in. He ran out of breath and gasped a bit as he tried to get it back. He'd said enough. So you killed them? Alec shook his head vigorously. No, we're attacked on the road. He gestured weakly to the other bodies. They surprised us. The other players were killed, but I was just knocked out. I looked over the line of bodies and felt the rage flare up, even though I'd already known. There was no other way these people could have come by a pair of Edema wagons with their markings intact. Alec was talking again. I showed them afterward how to act like a troop. He swallowed against the pain. Good life. I turned away, disgusted. He was one of us, in a way. One of our adopted family. It made everything 10 times worse knowing that. I pushed the horseshoe into the coals of the fire again, then looked to the girl as it heated. Her eyes had gone to flint as she watched Alec. Not sure if it was the right thing to do, I offered her the brand. Her face went hard, and she took it. Alec didn't seem to understand what was about to happen until she had the hot iron against his chest. He shrieked and twisted, but lacked the strength to get away as she pressed it hard against him. She grimaced as he struggled weakly against the iron, her eyes brimming with angry tears. After a long minute, she pulled the iron away and stood, crying quietly. I let her be. Alec looked up at her and somehow managed to find his voice. Oh, girl, we had some good times, didn't we? She stopped crying and looked at him. Don't! I kicked him sharply in the side before he could say anything else. He stiffened in mute pain and then spat blood at me. I landed another kick and he went limp. Not knowing what else to do, I took back the brand and began heating it again. There was a long silence. Is Ellie still asleep? I asked. Kryn nodded. Do you think it would help for her to see this? She thought about it, wiping at her face with a hand. I don't think so, she said finally. I don't think she could see it right now. She's not right in her head. The two of you are from Levenshire? I asked to keep the silence at arm's length. Our family farm's just north of Levenshire, Kryn said. Ellie's father is mayor. When did these come into your town? I asked as I set the brand to the back of another hand. The sweet smell of charred flesh was becoming thick in the air. What day is it? I counted in my head, felling. They came into town on Thaden. She paused. 5 days ago? Her voice was tinged with disbelief. We were glad to have the chance to see a play and hear the news. Hear some music. She looked down. They were camped on the east edge of town. When I came to get my fortune read, they told me to come back that night. It seemed so friendly, so exciting. Kryn looked at the wagon. When I showed up, they were all sitting around the fire. They sang me songs. The old woman gave me some tea. I didn't even think. I mean, she looked like my gran. Her eyes strayed to the body of the old woman, then away. Then, I don't remember what happened. I woke up in the dark, in one of the wagons. I was tied up, and I... Her voice broke a little and she rubbed absent-mindedly at her wrists. She glanced back at the tent. I guess Ellie got an invitation too. I finished branding the backs of their hands. I'd been planning to do their faces too, but the iron was slow to heat in the fire and I was quickly growing sick of the work. I hadn't slept at all and the anger that had burned so hot for so long was in its final flicker, leaving me feeling cold and numb. I made a gesture to the pot of oats I'd pulled off the fire. Are you hungry? Yes, she said, then darted a look toward the bodies. No. Me neither. Go and wake up Ellie, and we can get you home. Kryn hurried off to the tent. After she disappeared inside, I turned to the line of bodies. Does anyone object to my leaving the troop? I asked. None of them did. So I left. Chapter 133. Dreams. It was an hour's work to drive the wagons into a thick piece of forest and hide them. I destroyed their edema markings and unhitched the horses. There was only one saddle, so I loaded the other 2 horses with food and whatever other portable valuables I could find. When I returned with the horses, Kryn and Ellie were waiting for me. More precisely, Kryn was waiting, Ellie was merely standing nearby, her expression vacant, her eyes empty. Do you know how to ride? I asked Kryn. She nodded and I handed her the reins to the saddled horse. She got one foot in the stirrup and stopped, shaking her head. She brought her foot back down slowly. I'll walk. Do you think Ellie would stay on a horse? Kryn looked over to where the blonde girl was standing. One of the horses nuzzled her curiously and got no response. Probably, but I don't think it would be good for her. After... I nodded in understanding. We'll all walk then. What is the heart of the Lethani? I asked Vashette. Success and right action. Which is the more important, success or rightness? They are the same. If you act rightly, success follows. But others may succeed by doing wrong things, I pointed out. Wrong things never lead to success, Vashette said firmly. If a man acts wrongly and succeeds, that is not the way. Without the Lethani, there is no true success. Sir? A voice called. Sir? My eyes focused on Kryn. Her hair was wind-blown, her young face tired. She looked at me timidly. Sir, it's getting dark. I looked around and saw twilight creeping in from the east. I was bone-weary and had fallen into a walking doze after we had stopped for lunch at midday. Just call me Quoth, Kryn. Thanks for jogging my elbow. My mind was somewhere else. Kryn gathered wood and started a fire. I unsaddled the horses, then fed and rubbed them down. I took a few minutes to set up the tent, too. Normally I don't bother with such things, but there had been room for it on the horses, and I guess the girls weren't used to sleeping out of doors. After I finished with the tent, I realized I'd only brought one extra blanket from the troop's supplies. There would be a chill tonight, too, if I was any judge of such things. Dinner's ready, I heard Kryn call. I tossed my blanket and the spare one into the tent and headed back to where she was finishing up. She'd done a good job with what was available. Potato soup with bacon and toasted bread. There was a green summer squash nestled into the coals as well. Ellie worried me. She had been the same all day, walking listlessly, never speaking or responding to anything Kryn or I said to her. Her eyes would follow things, but there was no thought behind them. Kryn and I had discovered the hard way that if left to herself, she would stop walking, or wander off the road if something caught her eye. Kryn handed me a bowl and spoon as I sat down. It smells good, I complimented her. She half smiled and dished a second bowl for herself. She started to fill a third bowl, then hesitated, realizing Ellie couldn't feed herself. Would you like some soup, Ellie? I asked in normal tones. It smells good. She sat blankly by the fire, staring into nothing. Do you want to share mine? I asked as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I moved closer to her and blew on a spoonful to cool it. Here you go. Ellie ate it mechanically, turning her head slightly in my direction toward the spoon. Her eyes reflected the dancing patterns of the fire. They were like the windows of an empty house. I blew on another spoonful and held it out to the blonde girl. She opened her mouth only when the spoon touched her lips. I moved my head, trying to see past the dancing firelight in her eyes, desperately hoping to see something behind them. Anything. I bet you're an L, aren't you? I said conversationally. I looked at Kryn. Short for Ellie? Kryn shrugged helplessly. We weren't friends, really. She's just Ellie Anwater, the mayor's daughter. It sure was a long walk today, I continued, speaking in the same easy tone. How do your feet feel, Kryn? Kryn continued to watch me with her serious dark eyes. A little sore. Mine too. I can't wait to get my shoes off. Are your feet sore, Elle? No response. I fed her another bite. It was pretty hot too. It should cool off tonight though. Good sleeping weather. Won't that be nice, Elle? No response. Kryn continued to watch me from the other side of the fire. I took a bite of soup for myself. This is truly fine, Kryn, I said earnestly, then turned back to the vacant girl. It's a good thing we have Kryn to cook for us, Elle. Everything I cook tastes like horse shit. On her side of the fire, Kryn tried to laugh with a mouthful of soup with predictable results. I thought I saw a flicker in Elle's eyes. If I had some horse apples, I could make us a horse apple pie for dessert, I offered. I could make some tonight if you want. I trailed off, making it a question. Elle gave the slightest frown. A small wrinkle creased her forehead. "You're probably right," I said. "It wouldn't be very good. Would you like more soup instead?" The barest nod. I gave her a spoonful. "It's a little salty, though. You probably want some water." Another nod. I handed her the water skin, and she lifted it to her own lips. She drank for a long, long minute. She was probably parched from our long walk today. I would have to watch her more closely tomorrow to make sure she drank enough. "Would you like a drink, Kryn?" "Yes, please," Kryn said, her eyes fixed on Elle's face. Moving automatically, Elle held the water skin out toward Kryn, holding it directly over the fire with the shoulder strap dragging in the coals. Kryn grabbed it quickly, then added a belated, "Thank you, Elle." I kept the slow stream of conversation going through the whole meal. Elle fed herself toward the end of it, and though her eyes were clearer, it was as if she were looking at the world through a sheet of frosted glass, seeing but not seeing. Still, it was an improvement. After she ate 2 bowls of soup and half a loaf of bread, her eyes began to bob closed. "Would you like to go to sleep, Elle?" I asked. A more definite nod. "Should I carry you to the tent?" Her eyes snapped open at this, and she shook her head firmly. "Maybe Kryn would help you get ready for bed if you asked her." Elle turned to look in Kryn's direction. Her mouth moved in a vague way. Kryn darted a glance at me, and I nodded. "Let's go and get tucked in then," Kryn said, sounding every bit the older sister. She came over and took Elle's hand, helping her to her feet. As they went into the tent, I finished off the soup and ate a piece of bread that had been too badly burnt for either of the girls. Before too long, Kryn came back to the fire. "Is she sleeping?" I asked. "Before she hit the pillow." "Do you think she'll be all right?" She was in deep shock. Her mind had stepped through the doors of madness to protect itself from what was happening. "It's probably just a matter of time," I said tiredly, hoping it was the truth. "The young heal quickly." I chuckled humorously as I realized she was probably only about a year younger than me. I felt every year twice tonight, some of them 3 times. Despite the fact that I felt covered in lead, I forced myself to my feet and helped Kryn clean the dishes. I sensed her growing unease as we finished cleaning up and repicketing the horses to a fresh piece of grazing. The tension grew worse as we approached the tent. I stopped and held the flap open for her. "I'll sleep out here tonight." Her relief was tangible. "Are you sure?" I nodded. She slipped inside, and I let the flap fall closed behind her. Her head poked back out almost immediately, followed by a hand holding a blanket. I shook my head. "You'll need them both. There'll be a chill tonight." I pulled my shed around me and lay directly in front of the tent. I didn't want Elle wandering out during the night and getting lost or hurt. "Won't you be cold?" "I'll be fine," I said. I was tired enough to sleep on a running horse. I was tired enough to sleep under a running horse. Kryn ducked her head back into the tent. Soon I heard her nestling into the blankets. Then everything was quiet. I remembered the startled look on Otto's face as I cut his throat. I heard Oleg struggle weakly and curse me as I dragged him back to the wagons. I remembered the blood, the way it had felt against my hands, the thickness of it. I'd never killed anyone like that before. Not coldly, not close up. I remembered how warm their blood had been. I remembered the way Keat had cried as I stalked her through the woods. "It was them or me," she had screamed hysterically. "I didn't have a choice, it was them or me." I lay awake a long while. When I finally slept, the dreams were worse. Chapter 134. The Road to Levenshire. We made poor time the next day, as Kryn and I were forced to lead the 3 horses and Elle besides. Luckily, the horses were well behaved, as Edema-trained horses tend to be. If they had been as wayward-witted as the poor mayor's daughter, we might never have made it to Levenshire at all. Even so, the horses were almost more trouble than they were worth. The glossy roan in particular liked to wander off into the underbrush, foraging. 3 times now, I'd had to drag him out, and we were irritated with each other. I'd named him Burr back for obvious reasons. The 4th time I had to pull him back onto the road, I seriously considered cutting him loose to save myself the trouble. I didn't, of course. A good horse is the same as money in your pocket, and it would be quicker to ride back to Severn than walk the whole way. Kryn and I did our best to keep Elle engaged in conversation as we walked. It seemed to help a bit, and by the time our noon meal came around, she seemed almost aware of what was going on around her. Almost. I had an idea as we were getting ready to set out again after lunch. I led our dappled grey mare over to where Elle stood. Her golden hair was one great tangle, and she was trying to run one of her hands through it while her eyes wandered around in a distracted way, as if she didn't quite understand where she was. Elle? She turned to look. Have you met Greytail? I gestured to the mare. A faint, confused shake of the head. I need your help leading her. Have you led a horse before? A nod. She needs someone to take care of her. Can you do it? Greytail looked at me with one large eye as if to let me know she needed leading as much as I needed wheels to walk. But then she lowered her head a bit and nuzzled Elle in a motherly way. The girl reached out a hand to pet her nose almost automatically, then took the reins from me. Do you think that's a good idea? Kryn asked when I came back to pack the other horses. Greytail is as gentle as a lamb. Just because Elle is as witless as a sheep, Kryn said archly, doesn't make them a good pairing. I cracked a smile at that. We'll watch them close for an hour or so. If it doesn't work, it doesn't, but sometimes the best help a person can find is helping someone else. Since I had slept poorly, I was twice weary today. My stomach was sour, and I felt gritty, like someone had sanded the first 2 layers of my skin away. I was almost tempted to doze in the saddle, but I couldn't bring myself to ride while the girls walked. So I plodded along, leading my horse and nodding on my feet. But today I couldn't fall into the comfortable half-sleep I tend to use when walking. I was plagued with thoughts of Aleg, wondering if he was still alive. I knew from my time in the Medica that the gut wound I'd given him was fatal. I also knew it was a slow death. Slow and painful. With proper care, it might be a full span of days before he died. Even alone in the middle of nowhere, he could live for days with such a wound. Not pleasant days. He would grow delirious with fever as the infection set in. Every movement would tear the wound open again. He couldn't walk on his hamstrung leg either. So if he wanted to move, he'd have to crawl. He would be cramped with hunger and burning with thirst by now. But not dead from thirst. No. I had left a full water skin nearby. I had laid it at his side before we had left. Not out of kindness. Not to make his last hours more bearable. I had left it because I knew that with water, he would live longer. Suffer more. Leaving him that water skin was the most terrible thing I'd ever done. And now that my anger had cooled to ashes, I regretted it. I wondered how much longer he would live because of it. A day, 2, certainly no more than 2. I tried not to think of what those 2 days would be like. But even when I forced thoughts of Aleg from my mind, I had other demons to fight. I remembered bits and pieces of that night, the things the false troopers had said as I cut them down, the sounds my sword had made as it dug into them, the smell of their skin as I had branded them. I had killed 2 women. What would Vashad think of my actions? What would anyone think? Exhausted from worry and lack of sleep, my thoughts spun in these circles for the remainder of the day. I set up camp from force of habit and kept up a conversation with Elle through an effort of sheer will. The time for sleep came before I was ready, and I found myself rolled in my shed in the front of the girls' tent. I was dimly aware that Kryn had started giving me the same worried look she'd been giving Elle for the past 2 days. I lay wide-eyed for an hour before falling asleep, wondering about Alec. When I slept, I dreamed of killing them. In my dream, I stalked the forest like grim death, unwavering. But it was different this time. I killed Otto, his blood spattering my hands like hot grease. Then I killed Lauren and Josh and Tim. They moaned and screamed, twisting on the ground. Their wounds were horrible, but I could not look away. Then the faces changed. I was killing Taran, the bearded ex-mercenary in my troop. Then I killed Trip. Then I was chasing Shandy through the forest, my sword naked in my hand. She was crying out, weeping in fear. When I finally caught her, she clutched at me, knocking me to the ground, burying her face in my chest, sobbing, "No, no, no," she begged. "No, no, no." I came awake. I lay on my back, terrified and not knowing where my dream ended and the world began. After a brief moment, I realized the truth. Elle had crawled from the tent and lay curled against me, her face pressed against my chest, her hand grasping desperately at my arm. "No, no," she choked out. "No, no, no, no." Her body shook with helpless sobs when she couldn't say it anymore. My shirt was wet with hot tears. My arm was bleeding where she clutched it. I made consoling noises and brushed at her hair with my hand. After a long while, she quieted and eventually fell into an exhausted sleep, still clinging tightly to my chest. I lay very still, not wanting to wake her by moving. My teeth were clenched. I thought of Alec and Otto and all the rest. I remembered the blood and screaming and the smell of burning skin. I remembered it all and dreamed of worse things I could have done to them. I never had the nightmares again. Sometimes I think of Alec and I smile. We made it to Levenshire the next day. Elle had come to her senses but remained quiet and withdrawn. Still, things went more quickly now, especially as the girls decided they had recovered enough to take turns riding Greytail. We covered 6 miles before we stopped at midday, with the girls becoming increasingly excited as they began to recognize parts of the countryside, the shape of hills in the distance, a crooked tree by the road. But as we grew closer to Levenshire, they grew quiet. "It's just over the rise there," Kryn said, getting down off the roan. "You ride from here, Elle?" Elle looked from her to me, to her feet. She shook her head. I watched them. "Are the 2 of you okay?" "My father's going to kill me." Kryn's voice was barely a whisper, her face full of serious fear. "Your father will be one of the happiest men in the world tonight," I said, then thought it best to be honest. "He might be angry too, but that's only because he's been scared out of his mind for the last 8 days. Kryn seemed slightly reassured, but Elle burst out crying. Kryn put her arms around her, making gentle sounds. "No one will marry me," Elle sobbed. "I was going to marry Jason Watterson and help him run his store. He won't marry me now. No one will." I looked up to Kryn and saw the same fear reflected in her wet eyes. But Kryn's eyes were angry while Elle's held nothing but despair. "Any man who thinks that way is a fool," I said, weighting my voice with all the conviction I could bring to bear. "And the 2 of you are too clever and too beautiful to be marrying fools." It seemed to calm Elle somewhat. her eyes turning up at me as if looking for something to believe. "It's the truth," I said, "and none of this was your fault. Make sure you remember that for the next couple of days." "I hate them," Elle spat, surprising me with her sudden rage. "I hate men!" Her knuckles were white as she gripped Greytail's reins, her face twisted into a mask of anger. Kryn put her arms around Elle, but when she looked at me, I saw the sentiment reflected quietly in her dark eyes. "You have every right to hate them," I said, feeling more anger and helplessness than ever before in my life. "But I'm a man too. Not all of us are like that." We stayed there for a while, not more than a half-mile from town. We had a drink of water and a small bite to settle our nerves, and then I took them home. Chapter 135. Homecoming. Levenshire wasn't a big town. 200 people lived there, maybe 3 if you counted the outlying farms. It was mealtime when we rode in, and the dirt road that split the town in half was empty and quiet. Elle told me her house was on the far side of town. I hoped to get the girls there without being seen. They were worn down and distraught. The last thing they needed was to face a mob of gossipy neighbors. But it wasn't meant to be. We were halfway through the town when I saw a flicker of movement in a window. A woman's voice cried out, "Ow!" And in 10 seconds, people began to spill from every doorway in sight. The women were the quickest, and inside a minute, a dozen of them had formed a protective knot around the 2 girls, talking and crying and hugging each other. The girls didn't seem to mind. Perhaps it was better this way. A warm welcome might do a lot to heal them. The men held back, knowing they were useless in situations like this. Most watched from doorways or porches. 6 or 8 came down onto the street, moving slowly and eyeing up the situation. These were cautious men, farmers and friends of farmers. They knew the names of everyone within 10 miles of their homes. There were no strangers in a town like Levenshire, except for me. None of the men were close relatives to the girls. Even if they were, they knew they wouldn't get near them for at least an hour, maybe as much as a day. So they let their wives and sisters take care of things. With nothing else to occupy them, their attention wandered briefly past the horses and settled onto me. I motioned over a boy of 10 or so. "Go tell the mayor his daughter's back, run!" He tore off in a cloud of road dust, his bare feet flying. The men moved slowly closer to me, their natural suspicion of strangers made 10 times worse by recent events. A boy of 12 or so wasn't as cautious as the rest and came right up to me, eyeing my sword, my cloak. "What's your name?" I asked him. "Pete." "Can you ride a horse, Pete?" He looked insulted. "Snuff?" "Do you know where the Walker farm is?" He nodded. "About north, 2 miles by the millway." I stepped sideways and handed him the reins to the roan. "Go and tell them their daughter's home. Then let them use the horse to come back to town." He had a leg over the horse before I could offer him a hand up. I kept a hand on the reins long enough to shorten the stirrups so he wouldn't kill himself on the way there. "If you make it there and back without breaking your head or my horse's leg, I'll give you a penny," I said. "You'll give me 2, he said. I laughed. He wheeled the horse around and was gone. The men had wandered closer in the meantime, gathering around me in a loose circle. A tall, balding fellow with a scowl and a grizzled beard seemed to appoint himself leader. "So, who are you?" he asked, his tones speaking more clearly than his words. "Who the hell are you?" "Quoth," I answered pleasantly. "And yourself?" "Don't know as that's any of your business," he growled. "What are you doing here?" "What the hell are you doing here with our 2 girls?" "God's mother, Seth," an older man said to him. "You don't have the sense God gave a dog. That's no way to talk to the—" "Don't give me any of your lip, Benjamin." The scowling man bristled back. We got a good right to know who he is. They turned to me and took a few steps in front of everyone else. You one of those trooper bastards what came through here? I shook my head and attempted to look harmless. No, I think you are. I think you look kind of like one of them rule. You got them eyes. The men around him craned to get a better look at my face. God, Seth, the old fellow chimed in again. None of them had red hair. You remember hair like that, he ain't one of them. Why would I bring them back if I'd been one of the men who took them? I pointed out. His expression grew darker, and he continued his slow advance. You getting smart with me, boy? Maybe you think all of us are stupid here. You think if you bring him back, you'll get a reward. Or maybe we won't send anyone else out after you. He was almost within arm's reach of me now, scowling furiously. I looked around and saw the same anger lurking in the faces of all the men who stood there. It was the sort of anger that comes to a slow boil inside the hearts of good men who want justice, and finding it out of their grasp, decide vengeance is the next best thing. I tried to think of a way to calm the situation, but before I could do anything, I heard Crin's voice lash out from behind me. Seth! You get away from him! Seth paused, his hands half raised against me. Now! Crin was already stepping toward him. The knot of women loosened to release her, but stayed close. He saved us, Seth! She shouted furiously. You stupid shit-eater! He saved us! Where the hell were all of you? Why didn't you come get us? He backed away from me, as anger and shame fought their way across his face. Anger won. We came! He shouted back. After we found out what happened, we went after him. They shot out Bill's horse from under him and he got his leg crushed. Jim got his arm stabbed and old Copper still ain't waked up from the thumping they give him. They almost killed us. I looked again and saw anger on the men's faces. Saw the real reason for it. The helplessness they had felt, unable to defend their town from the false troops' rough handling. Their failure to reclaim the daughters of their friends and neighbors had shamed them. Well, it wasn't good enough, Crin shouted back hotly, her eyes burning. He came and got us because he's a real man, not like the rest of you who left us to die. The anger leapt out of a young man to my left, a farm boy about 17. None of this would have happened if you hadn't been running around like some rue whore. I broke his arm before I quite realized what I was doing. He screamed as he fell to the ground. I pulled him to his feet by the scruff of his neck. What's your name? I snarled into his face. My arm! He gasped, his eyes showing me their whites. I shook him like a rag doll. Name! Jason! He blurted. Could smell my arm! I took his chin in my free hand and turned his face toward Crin and Elle. Jason! I hissed quietly in his ear. I want you to look at those girls, and I want you to think about the hell they've been through in these past days, tied hand and foot in the back of a wagon, and I want you to ask yourself what's worse, a broken arm or getting kidnapped by a stranger and raped 4 times a night. Then I turned his face toward me and spoke so quiet that even an inch away it was hardly a whisper. After you've thought of that, I want you to pray to God to forgive you for what you just said, and if you mean it, Telu grant your arm heals straight and true. His eyes were terrified and wet. After that, if you ever think an unkind thought about either of them, your arm will ache like there's hot iron in the bone, and if you ever say an unkind word, it will go to fever and slow rot, and they'll have to cut it off to save your life. I tightened my grip on him, watching his eyes widen. And if you ever do anything to either of them, I'll know. I will come here and kill you and leave your body hanging in a tree. There were tears on his face now, although whether from shame or fear or pain I couldn't guess. Now you tell her you're sorry for what you said. I let go of him after making sure he had his feet under him, and pointed him in the direction of Kryn and El. The women stood around them like a protective cocoon. He clutched his arm weakly. "I shouldn't have said that, Ellie," he sobbed, sounding more wretched and repentant than I would have thought possible, broken arm or no. "It was the demon talking out of me. I swear, though, I've been sick worrying. We all been. And we did try to come get you, but there was a lot of them and they jumped us on the road. Then we had to bring Bill home or he would have died from his leg." Something tickled my memory about the boy's name. Jason. I suddenly suspected I had just broken Elle's boyfriend's arm. Somehow I couldn't feel bad for it just now. Best thing for him, really. Looking around, I saw the anger bleed out of the faces of the men around me, as if I'd used up the whole town's supply in a sudden, furious flash. Instead, they watched Jason, looking slightly embarrassed, as if the boy were apologizing for the lot of them. Then I saw a big, healthy-looking man running down the street, followed by a dozen other townsfolk. From the look on his face, I guessed it was Elle's father, the mayor. He forced his way into the knot of women, gathered his daughter up in his arms, and swung her around. You find two types of mayor in small towns like this. The first type are balding, older men of considerable girth who are good with money and tend to wring their hands a great deal when anything unexpected happens. The second type are tall, broad-shouldered men whose families have grown slowly prosperous because they had worked like angry bastards behind a plow for 20 generations. Elle's father was the second sort. He walked over to me, keeping one arm around his daughter's shoulders. "I understand I have you to thank for bringing our girls back." He reached out to shake my hand, and I saw his arm was bandaged. His grip was solid in spite of it. He smiled the widest smile I'd seen since I left Simon at the university. "How's the arm?" I asked, not realizing how it would sound. His smile faded a little, and I was quick to add, "I've had some training as a physiker, and I know that those sort of things can be tricky to deal with when you're away from home. When you're living in a country that thinks mercury is medicine," I thought to myself. His smile came back and he flexed his fingers. "It's stiff, but that's all. Just a little, mate. They caught us by surprise. I got my hands on one of them, but he stuck me and got away. How did you end up getting the girls away from those godless Rue bastards?" He spat. "They weren't at Demaru," I said, my voice sounding more strained than I would have liked. "They weren't even real troopers." His smile began to fade again. "What do you mean?" "They weren't a Demaru. We don't do things they did." "Listen," the mayor said, plainly, his temper starting to rise a bit. "I know damn well what they do and don't do. They came in all sweet and nice, played a little music, made a penny or two. Then they started to make trouble around town. When we told them to leave, they took my girl." He almost breathed fire as he said the last words. "We," I heard someone say faintly behind me. "Jim, he said we." Seth scowled around the side of the mayor to get a look at me again. "I told you he looked like one," he said triumphantly. "I know 'em. You can always tell by them eyes." "Hold on," the mayor said with slow incredulity. "Are you telling me you're one of them?" His expression grew dangerous. Before I could explain myself, Elle had grabbed his arm. "Oh, don't make him mad, Daddy," she said quickly, holding onto his good arm as if to pull him away from me. "Don't say anything to get him angry. He's not with them. He brought me back. He saved me." The mayor seemed somewhat mollified by this, but his congeniality was gone. "Explain yourself," he said grimly. I sighed inside, realizing what a mess I'd made of this. "They weren't troopers, and they certainly weren't Edemaru. They were bandits who killed some of my family and stole their wagons. They were only pretending to be performers." "Why would anyone pretend to be Rue?" the mayor asked. as if the thought were incomprehensible. So they could do what they did, I snapped. You let them into your town and they abused that trust. That's something no Ademaru would ever do. You never did answer my question, he said. How did you get the girls away? I took care of things, I said simply. He killed them, Kryn said loudly enough for everyone to hear. He killed them all. I could feel everyone looking at me. Half of them were thinking, all of them? He killed 7 men? The other half were thinking, there were 2 women with them, did he kill them too? Well then, the mayor looked down at me for a long moment. Good, he said as if he had just made up his mind. That's good. The world's a better place for it. I felt everyone relax slightly. These are their horses. I pointed to the 2 horses that had been carrying our baggage. They belong to the girls now. About 40 miles east you'll find the wagons. Kryn can show you where they're hidden. They belong to the girls too. They'll fetch a good price off in Thamesford, the mayor mused. Together with the instruments and clothes and such, they'll fetch a heavy penny, I agreed. Split 2 ways, it'll make a fine dowry, I said firmly. He met my eyes, nodded slowly in understanding. That it will. What about the things they stole from us? A stout man in an apron protested. They smashed up my place and stole 2 barrels of my best ale. Do you have any daughters? I asked him calmly. The sudden, stricken look on his face told me he did. I met his eye, held it. Then I think you came away from this pretty well. The mayor finally noticed Jason clutching his broken arm. What happened to you? Jason looked at his feet, and Seth spoke up for him. He said some things he shouldn't. The mayor looked around and saw that getting more of an answer would involve an ordeal. He shrugged and let it go. I could splint it for you, I said easily. No, Jason said too quickly, then backpedaled. I'd rather go to Gran. I gave a sideways look to the mayor. Gran? He gave a fond smile. When we scrape our knees, Gran patches us back up again. Would Bill be there? I asked. The man with the crushed leg. He nodded. She won't let him out of her sight for another span of days if I know her. I'll walk you over, I said to the sweating boy who was carefully cradling his arm. I'd like to watch her work. As far from civilization as we were, I expected Gran to be a hunched old woman who treated her patients with leeches and wood alcohol. That opinion changed when I saw the inside of her house. Her walls were covered with bundles of dry herbs and shelves lined with small, carefully labeled bottles. There was a small desk with 3 heavy leather books on it. One of them lay open, and I recognized it as the Heroborica. I could see handwritten notes scrawled in the margins, while some of the entries had been edited or crossed out entirely. Gran wasn't as old as I'd thought she'd be, though she did have her share of grey hair. She wasn't hunched either, and actually stood taller than me, with broad shoulders and a round, smiling face. She swung a copper kettle over the fire, humming to herself. Then she brought out a pair of shears and sat Jason down, prodding his arm gently. Pale and sweating, the boy kept up a constant stream of nervous chatter while she methodically cut his shirt away. In the space of a few minutes, without her even asking, he'd given her an accurate, if somewhat disjointed version of Elle and Kryn's homecoming. It's a nice clean break, she said at last, interrupting him. How'd it happen? Jason's wild eyes darted to me, then away. Nothing, he said quickly, then realized he hadn't answered the question. I broke it, I said. Figured the least I could do was come along and see if there's anything I could do to help set it right again. Gran looked back at me. Have you dealt with this sort of thing before? I've studied medicine at the university, I said. She shrugged. Then I guess you can hold the splints while I wrap them. I have a girl who helps me, but she ran off when she heard the commotion up the street. Jason eyed me nervously as I held the wood tight to his arm, but it took Gran less than 3 minutes to bind up the splint with an air of bored competence. Watching her work, I decided she was worth more than half the students I could name in the Medica. After we'd finished, she looked down at Jason. "You're lucky," she said. "It didn't need to be set. You hold off using it for a month, it should heal up just fine." Jason left as quickly as he was able, and after a small amount of persuasion, Gran let me see Bill, who was laid up in her back room. If Jason's arm was a clean break, then Bill's was as messy as a break can be. Both the bones in his lower leg had broken in several places. I couldn't see under the bandages, but his leg was hugely swollen. The skin above the bandages was bruised and mottled, stretched as tight as an overstuffed sausage. Bill was pale but alert, and it looked like he would probably keep the leg. How much use it would be was another matter. He might come away with nothing more than a heavy limp, but I wouldn't bet on him ever running again. "What sort of folk? Shoot a man's horse?" he asked indignantly, his face covered in a sheen of sweat. "It ain't right." It had been his own horse, of course, and this wasn't the sort of town where folk had horses to spare. Bill was a young man with a new wife and his own small farm, and he might never walk again because he tried to do the right thing. It hurt to think about it. Gran gave him 2 spoonfuls of something from a brown bottle, and it dragged his eyes shut. She ushered us out of the room and closed the door behind her. "Did the bone break the skin?" I asked once the door was closed. She nodded as she put the bottle back on the shelf. "What have you been using to keep it from going septic?" "Sour, you mean?" she asked. "Ramsburr." "Really?" I asked. "Not arrowroot?" "Arrowroot?" she snorted as she added wood to the fire and swung the now steaming kettle off it. "You ever tried to keep something from going sour with arrowroot?" "No," I admitted. "Let me save you the trouble of killing someone, then." She brought out a pair of wooden cups. "Arrowroot is useless. You can eat it if you like, but that's about it." "But a paste of arrowroot and besame is supposed to be ideal for this." "Besame might be worth half a damn," she admitted, "but Ramsburr is better. I'd rather have some red blade, but we can't always have what we want. A paste of motherleaf and Ramsburr is what I use, and you can see it's doing just fine. Arrowroot is easy for folk to find, and it pulps smooth, but it ain't got any worthwhile properties." She shook her head. "Arrowroot and camphor, arrowroot and besame, arrowroot and saltbine, arrowroot ain't a palliative of any sort. It's just good at carrying around what works." I opened my mouth to protest, then looked around her house at her heavily annotated copy of the Heroborica. I closed my mouth. Gran poured hot water from the kettle into 2 cups. "Sit yourself down for a bit," she said. "You look like you're on your last leg." I looked longingly at the chair. "I should probably be getting back," I said. "You've got time for a cup," she said, taking my arm and setting me firmly into the chair. "And a quick bite? You're as pale as a dry bone. And I have a bit of sweet pudding here that ain't got anybody to give it a home." I tried to remember if I'd eaten any lunch today. I remembered feeding the girls. "I don't want to put you to any more trouble," I said. "I've already made more work for you." "About time somebody broke that boy's arm," she said conversationally. "Has a mouth on him like you wouldn't believe." She handed me one of the wooden cups. "Drink that down and I'll get you some of that pudding." The steam coming off the cup smelled wonderful. "What's in it?" I asked. "Rosehip and some apple brandy I still up my own self." She gave a wide smile that crinkled the edges of her eyes. "If you like, I can put in some arrowroot too." I smiled and sipped. The warmth of it spread through my chest, and I felt myself relax a bit, which was odd as I hadn't realized I'd been tense before. Gran bustled about a bit before setting 2 plates on the table and easing herself down into a nearby chair. "You really kill those folk?" she asked plainly. There wasn't any accusation in her voice, it was just a question. I nodded. You probably shouldn't have told anyone, she said. There's bound to be a fuss. They'll want a trial and have to bring in the Azzy from Tempsford. I didn't tell them, I said. Kryn did. Ah, she said. The conversation lulled. I drank the last swallow out of my cup, but when I tried to set it on the table, my hands were shaking so badly that it knocked against the wood, making a sound like an impatient visitor at the door. Gran sipped calmly from her cup. I don't care to talk about it, I said at last. It wasn't a good thing. Some folk might argue that, she said gently. I think you've done the right thing. Her words brought a sudden hot ache behind my eyes, as if I were about to burst into tears. I'm not sure about that, I said, my voice sounding strange in my own ears. My hands were shaking worse now. Gran didn't seem surprised by this. You've had the bit in your teeth for a couple of days now, haven't you? Her tone made it clear it wasn't really a question. I know the look. You've been keeping busy, looking after the girls, not sleeping, probably not eating much. She picked up the plate. Eat your pudding. It will help to get some food in you. I ate the pudding, halfway through. I began to cry, choking a bit as it stuck in my throat. Gran refilled my cup with more tea and poured another dollop of brandy in on top of it. Drink that down, she repeated. I took a swallow. I didn't mean to say anything, but I found myself talking anyway. I think there might be something wrong with me, I said quietly. A normal person doesn't have it in him to do the things I do. A normal person would never kill people like this. That may be, she admitted, sipping from her own cup. But what would you say if I told you Bill's leg had gone a bit green and sweet-smelling under the bandage? I looked up, startled. He's got the rot? She shook her head. No, I told you he's fine. But what if? We'd have to cut the leg off, I said. Gran nodded seriously. That's right. And we'd have to do it quick. Today. No dithering about and hoping he'd fight his way through on his own. That wouldn't do a thing but kill him. She took a sip, watching me over the top of her cup, making it a question of sorts. I nodded. I knew it was true. You've got some medicine, she said. You know that proper doctoring means hard choices. She gave me an unflinching look. We ain't like other folk. You burn a man with an iron to stop his bleeding. You save the mother and lose the babe. It's hard and nobody ever thanks you for it. But we're the ones that have to choose. She took another slow drink of tea. The first few times are the worst. You'll get the shakes and lose some sleep. But that's the price of doing what needs to be done. There were women too, I said, the words catching in my throat. Gran's eyes flashed. They earned it twice as much, she said, and the sudden, furious anger in her sweet face caught me so completely by surprise that I felt prickling fear crawl over my body. A man who would do that to a girl is like a mad dog. He ain't hardly a person, just an animal needs to be put down. But a woman who helps him do it, that's worse. She knows what she's doing. She knows what it means. Gran put her cup down gently on the table, her expression composed again. If the leg goes bad, you cut it off. She made a firm gesture with the flat of her hand, then picked up her slice of pudding and began to eat it with her fingers. And some folk need killing. That's all there is to it. By the time I got myself under control and made it back outside, the crowd in the street had swelled. The local tavern keeper had rolled a barrel onto his front landing, and the air was sweet with the smell of beer. Corinne's father and mother had ridden back into town on their own. Pete was there too, having run back. He offered up his unbroken head for my inspection and demanded his 2 pennies for services rendered. I was warmly thanked by Crin's parents. They seemed to be good people. Most people are, if given the chance. I caught hold of the roan's reins, and using him as a sort of portable wall, I managed to get a moment of relatively private conversation with Crin. Her dark eyes were a little red around the edges, but her face was bright and happy. "Make sure you get Lady Ghost," I said, nodding to one of the horses. "She's yours." The mayor's daughter would have a fair dowry no matter what, so I'd loaded Crin's horse with the more valuable goods, as well as most of the false troopers' money. Her expression grew serious as she met my eyes, and again she reminded me of a young Denner. "You're leaving," she said. I guess I was. She didn't try to convince me to stay, and instead surprised me with a sudden embrace. After kissing me on the cheek, she whispered in my ear, "Thank you." We stepped away from each other, knowing propriety would only allow so much. "Don't sell yourself short and marry some fool," I said, feeling as if I should say something. "Don't you either," she said, her dark eyes mocking me gently. I took Greytail's reins and led her over to where the mayor stood, watching the crowd in a proprietary way. He nodded as I approached. I drew a deep breath. "Is the constable about?" He raised an eyebrow at this, then shrugged and pointed off into the crowd. "That's him there. He was 3/4 drunk even before you brought our girls home, though. Don't know how much use he'll be to you now." "Well," I said hesitantly, "I'm guessing someone is going to need to lock me up until you can get word to the Azzy off in Tempsford." I nodded to the small stone building in the center of town. The mayor looked sideways at me, frowning a bit. "You want to be locked up?" "Not particularly," I admitted. "You can come and go as you please then," he said. "The Azzy won't be happy when he hears," I said. "I'd rather not have anyone else go up against the Iron Law because of something I've done. Aiding in the escape of a murderer can be a hanging offense." The big man gave me a long looking over. His eyes lingered a bit on my sword, the worn leather of my boots. I could almost feel him noticing the lack of any serious wounds, despite the fact that I just killed half a dozen armed men. "So you'd let us just lock you up?" he asked. "Easy as that?" I shrugged. He frowned again, then shook his head as if he couldn't make sense of me. "Well, aren't you just as gentle as a lamb?" he said wonderingly. "But no, I won't lock you up. You haven't done anything less than proper." "I broke that boy's arm," I said. He rumbled darkly. "Forgot about that." He reached into his pocket and brought out a halfpenny. He handed it to me. "Much obliged." I laughed as I put it in my pocket. "Here's my thought," he said. "I'll head over and see if I can find the constable. Then I'll explain to him we've got to lock you up. If you've slipped off in the middle of this confusion, we wouldn't hardly be aiding in the escape, would we?" "It would be negligence in maintenance of the law," I said. "He might take a few lashes for it or lose his post." "Shouldn't come to that," the mayor said. "But if it does, he'll be happy to do it. He's Ellie's uncle." He looked out at the crowd on the street. "Will 15 minutes be enough for you to slip off in all the confusion?" "If it's all the same to you," I said. "Could you say I disappeared in a strange and mysterious way when your back was turned?" He laughed at this. "Don't see why not. You need more than 15 minutes on account of it being mysterious and all." 10 should be a great plenty," I said as I unpacked my loot case and travel sack from Greytail and handed the mayor the reins. "You'd be doing me a favor if you took care of him until Bill is up and about," I said. "You leaving your horse?" he asked. "He's just lost his," I shrugged. "And we Roo are used to walking. I wouldn't know what to do with a horse anyway," I said half honestly. The big man gripped the reins and gave me a long look, as if he wasn't quite sure what to make of me. "Is there anything we can do for you?" he asked at last. Remember, it was the bandits who took them, I said as I turned to leave. And remember, it was one of the Ademaru who brought them back. Chapter 136. Interlude. Close to forgetting. Quoth held up a hand to Chronicler. Let's take a moment, shall we? He looked around the dark inn. I've let myself get a little caught up in the story. I should tend to a few things before it gets any later. The innkeeper came stiffly to his feet and stretched. He lit a candle at the fireplace and moved around the inn, lighting the lamps one by one, driving back the dark by slow degrees. I was focused rather closely myself, Chronicler said, standing up and stretching. Oh, what time is it? Late, Bast said. I'm hungry. Chronicler looked out of the dark window into the street. I'd have thought you'd have at least a few folks in for dinner by now. You pulled a good crowd for lunch. Quoth nodded. We would have seen a few of my regulars if not for Shep's funeral. Ah, Chronicler looked down. I'd forgotten. Is that something I've kept you two from attending? Quoth lit the last lamp behind the bar and blew out his candle. Not really, he said. Bast and I aren't from around these parts, and they're practical folk. They know I have a business to run, such as it is. And you don't get along with Abbey Leodin, Bast said. And I don't get along with the local priest, Quoth admitted. But you should make an appearance, Bast. It will seem odd if you don't. Bast's eyes darted around nervously. I don't want to leave, Reshi. Quoth smiled warmly at him. You should, Bast. Shep was a good man. Go and have a drink to send him off. In fact, he bent and rummaged around under the bar for a moment before coming up with a bottle. Here, a fine old bottle of brand. Better stuff than anyone around here asks for. Go and share it around. He set it on the bar with a solid sound. Bast took an involuntary step forward, his face conflicted. But Reshi, Pretty girls dancing, Bast, Quoth said, his voice low and soothing. Someone on the fiddle and all of them just glad to be alive, kicking up their skirts to the music, laughing and a little tipsy, their cheeks all rosy and ready to be kissed. He gave the heavy brown bottle a nudge, and it slid down the bar toward his student. You're my ambassador to the town. I may be stuck minding the shop, but you can be there and make my apologies. Bast closed his hand around the neck of the bottle. I'll have one drink, he said, his voice thick with resolve, and one dance, and one kiss with Katie Miller, and maybe another with the Widow Creel, but that's all. He looked both in the eye. I'll only be gone half an hour. Quoth gave a warm smile. I have things to tend to, Bast. I'll cobble together dinner, and we'll give our friend's hand a bit of a rest. Bast grinned and picked up the bottle. 2 dances, then. He bolted for the door, and when he opened it, the wind gusted around him, swirling his hair wildly. Save me something to eat, he shouted over his shoulder. The door banged shut. Chronicler gave the innkeeper a curious look. Quoth gave a small shrug. He was getting too tangled up in the story. He can't feel a thing halfway. A little time away will give him some perspective. Besides, I do have dinner to prepare, even if it's only for 3. The scribe brought a grimy piece of cloth out of his leather satchel and looked at it with some distaste. I don't suppose I could trouble you for a clean rag, he asked. Quoth nodded and brought out a white linen cloth from beneath the bar. Is there anything else you need? Chronicler stood and walked over to the bar. If you had some strong spirits, it would be a great help, he said, sounding slightly embarrassed. I hate to ask, but when I was robbed... Quoth waved the comment away. Don't be ridiculous, he said. I should have asked you yesterday if there was anything you needed. He moved out from behind the bar toward the basement stairs. I'm assuming wood alcohol would work best. Chronicler nodded. and Quoth disappeared into the basement. The scribe picked up crisply folded square of linen and rubbed it idly between his fingers. Then his eyes wandered up to the sword hanging high on the wall behind the bar. The grey metal of the blade was striking against the dark wood of the mounting board. Quoth came back up the steps carrying a small clear bottle. "Is there anything else you need? I have a good stock of paper and ink here too." "It may come to that by tomorrow," Chronicler said. "I've used up most of my paper, but I can grind more ink tonight." "Don't put yourself to the trouble," Quoth said easily. "I have several bottles of fine Aruayan ink." "True Aruayan ink?" Chronicler asked, surprised. Quoth gave a broad smile and nodded. "That's terribly kind of you," Chronicler said, relaxing a bit. "I'll admit I wasn't looking forward to spending an hour grinding tonight." He gathered up the clear bottle and cloth, then paused. "Would you mind if I asked you a question, unofficially, as it were?" A smirk curled the corner of Quoth's mouth. "Very well then, unofficially. I can't help notice that your description of Caesura doesn't..." Chronicler hesitated. "Well, it doesn't quite seem to match the actual sword itself." His eyes flicked to the sword behind the bar. "The handguard isn't what you described." Quoth gave a wide grin. "Well, you're just sharp as anything, aren't you?" "I don't mean to imply," Chronicler said quickly, looking embarrassed. Quoth laughed a rich, warm laugh. The sound of it tumbled around the room, and for a moment the inn didn't feel empty at all. "No, you're absolutely right." He turned to look at the sword. "This isn't... what did the boy call it this morning?" His eyes went distant for a moment, then he smiled again. "Caesura, the poet killer." "I was just curious," Chronicler said apologetically. "Am I supposed to be offended that you're paying attention?" Quoth laughed again. "What fun is there in telling a story if nobody's listening?" He rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Right then, dinner. What would you like, hot or cold, soup or stew? I'm a dab hand at pudding too." They settled on something simple to avoid restoking the stove in the kitchen. Quoth moved briskly around the inn, gathering what was needed. He hummed to himself as he fetched cold mutton and half a hard, sharp cheese from the basement. "These will be a nice surprise for Bast," Quoth grinned at Chronicler as he brought out a jar of brined olives from the pantry. "He can't know we have them, or he'd have eaten them already." He untied his apron, pulling it off over his head. "I think we have a few tomatoes left in the garden, too." Quoth returned after several minutes with his apron wrapped into a bundle. He was spattered with rain and his hair was in wild disarray. He wore a boyish grin, and at that moment he looked very little like the somber, slow-moving innkeeper. "It can't quite decide if it wants to storm," he said as he set his apron on the bar, carefully removing the tomatoes. "But if it makes up its mind, we're in for a wagon tipper tonight." He began to hum absent-mindedly while he cut and arranged everything on a broad wooden platter. The door of the waystone opened, and a sudden gust of wind made the lamplight flicker. 2 soldiers came in, hunched against the weather, their swords sticking out like tails behind them. Dark spatters of rain spotted the fabric of their blue and white tabards. They dropped their heavy packs, and the shorter of the 2 pressed his shoulder to the door, forcing it closed against the wind. "Oh, God's teeth!" said the taller one, straightening his clothes. "It's a bad night to be caught in the open." He was bald on top, with a thick black beard that was as flat as a spade. He looked at Quoth. "Oh, boy," he said cheerfully. "We were glad to see your light. Run and fetch the owner, would you? We need to have a word with him." Quoth picked up his apron off the bar and ducked his head into it. "Ahem, that would be me," he said, clearing his throat as he tied the strings around his waist. He ran his hands through his tousled hair, smoothing it down. The bearded soldier peered at him, then shrugged. "Fair enough. Any chance of us getting a spot of dinner?" The innkeeper gestured to the empty room. "It didn't seem worth putting the kettle on tonight," he said, "but we've got what you see here." The two soldiers strode to the bar. The blonde one ran his hands through his curly hair, shaking a few drops of rain out of it. "This town looks deader than ditch water," he said. "We didn't see a single light but this." "Long harvest day," the innkeeper said, "and there's a wake tonight at one of the nearby farms. The four of us are probably the only folk in town right now." He rubbed his hands together briskly. "Can I interest you fine folk in a drink to take off the chill?" He brought out a bottle of wine and sat it on the bar with a solid, satisfying sound. "Well, that's a difficulty," the blonde soldier said with a bit of an embarrassed smile. "I dearly love a drink, but my friend and I just took the king's coin." He reached into his pocket and brought out a bright gold coin. "This is all the money I have on me. I don't suppose you have enough to break a whole royal, would you?" "I'm stuck with mine too," the bearded soldier groused. "Most money I've ever had, but it don't spend well in a lump. Most of the towns we've been through could barely make change for halfpenny." He chuckled at his own joke. "I should be able to help you out with that," the innkeeper said easily. The two soldiers exchanged a look. The blonde one nodded. "Right then," the blonde soldier put the coin back in his pocket. "Here's the truth. We aren't really going to be stopping for the night." He picked up a piece of cheese off the bar and took a bite. "And we aren't going to be paying for anything either." "Ah," the innkeeper said. "I see." "And if you've got enough money in your purse to change out 2 gold royals," the bearded one said eagerly, "then we'll have that off you as well." The blonde soldier spread his hands in a calming gesture. "Now, this don't need to be any sort of ugly thing. We aren't bad folk. You pass over your purse and we go on our way. No folk get hurt and nothing gets wrecked. It's bound to sting a bit." He raised an eyebrow at the innkeeper. "But a little sting beats the hell out of getting yourself killed, am I right?" The bearded soldier looked over at where Chronicler sat near the hearth. "This ain't got nothing to do with you either," he said grimly, his beard waggling as he spoke. "We don't want anything of yours. You just stay sat where you're at and don't get feisty on us." Chronicler shot a glance to the man behind the bar, but the innkeeper's eyes were fixed on the two soldiers. The blonde one took another bite of cheese, while his eyes wandered around the inn. "Young man like you is doing pretty well for himself. You'll be doing just as well after we're gone. But if you start trouble, we'll feed you your teeth, wreck up the place, and you'll still be out your purse." He dropped the rest of the cheese on the bar and clapped his hands together briskly. He smiled. "So, are we all going to be civilized folk?" "That seems reasonable," Quoth said as he walked out from behind the bar. He moved slowly and carefully, the way you would approach a skittish horse. "I'm certainly no barbarian." Quoth reached down and removed his purse from his pocket. He held it out in one hand. The blonde soldier walked over to him, swaggering just a bit. He took hold of the purse and hefted it appreciatively. He turned to smile at his friend. "You see, I told..." In a smooth motion, Quoth stepped forward and struck the man hard in the jaw. The soldier staggered and fell to one knee. The purse arced through the air and hit the floorboards with a solid metallic thud. Before the soldier could do more than shake his head, Quoth stepped forward and calmly kicked him in the shoulder. Not a sharp kick of the sort that breaks bones, but a hard kick that sent him sprawling backward. The man landed hard on the floor, rolling to a stop in a messy tangle of arms and legs. The other soldier stepped past his friend, grinning wide under his beard. He was taller than Quoth, and his fists were broad knots of scar and knuckle. "Right, Cully," he said, dark satisfaction in his voice. "You're getting a kicking now." He snapped out a quick punch, but Quoth stepped aside and kicked out sharply, hitting the soldier just above the knee. The bearded man grunted in surprise, stumbling slightly. Then Quoth stepped close, caught the bearded man's shoulder, gripped his wrist, and twisted his outstretched arm at an awkward angle. The big man was forced to bend over, grimacing in pain. Then he jerked his arm roughly out of the innkeeper's grip. Kvothe had half a moment to look startled before the soldier's elbow caught him in the temple. The innkeeper staggered backward, trying to gain a little distance and a moment to clear his head. But the soldier followed close after him, fists raised, waiting for an opening. Before Kvothe could regain his balance, the soldier stepped close and drove a fist hard into his gut. The innkeeper let out a pained huff of air, and as he started to double over, the soldier swung his other fist into the side of the innkeeper's face, snapping Kvothe's head to the side and sending him reeling. Kvothe managed to keep his feet by grabbing a nearby table for support. Blinking, he threw a wild punch to keep the bearded man at a distance, but the soldier merely brushed it aside and caught hold of the innkeeper's wrist in one huge hand, as easy as a father might grab hold of a wayward child in the street. Blood running down the side of his face, Kvothe struggled to free his wrist. Dazed, he made a quick motion with both hands, then repeated it, trying to pull away. His eyes half-focused and dull with confusion, he looked down at his wrist and made the motion again. But his hands merely scrabbled uselessly at the soldier's scarred fist. The bearded soldier eyed the stupefied innkeeper with amused curiosity, then reached out and slapped him hard on the side of the head. "You're almost a bit of a scrapper, boy," he said. "You actually stuck one on me." Behind them, the blonde soldier was slowly getting to his feet. "Little bastard sucker punched me!" The big soldier yanked the innkeeper's wrist, so he stumbled forward. "Say you're sorry, Cully." The innkeeper blinked blearily, opened his mouth as if he were about to speak, then staggered. Or rather, he seemed to stagger. Halfway through, the stumbling motion became deliberate, and the innkeeper stomped down hard with the heel of his foot, aiming at the soldier's boot. At the same time, he snapped his forehead down at the bearded man's nose. But the big man merely laughed, moving his head to the side as he jerked the innkeeper off balance again by his wrist. "None of that," he chided, backhanding Kvothe across the face. The innkeeper let out a yelp and lifted a hand to his bleeding nose. The soldier grinned and casually drove a knee hard into the innkeeper's groin. Kvothe doubled over, first gasping soundlessly, then making a series of choked retching noises. Moving casually, the soldier let go of Kvothe's wrist, then reached out and picked up the bottle of wine from the bar. Gripping it by the neck, he swung it like a club. When it hit the side of the innkeeper's head, it made a solid, almost metallic sound. Kvothe crumpled bonelessly to the floor. The big man looked at the bottle of wine curiously before setting it back on the bar. Then he bent, grabbed the innkeeper's shirt, and dragged his limp body out onto the open floor. He nudged the unconscious body with a foot until it stirred sluggishly. "Said I'd give you a kicking, boy," the soldier grunted, and drove his foot hard into Kvothe's side. The blonde soldier walked over, rubbing at the side of his face. "Had to get all clever, didn't you?" he said, spitting on the floor. He drew back his boot and landed a hard kick of his own. The innkeeper drew a sharp, hissing breath, but made no other sound. "And you," the bearded soldier pointed a thick finger at Chronicler. "I've got more than one boot. Would you like to see the other? I've already skint my knuckles. It's no bother to me if you want to lose a couple of teeth." Chronicler looked around and seemed genuinely surprised to find himself standing. He lowered himself slowly back into his chair. The blonde soldier limped off to reclaim the purse from where it had fallen, while the big bearded man remained standing over Kvothe. "I suppose you figured you had to try," he said to the crumpled body, giving him another solid kick to the side. "Damn fool. Pasty little innkeep against two of the king's own." He shook his head and spat again. "Honestly, who do you think you are?" Curled on the floor, Kvothe began to make a low, rhythmic sound. It was a dry, quiet noise that scratched around the edges of the room. Kvothe paused as he drew a painful breath. The bearded soldier frowned and kicked him again. "I asked you a question, Cully!" The innkeeper made the same noise again, louder than before. Only then did it become obvious that he was laughing. Each low, broken chuckle sounded like he was coughing up a piece of shattered glass. Despite that, it was a laugh, full of dark amusement, as if the red-haired man had heard a joke that only he could understand. It went on for some time. The bearded soldier shrugged and drew back his foot again. Chronicler cleared his throat, and the two men turned to look at him. "In the interest of keeping things civilized," he said, "I feel I should mention that the innkeeper sent his assistant out on an errand. He should be back soon." The bearded soldier slapped his companion on the chest with the back of his hand. "He's right. Let's get out of here." "Wait a moment," the blonde soldier said. He hurried back to the bar and snatched the bottle of wine. "Right, let's go." The bearded soldier grinned and went behind the bar, stepping on the innkeeper's body rather than over it. He grabbed a random bottle, knocking over half a dozen others as he did so. They rolled and spun on the counter between the two huge barrels, a tall sapphire-colored one slowly toppling over the edge to shatter on the floor. In less than a minute, the men had gathered up their packs and were out of the door. Chronicler hurried over to where Quoth lay on the wooden floor. The red-haired man was already struggling into a sitting position.
Oh, well, that was embarrassing.
Quoth said. He touched his bloody face and looked at his fingers. He chuckled again, a jagged, joyless sound. Forgot who I was there for a minute. "Are you all right?" Chronicler asked. Quoth touched his scalp speculatively. "I'll need a stitch or two, I suspect." "What can I do to help?" Chronicler asked, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Don't hover over me." Quoth pushed himself awkwardly to his feet, then slumped into one of the tall stools at the bar. "If you want, you can fetch me a glass of water and maybe a wet cloth." Chronicler scurried back into the kitchen. There was the sound of frantic rummaging, followed by several things falling to the ground. Quoth closed his eyes and leaned heavily against the bar. "Why is the door open?" Bast called as he stepped through the doorway. "It's as cold as a witch's tit in here." He froze, his expression stricken. "Reshi, what happened? What happened?" "Oh, Bast," Quoth said. "Close the door, would you?" Bast hurried over, a numb expression on his face. Quoth sat in a stool at the bar, his face swollen and bloody. Chronicler stood next to him, dabbing awkwardly at the innkeeper's scalp with a damp cloth. "I might need to prevail on you for a few stitches, Bast," Quoth said, "if it wouldn't be too much trouble." "Reshi," Bast repeated. "What happened?" "Devan and I got into a bit of an argument," Quoth said, nodding at the scribe, "about the proper use of the subjunctive mood. Got a little heated toward the end." Chronicler looked up at Bast, then blanched and took several quick steps backward. "He's joking," he said quickly, holding up his hands. "It was soldiers." Quoth chuckled painfully to himself. There was blood on his teeth. Bast looked around the empty tap room. "What did you do with them?" "Not much, Bast," the innkeeper said. "They're probably miles away by now." "Was there something wrong with them, Reshi, like the one last night?" Bast asked. "Just soldiers, Bast," Quoth said. "Just two of the king's own." Bast's face went ashen. "What?" he asked. "Reshi, why did you let them do this?" Quoth gave Bast an incredulous look. He gave a brief, bitter laugh, then stopped with a wince, sucking air through his teeth. "Well, they seemed like such clean and virtuous boys," he said, his voice mocking. "I thought, why not let these nice fellows rob me, then beat me to a pulp?" Bast's expression was full of dismay. "But you..." Quoth wiped away the blood that was threatening to run into his eye, then looked at Bast as if he were the stupidest creature drawing breath in the entire world. "What?" he demanded. What do you want me to say? 2 soldiers, Reshi. Yes, Quoth shouted. Not even 2. Apparently 1 thick-fisted thug is all it takes to beat me half to death. He glared furiously at Bast, throwing up his arms. What is it going to take to shut you up? Do you want a story? Do you want to hear the details? Bast took a step backward at the outburst. His face went even paler, his expression panicked. Quoth let his arms fall heavily to his sides. Quit expecting me to be something I'm not, he said, still breathing hard. He hunched his shoulders and rubbed at his eyes, smearing blood across his face. He let his head sag wearily. Oh, God's mother, why can't you just leave me alone? Bast stood as still as a startled harp, his eyes wide. Silence flooded the room, thick and bitter as a lungful of smoke. Quoth drew a slow breath, the only motion in the room. I'm sorry, Bast, he said without looking up. I'm just in a little pain right now. Oh, it got the better of me. Give me a moment and I'll have it sorted out. Still looking down, Quoth closed his eyes and drew several slow, shallow breaths. When he looked up, his expression was chagrin. I'm sorry, Bast, he said. I didn't mean to snap at you. A touch of the color returned to Bast's cheeks, and some of the tension left his shoulders as he gave a nervous smile. Quoth took the damp cloth from Chronicler and wiped the blood away from his eye again. I'm sorry I interrupted you before, Bast. What is it you were about to ask me? Bast hesitated, then said, You killed 5 Scrael not 3 days ago, Reshi. He waved toward the door. What's some thug compared to that? I picked the time and place for the Scrael rather carefully, Bast, Quoth said, and I didn't exactly dance away unscathed either. Chronicler looked up, surprised. You were hurt? He asked. I didn't know. You didn't look it. A small wry smile twisted the corner of Quoth's mouth. Old habits die hard, he said. I do have a reputation to maintain. Besides, we heroes are only hurt in properly dramatic ways. It rather ruins the story if you find out Bast had to knit about 10 feet of stitches into me after the fight. Realization broke over Bast's face like a sunrise. Of course, he said, his voice thick with relief. I forgot. You're still hurt from the Scrael. I knew it had to be something like that. Quoth looked at the floor, every line of his body sagging and weary. Bast, he began. I knew it, Reshi, Bast said emphatically. There's no way some thug could get the better of you. Quoth drew a shallow breath, then let it out in a rush. I'm sure that's it, Bast, he said easily. I expect I could have taken them both if I'd been fresh. Bast's expression grew uncertain again. He turned to face Chronicler. How could you let this happen? He demanded. It's not his fault, Bast, Quoth said absent-mindedly. I started the fight. He put a few fingers into his mouth and felt around gingerly. His fingers came out of his mouth, bright with blood. I expect I'm going to lose this tooth, he mused. You will not lose your tooth, Reshi, Bast said fiercely. You will not. Quoth made a slight motion with his shoulders, as if trying to shrug without moving any more of his body than he needed to. It doesn't matter much in the grand scheme of things, Bast. He pressed the cloth to his scalp, then looked at it. Ugh, I probably won't need those stitches either. He pushed himself upright on the stool. Oh, let's have our dinner and get back to the story. He raised an eyebrow at Chronicler. If you're still up for it, of course. Chronicler stared at him blankly. Reshi, Bast said, worried. You're a mess. He reached out. Let me look at your eyes. I'm not concussed, Bast, Quoth said, irritated. I've got 4 broken ribs, a ringing in my ears, and a loose tooth. I have a few minor scalp wounds that look more serious than they really are. My nose is bloody but not broken, and tomorrow I will be a vast tapestry of bruises. Quoth gave the faint shrug again. Still, I've had worse. Besides, they reminded me of something I was close to forgetting. I should probably thank them for that. He prodded at his jaw speculatively and worked his tongue around in his mouth. Perhaps not a terribly warm thanks. Reshi, you need stitches, Bast said. And you need to let me do something about that tooth. Quoth climbed off the stool. I'll just chew on the other side for a few days. Bast took hold of Quoth's arm. His eyes were hard and dark. Sit down, Reshi. It was nothing like a request. His voice was low and sudden, like a throb of distant thunder. Sit down. Quoth sat. Chronicler nodded approvingly and turned to Bast. What can I do to help? Stay out of my way, Bast said brusquely, and keep him in his chair until I get back. He strode upstairs. There was a moment of silence. So, Chronicler said, subjunctive mood. At best, Quoth said, it is a pointless thing. It needlessly complicates the language. It offends me. Oh, come now, Chronicler said, sounding slightly offended. The subjunctive is the heart of the hypothetical. In the right hands. He broke off as Bast stormed back into the room, scowling and carrying a small wooden box. Bring me water, Bast said imperiously to Chronicler. Fresh from the rain barrel, not from the pump. Then I need milk from the icebox, some warmed honey and a broad bowl. Then clean up this mess and stay out of my way. Bast washed the cut on Quoth's scalp, then threaded one of his own hairs through a bone needle and laced 4 tight stitches through the innkeeper's skin, more smoothly than a seamstress. Open your mouth, Bast said, then peered inside, frowning while he prodded one of the back teeth with a finger. He nodded to himself. Bast handed Quoth the glass of water. Rinse out your mouth, Reshi. Do it a couple of times and spit the water back into the cup. Quoth did. When he finished, the water was as red as wine. Chronicler returned with a bottle of milk. Bast sniffed it, then poured a splash into a wide pottery bowl. He added a dollop of honey and swirled it around to mix it. Finally, he dipped his finger into the glass of bloody water, drew it out, and let a single drop fall into the bowl. Bast swirled it again and handed Quoth the bowl. Take a mouthful of this, he said. Don't swallow it. Hold it in your mouth until I tell you. His expression curious, Quoth tipped the bowl and took a mouthful of the milk. Bast took a mouthful as well. Then he closed his eyes for a long moment, a look of intense concentration on his face. Then he opened his eyes. He brought the bowl close to Quoth's mouth and pointed into it. Quoth spat out his mouthful of milk. It was a perfect, creamy white. Bast brought the bowl to his own mouth and spat. It was a frothy pink. Quoth's eyes widened. Bast, he said. You shouldn't. Bast made a sharp gesture with one hand, his eyes still hard. I did not ask for your opinion, Reshi. The innkeeper looked down, uncomfortable. It's more than you should do, Bast. The dark young man reached out and laid a gentle hand on the side of his master's face. For a moment he looked tired, weary through to the bone. Bast shook his head slowly, wearing an expression of bemused dismay. You are an idiot, Reshi. Bast drew his hand back and the weariness was gone. He pointed across the bar where Chronicler stood watching. Bring the food, he pointed at Quoth. Tell the story. Then he spun on his heel, walked back to his chair by the hearth, and lowered himself into it as if it were a throne. He clapped his hands twice, sharply. Entertain me, he said with a wide, mad smile. And even from where the others stood near the bar, they could see the blood on his teeth. Chapter 137. Questions. While the mayor of Levenshire seemed to approve of how I'd handled the false troopers, I knew matters weren't as simple as that. According to the Iron Law, I was guilty of at least 3 egregious crimes, any one of which would be enough to see me hanged. Unfortunately, everyone in Levenshire knew my name and description, and I worried the story might run ahead of me on the road. If that happened, I could easily come to a town where the local constables would do their duty and lock me up until a traveling magistrate arrived to judge my case. So I made my best speed towards Severn. I put in 2 days of hard walking, then paid for a seat on a coach heading south. Rumor travels fast, but you can keep ahead of it if you're willing to ride hard and lose a little sleep. After 3 days of bone-jarring ride, I arrived in Severn. The coach entered the city by the eastern gate, and for the first time, I saw the gibbet Braden had told me about. The sight of the bleached bones in the iron cage did not ease my anxiety. The mayor had put a man in there for simple banditry. What might he do to someone who had slaughtered 9 traveling players on the road? I was sorely tempted to head straight to the 4 Tapers, where I hoped to find Denner, despite what the Faire had said. But I was covered in several days of grime and sweat. I needed a bath and a brush before I spoke with anyone. As soon as I was inside the mayor's estate, I sent a ring and note to Stapes, knowing it would be the quickest way to get in touch with the mayor for a private conversation. I made it back to my room with little delay, though it meant brushing roughly past a few courtiers in the halls. I just set down my travel sack and sent runners for hot water when Stapes appeared in the doorway. "Young Master Growth," he beamed, grabbing my hand to shake it. "It's good to have you back, Lord and Lady, but I've been worried about you." His enthusiasm wrung a tired smile from me. "It's good to be back, Stapes. Have I missed much?" "Much," he laughed. "The wedding, for one." "Wedding?" I asked, but I knew the answer as soon as I said it. "The mayor's wedding?" Stapes nodded excitedly. "Oh, it was a grand thing. It's a shame you had to be gone for it, considering." He gave a knowing look, but didn't say anything else. Stapes was always very discreet. "They didn't waste much time, did they?" "It's been 2 months since the betrothal," Stapes said with a hint of reproach. "Not a bit less than proper." I saw him relax a bit, and he gave me a wink. "Which isn't to say they weren't both a bit eager." I chuckled as runner boys came through the open door with buckets of steaming water. The splashing as they began to fill the bath was like sweet music. The manservant watched them leave, then leaned close and said in a quieter voice, "You'll be glad to hear our other unresolved matter has been tended to properly." I looked at him blankly, searching through my memory for what he might be referring to. So much had happened since I left. Stapes saw my expression. "Caudicus," he said, his mouth twisting bitterly around the name. "Dagon brought him back only 2 days after you left. He'd gone to ground not 10 miles from the city." "So close?" I asked, surprised. Stapes nodded grimly. "He was tucked away in a farmhouse like a badger in a burrow. He killed 4 of the mayor's personal guard and cost Dagon an eye. In the end, they only caught him by setting fire to the place." "And what happened then?" I asked. "Not a trial, certainly." "The matter was tended to," Stapes repeated. "Properly." He said the last with a great weight of grim finality. His normally kind eyes were narrow with hate. In that moment, the round-faced little man looked very little like a grocer at all. I remembered Alvaron calmly saying, "Take off his thumbs." Given what I knew of Alvaron's swift and decisive anger, I doubted anyone would ever see Caudicus again. Did the mayor manage to uncover why? Even though I spoke softly, I left the rest unsaid, knowing Stapes would not approve of my mentioning the poisoning openly. "It's not my place to say," Stapes said carefully. His tone was slightly offended, as if I should know better than to ask him such things. I let the subject go, knowing that I wouldn't be able to get anything else out of Stapes. "You'd be doing me a favor if you could deliver something to the mayor for me," I said, walking to where I dropped my worn travel sack. I rooted through it until I found the mayor's lockbox down near the bottom. I held it out to Stapes. "I'm not sure what's in it," I said, "but it's got his crest on the top. And it's heavy. I hope it might be some of the taxes that were stolen." I smiled. "Tell him it's a wedding present." Stapes took hold of the box, smiling. "I'm sure he'll be delighted." 3 more runners appeared, but only 2 of them ran past with steaming buckets. The third went to Stapes and handed him a note. There was more splashing in the other room, and all 3 of the boys left again, stealing glances at me. Stapes skimmed the note, then looked up at me. "The mayor is hoping it would be convenient for you to meet him in the garden at 5th Bell," he said. The garden meant polite conversation. If the mayor had wanted a serious discussion, he would have summoned me to his rooms, or paid me a call through the secret passage that connected his rooms with mine. I looked at the clock on the wall. It wasn't a sympathy clock of the sort I was used to at the university. This was a harmony clock, swinging pendulum and all. Beautiful machinery, but not nearly as accurate. Its hands showed 1/4 to the hour. "Is that clock fast, Stapes?" I asked hopefully. 15 minutes was barely enough time for me to strip out of my road clothes and lace myself into some sufficiently decorous court finery. But given the layers of dirt and sour sweat that covered me, that would be as pointless as tying a silk ribbon around a steaming cowpat. Stapes looked over my shoulder, then checked a small gear watch he kept in his pocket. "It looks about 5 minutes slow, actually." I rubbed my face, considering my options. I wasn't simply mussed from a day's travel. I was filthy. I had walked hard under the summer sun, then spent days trapped in a stifling hot carriage. While the mayor was not one to judge things entirely by appearances, he did value propriety. I would not make a good impression if I showed up reeking and filthy. Unbidden, the memory of the iron gibbet rose up in my mind, and I decided I couldn't risk making a bad impression. Not with the news I brought. "Stapes, I won't be ready for at least an hour. I could meet with him at 6th Bell if you would like." Stapes' expression turned stiff and affronted. Its message was clear. You simply didn't request a different meeting time with the Mayor Alvaron. He asked, you came. That was the way of things. "Stapes," I said as gently as I could. "Look at me. Smell me. I've come 300 miles in the last span of days. I'm not going to go strolling in the garden covered in road dust and reeking like a barbarian." Stapes' mouth firmed into a frown. "I'll tell him you're otherwise occupied." More steaming buckets arrived. "Tell him the truth, Stapes," I said as I began to unbutton my shirt. "I'm sure he'll understand." After I was scrubbed, brushed, and properly dressed, I sent the mayor my golden ring and a card that said, "Private conversation at your earliest convenience." Within an hour, a runner returned with a card from the mayor saying, "Await my summons." I waited. I sent a runner to fetch dinner, then waited the rest of the evening. The following day passed without any further message, and because I didn't know when Alvaron's summons might come, I was effectively trapped in my rooms again, waiting for his ring. It was nice to have time to catch up on my sleep and have a second bath, but I was worried about the news from Levenshire catching up with me. The fact that I couldn't make my way down to Severn Low to look for dinner was a vast irritation as well. It was the sort of silent rebuke all too common in courtly settings. The mayor's message was clear. When I call, you come, my terms or not at all. It was childish in the way only the nobility can be. Still, there was nothing to be done, so I sent my silver ring to Braden. He arrived in time to share supper with me and caught me up on the season's worth of gossip I'd missed. Court rumor can be terribly insipid stuff, but Braden skimmed the cream off the top for me. Most of it centered around the mayor's whirlwind courtship and marriage to the lackless heir. They were besotted with each other, apparently. Many suspected a child might already be on the way. The royal court in Renere was busy too. The Prince Regent Alaitis had been killed in a duel, sending much of the southern Farrell into chaos as various nobility did their best to capitalize on the death of such a highly ranked member of the court. There were rumors too. The mayor's men had taken care of some bandits off in a remote piece of the Eld. They'd been waylaying tax collectors, apparently. There was grumbling in the north, where folk had to suffer a second visit from the mayor's collectors. But at least the roads were clear again, and those responsible were dead. Braden also mentioned an interesting rumor of a young man who had gone to visit Valyrian and come back more or less intact, though slightly fey around the edges. It wasn't a court rumor, exactly, more the sort of thing you heard in a tap room. A low sort of rumor no high-born person would ever deign to lend an ear to. His dark, owlish eyes glittered merrily as he spoke. I agreed that such stories were indeed quite low and beneath the notice of fine persons such as ourselves. My cloak, it was rather fine, was it not? I couldn't remember where exactly I'd had it tailored, somewhere exotic. By the way, I'd heard quite an interesting song the other day on the subject of Valyrian. Would you like to hear it? We also played tack, of course. Despite the fact that I had spent a long time away from the board, Braden said my playing was much improved. It seemed I was learning how to play a beautiful game. Needless to say, when Alvaron sent his next summons, I came. I was tempted to arrive a few minutes late, but I resisted, knowing no good could come of it. The mayor was walking about on his own when I met him in the garden. He stood straight and tall, looking for all the world as if he'd never needed to lean on my arm or use a walking stick. "Oh," he said warmly, "I'm glad you could find time to visit me." "Always my pleasure, Your Grace." "Shall we walk?" he asked. "The view is pleasant from the South Bridge this time of day." I fell into step beside him, and we began to wind our way among the carefully tended hedges. "I could not help but notice that you are armed," he remarked, disapproval heavy on his voice. My hand went unconsciously to Caesura. It was at my hip now rather than over my shoulder. "Is there aught amiss with that, Your Grace? I have understood that all men keep the right to gird themselves in winter." "It is hardly proper," he stressed the word. "I understand that in the King's court in Renere there's not a gentleman would dare be seen without a sword." "Well spoken as you are no gentleman," Alvaron pointed out coolly, "as you would do well to remember." I said nothing. "Besides, it is a barbarian custom, and one that will bring the king to grief in time. No matter what the custom in Renere, in my city, my house, and my garden, you will not come before me armed." He turned to look at me with hard eyes. "I apologize if I have given any offense, Your Grace." I stopped and offered him a more earnest bow than the one I'd given before. My show of submission seemed to appease him. He smiled and laid a hand on my shoulder. "There's no need for all that. Come, look at the morning fire. The leaves will be turning soon." We walked for a piece of an hour, chatting amiably about small nothings. I was unfailingly polite, and Alvaron's mood continued to improve. If catering to his ego kept me in his good graces, it was a small price to pay for his patronage. "I must say that marriage suits Your Grace." "Thank you." He nodded graciously. "I have found it much to my liking." "And your health continues well?" I asked, pressing the boundaries of public conversation. "Exceeding well," he said. "Another benefit of married life, no doubt." He gave me a look that told me he would not appreciate further inquiry, at least not in so public a place as this. We continued our walk, nodding to the nobles we passed. The mayor chatted on about trivialities, rumors in the court. I played along, filling my part in the conversation. But the truth was, I needed to have done with this so we could have an earnest conversation in private. But I also knew Alvaron could not be rushed into a discussion. Our talks had a ritual pattern. If I violated that, I would do nothing but annoy him. So I bided my time, smelled the flowers, and pretended interest in the gossip of the court. After a quarter of an hour, there was a characteristic pause in the conversation. Next, we would engage in an argument. After that, we could go somewhere private enough to speak of important matters. I have always thought, Alvaron said at last, introducing the topic of our discussion, that everyone has a question that rests in the center of who they are. How do you mean, Your Grace? I believe everyone has some question that drives them. A question that keeps them awake at night. A question they worry like a dog with an old bone. If you understand a man's question, it brings you closer to understanding the man himself. He looked sideways at me, half smiling. Or so I've always believed. I thought on it for a moment. I would have to agree with you, Your Grace. Alvaron raised an eyebrow at this. As easy as that? He sounded slightly disappointed. I was expecting a bit of a struggle from you. I shook my head, glad for the easy opportunity to introduce a topic of my own. I've been worrying at a question for some years now, and I expect I will worry it some few years more. So what you say makes a perfect sense to me. Really? He said hungrily. What is it? I considered telling him the truth about my search for the Chandrian and the death of my troop, but there was no real chance of that. The secret still sat in my heart, as heavy as a great smooth stone. It was too personal a thing to tell someone as clever as the mayor. What's more, it would reveal my Edema Rue blood, something I had not made public knowledge in the mayor's court. The mayor knew I wasn't nobility, but he didn't know my blood was quite so low as that. It must be a heavy question for you to take so long in weighing it, Alvaron joked, as I hesitated. Come, I insist. In fact, I will offer you a trade, a question for a question. Mayhap we will help each other to an answer. I could hardly hope for better encouragement than that. I thought for a moment, choosing my words carefully. Where are the Amir? The bloody-handed Amir, Alvaron mused softly to himself. He glanced sideways at me. I assume you're not asking where their bodies are bestowed. No, you don't, I said somberly. His face turned thoughtful. Interesting. I drew a relieved breath. I'd half expected him to give a flip response to tell me the Amir was centuries dead. Instead, he said, I studied the Amir a great deal when I was younger, you know. Truly, Your Grace, I said, surprised by my own good luck. He looked at me, a ghost of a smile touching his lip. Not that surprising. I wanted to be one of the Amir when I was a boy. He looked ever so slightly embarrassed. Not all the stories are dark, you know. They did important things. They made hard choices that no one else was willing to. That sort of thing frightens people. But I believe they were a great force for good. I've always thought so too, I admitted. Out of curiosity, which was your favorite story? Atreon, Alvaron said a little wistfully. I haven't thought of that in years. I could probably recite the 8 oaths of Atreon from memory. He shook his head and glanced in my direction. And you? Atreon is a bit bloody for me, I admitted. Alvaron looked amused. You weren't called the bloody-handed Amir for nothing, he said. The tattoos of the Kiradai are hardly decorative. True, I admitted. Still, I prefer Sasavian. Of course, he said, nodding. You're a romantic. We walked in silence for a moment, turning a corner and strolling past a fountain. I was enamored with them as a child, Alvaron said at last, as if confessing something slightly embarrassing. Men and women with all the power of the church behind them, and that was at a time when all the power of Arthur stood behind the church. He smiled. Brave, fierce and unanswerable to no one save themselves and God. And other Amir, I added. And ultimately the Pontifex, he finished. I assume you've read his proclamation declaiming them? Yes. We came to a small arching bridge of wood and stone, then stopped at the top of the arch and looked out over the water, watching the swans maneuver slowly on the current. Do you know what I found when I was younger? The mayor asked. I shook my head. Once I'd grown too old for children's stories of the Amir, I started wondering more specific things. How many Amir were there? How many were gentry? How many horse could they put to field for an armed action? He turned slightly to gauge my reaction. I was in Felton at the time. They have an older Chur in Mendry where they keep church records for the whole of the Northern Farrell. I looked through their books for 2 days. Do you know what I found? Nothing, I said. You didn't find anything. Alvaron turned to look at me. His expression held a carefully controlled surprise. I found the same thing at the university, I said. It seemed as if someone had removed information about the Amir from the archives there. Not everything, of course, but there were scarce few solid details. I could see the mayor's own conclusions sparking to life behind his clever grey eyes. And who would do such a thing? He prompted. Who would have better reason than the Amir themselves? I said. Which means they are still around somewhere. That's your question. Alvaron started walking again, slower than before. Where are the Amir? We left the bridge and began to walk the path around the pond, the mayor's face full of serious thought. Would you believe I had the same thought after searching in the Mendry? He asked me. I thought the Amir might have avoided being brought to trial, gone into hiding. I thought there might even be Amir in the world after all this while, acting in secret for the greater good. I could feel the excitement bubbling in my chest. What did you discover? I asked eagerly. Discover? Alvaron looked surprised. Nothing. My father died that year and I became mayor. I dismissed it as a boyish fancy. He looked out over the water and the gently gliding swans. But if you found this same thing half a world away, he trailed off. And I drew the same conclusion, Your Grace. Alvaron nodded slowly. It is disturbing that there might be a secret this important. He looked around the garden at the walls of his estate. And in my own land. I don't like that. He turned back to me, his eyes sharp and clear. How do you propose to search them out? I smiled ruefully. As Your Grace pointed out, no matter how well-spoken or well-educated I am, I will never be nobility. I lack the connections and the resources to research this as thoroughly as I would like. But with your name to open doors, I could make a search of many private libraries. I could access archives and records too private or too hidden to be pruned. Alvaron nodded, his eyes not leaving mine. I think I understand you. I, for one, would give a great deal to know the truth of this matter. He looked away as the sound of laughter drifted upward, mixing with the footsteps of a group of approaching nobles. You've given me a great deal to think about, he said in softer tones. We will discuss this further, in more privacy. What time would be convenient for you to meet, Your Grace? Alvaron gave me a long, speculative look. Come to my rooms this evening, and since I cannot give you an answer, let me offer you a question of my own instead. I value questions near as much, Your Grace. Chapter 138. Notes. With nearly 5 hours until my meeting with the mayor, I was finally free to go about my business in Severn Low. From the horse lifts, the sky was so clear and blue it could break your heart to look at it. With that in mind, I made my way to the Four Tapers Inn. The tap room wasn't busy, so it isn't surprising that the innkeeper spotted me heading toward the back stairs.
Stop, you!
He called out in broken Aturan.
Pay! Room only for paying men!
Not wanting a scene, I approached the bar. The innkeeper was a thin, greasy man with a thick Lenati accent. I smiled at him. I was just visiting a friend. The woman in room 3, long dark hair? I gestured to show how long. Is she still here?
Ah,
He said, giving me a knowing look.
the girl, her name Dine.
I nodded, knowing Denna changed her name as often as some other women changed their hair. The greasy man nodded again.
Yes, the pretty dark eyes. She gone for long.
My heart fell, despite the fact that I'd known better than to hope she would still be here after all this time. Do you know where she might have gone? He barked a short laugh.
Ah, no. You and all the other wolves come sniffing after her. I could have sold knowing to you all to made a thick purse, but no, I hadn't idea.
Might she have left a message for me? I asked without real hope. I hadn't found any letter or note waiting for me at Alvaron's estate. She was expecting me to find her here.
Was she?
He said mockingly, then seemed to remember something.
I think they're not found. Might be. Not much aridame. You would like it?
He smiled. I nodded, my heart lifting a little.
She left without payment in her room,
He said.
17.5 pennies.
I brought out a silver round and showed it to him. He reached for it, but I set it on the table and held it there with 2 fingers. He scurried off into a back room and was gone for a long 5 minutes. He finally returned with a tightly folded piece of paper clutched in one hand.
I am find it.
He said triumphantly, waving it in my direction.
Not much good for paper here but kindling.
I looked at the piece of paper and felt my spirits lift. It was folded against itself in the same fashion as the letter I'd had the tinker deliver. If she'd copied that trick, it meant she must have read my letter and left this note for me. Hopefully it would tell me where she had gone, how to find her. I slid the coin toward the innkeeper and took the note. Once outside, I hurried to the shadow of a recessed doorway, knowing it was the closest thing to privacy I would find on the busy street. I tore the note open carefully, unfolded it, and edged it into the light. It read, Denna, I have been forced to leave town on an errand for my patron. I will be away some time, perhaps several span. It was sudden and unavoidable, else I would have made a point to see you before I left. I regret many of the things I said when we last spoke and wish I could apologize for them in person. I will find you when I return. Yours, Quoth. At 8th bell, I made my way to the mayor's rooms, leaving Caesura behind. I felt oddly naked without it. It's strange how quickly we become accustomed to such things. Stapes showed me into the mayor's sitting room, and Alvaron sent his manservant to invite Meluin to join us at her convenience. I wondered idly what would happen if she decided not to come. Would he ignore her for 3 days in silent rebuke? Alvaron settled onto a couch and gave me a speculative look. I've heard some rumors surrounding your recent excursion, he said. Some rather fantastic things I'm not given to believing. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what really happened. For a moment I wondered how he'd managed to hear about my activities near Levenshire so quickly. Then I realized he wanted to know the details of our bandit hunt in the Eld. I breathed a mental sigh of relief. I trust Dedan found you easily enough? I asked. Alvaron nodded. I regretted having to send him in my stead, Your Grace. He is not a subtle creature. He shrugged. No real harm was done. By the time he came to me, the need for secrecy was past. He did deliver my letter, then. Ah, yes, the letter. Alvaron pulled it out of a nearby drawer. I assumed it was some sort of odd joke. Your Grace? He gave me a frank stare, then looked down at my letter. 27 men, he read aloud. Experienced mercenaries by their actions and appearance. A well-established camp with rudimentary fortifications. He looked up again. You can't expect me to believe this is the truth. The 5 of you couldn't possibly succeed against so many. We surprised them, Your Grace, I said with a certain smug understatement. The mayor's expression soured. Come now. All provincial humor aside, I consider this to be an extremely poor taste. Simply tell me the truth and have done. I have told you the truth, Your Grace. Had I known you would require proof, I would have let Daydan bring you a sack full of thumbs. It took a full hour of arguing to drive the notion out of his head. This didn't set the mayor back as I expected. Perhaps you should have let him, he said. The humor of the situation was rapidly fading for me. Your Grace, if I were to lie to you, I would choose a more convincing tale. I let him consider this for a moment. Besides, if all you want is proof, simply send someone out to verify it. We burned the bodies, but the skulls will still be there. I'll mark their camp for you on a map. The mayor took a different tack. What of this other part? Their leader, the man who didn't mind being shot through the leg, the one who stepped into his tent and disappeared. True, Your Grace. Alvaron eyed me for a long moment, then sighed. Then I believe you, he said. But still, it's strange and bitter news, he muttered, almost to himself. Indeed, Your Grace. He gave me an oddly calculating look. What do you make of it? Before I could answer, there was the sound of a female voice from the outer rooms. Alvaron's scowl vanished, and he sat up straighter in his chair. I hid a smile behind my hand. It's Melon, Alvaron said. If I'm correct, she is bringing us the question I mentioned earlier. He gave me a sly smile. I think you will enjoy it. A puzzling thing indeed. Chapter 139. Lockless. Stapes escorted Meloan into the room, while Alvaron and I rose to our feet. She was dressed in grey and lavender, and her curling chestnut hair was pulled back to reveal her elegant neck. Meloan was followed by 2 serving boys carrying a wooden chest. The mayor moved to take his wife's elbow, while Stapes directed the boys to set the chest to one side of her chair. Alvaron's manservant hurried them outside and gave me a conspiratorial wink before he closed the door behind himself. Still standing, I turned to Meloan and made my bows. I am pleased to have the chance to meet with you again, milady. I made the last a question, as I wasn't sure how to address her. The Lackless lands used to be a full earldom, but that was before the Bloodless Rebellion, when they still controlled Tinue. Her marriage to the Alvaron complicated things too, as I wasn't sure if there was a female counterpart to the title of Mershon. Meloan waved her hand easily, dismissing the issue entirely.
Lady is well enough between us two, at least when we are closeted. I've no need for formality from one to whom I owe so great a debt.
She took hold of Alvaron's hand.
Please sit if you don't mind.
I made another bow and took my seat, eyeing the chest as casually as possible. It was about the size of a large drum, made of well-jointed birch and bound in brass. I knew the proper thing to do was engage in polite small talk until the matter of the chest was broached by one of the 2 of them. However, my curiosity got the better of me. I was told you were bringing a question with you. It must be a weighty one for you to keep it so tightly bound. I made a nod toward the chest. Meloan looked at Alvaron and laughed as if he had told a joke.
My husband said you weren't the type to let a puzzle sit for very long.
I gave a slightly shamefaced smile. It goes against my nature, lady.
I would not have you battle your nature on my account.
She smiled.
Would you be so good as to bring it round in front of me?
I managed to lift the chest without hurting myself, but if it weighed less than 10 stone, then I'm a poet. Meloan sat forward in her chair, leaning over the chest.
Lerande has told me of the part you played in bringing us together. For that, my thanks. I hold myself in debt to you.
Her dark brown eyes were gravely serious.
However, I also consider the greater piece of that debt repaid by what I am about to show you. I can count on both hands the people who have seen this. Debt or no, I would never have considered showing you, had not my husband vouchsafed me your full discretion.
She gave me a pointed look. By my hand, I will not speak of what I see to anyone, I assured her, trying not to seem as eager as I was. Meloan nodded. Then, rather than drawing out a key as I'd expected, she pressed her hands to the sides of the chest and slid 2 panels slightly. There was a soft click, and the lid sprang slightly ajar. Lockless, I thought to myself. The open lid revealed another chest, smaller and flatter. It was the size of a bread box, and its flat brass lock plate held a keyhole that was not keyhole-shaped, but a simple circle instead. Meloan drew something from a chain around her neck. "May I see that?" I asked. Meloan seemed surprised.
I beg your pardon? That key, may I see it for a moment?
"God's bother," Alvaron explained. "We haven't come to the interesting bit yet. I offer you the mystery of an age, and you admire the wrapping paper." Meloan handed me the key, and I gave it a quick but thorough examination, turning it in my hands. "I like to take my mysteries layer by layer," I explained. "Like an onion?" he snorted. "Like a flower," I countered, handing the key back to Meloan. "Thank you." Meloan fitted the key and opened the lid of the inner chest. She slid the chain back around her neck, tucked it underneath her clothes, and rearranged her clothes and hair, repairing any damage done to her appearance. This seemed to take an hour or so. Finally, she reached forward and lifted something out of the chest with both hands. Holding it just out of my sight behind the open lid, she looked up at me and took a deep breath.
"This has been..."
she began. "Just let him see it, dear," Alvaron interjected gently. "I'm curious to see what he thinks on his own." He chuckled. "Besides, I fear the boy will have a fit if you keep him waiting any longer." Reverently, Meloan handed me a piece of dark wood the size of a thick book. I took it with both hands. The box was unnaturally heavy for its size, the wood of it as smooth as polished stone under my fingers. As I ran my hands over it, I found the sides were carved, not dramatically enough to attract the attention of the eyes, but so subtly my fingers could barely feel a gentle pattern of risings and fallings in the wood. I brushed my hands over the top and felt a similar pattern.
"You are right.
Meloan said softly.
He's like a child with a midwinter's gift."
"You haven't seen the best of it yet," Alvaron replied. "Wait until he starts. The boy has a mind like an iron hammer." "How'd you open it?" I asked. I turned it in my hands and felt something shift inside. There were no obvious hinges or lid, not even a seam where a lid might be. It looked for all the world like a single piece of dark and weighty wood, but I knew it was a box of some sort. It felt like a box. It wanted to be opened.
"We don't know,"
Meloan said. She might have continued, but her husband hushed her gently. "What's inside?" I tilted it again, feeling the contents shift.
"We don't know,"
she repeated. The wood itself was interesting. It was dark enough to be raw, but it had a deep red grain. What's more, it seemed to be a spice wood. It smelled faintly of something, a familiar smell I couldn't quite put my finger on. I lowered my face to its surface and breathed in deeply through my nose, something almost like lemon. It was maddeningly familiar. What sort of wood is this? Their silence was answer enough. I looked up and met their eyes. "You don't give a body much to work with, do you?" I smiled to soften any offense the words might bring. Alvaron sat forward in his chair. You must admit, he said with thinly veiled excitement, this is a most excellent question. You've shown me your gift at guessing before. His eyes glittered grey. So what can you guess about this? It's an heirloom, I said easily. Very old. How old would you think? Alvaron interjected hungrily. Perhaps 3,000 years, I said, give or take. Meloan stiffened in surprise. I am close to your own guesses, I take it? She nodded mutely. The carving has no doubt been eroded over the long years of handling. Carving? Alvaron asked, leaning forward in his chair. It's very faint, I said, closing my eyes, but I can feel it. I felt no such thing. Nor I, said Meloan. She seemed slightly offended. I have exceptionally sensitive hands, I said honestly. They're necessary for my work. Your magic? She asked with a well-hidden hint of childlike awe. And music, I said. If you'll allow me? She nodded. So I took her hand in my own and pressed it to the top of the box. There. Can you feel it? She furrowed her forehead in concentration. Perhaps. Just a bit. She took her hand away. Are you sure it's a carving? It's too regular to be an accident. How can it be you haven't noticed it before? Isn't it mentioned in any of your history? Meloan was taken aback. No one would think of writing down anything regarding a local box. Haven't I said this is the most secret of secrets? Show me, Alvaron said. I guided his fingers over the pattern. He frowned. Nothing. My fingers must be too old. Could it be letters? I shook my head. It's a flowing pattern like scroll work, but it doesn't repeat, it changes. A thought struck me. It might be an illish story knot. Can you read it? Alvaron asked. I ran my fingers over it. I don't know enough illish to read a simple knot if I had the string between my fingers. I shook my head. Besides, the knots would have changed in the last 3,000 years. I know a few people who might be able to translate it at the university. Alvaron looked to Meloan, but she shook her head firmly. I will not have this spoken of to strangers. The mayor seemed disappointed by this answer, but didn't press the point. Instead, he turned back to me. Let me ask you your own questions back again. What sort of wood is it? It's lasted 3,000 years, I mused aloud. It's heavy despite being hollow, so it has to be a slow wood like hornbeam or rennel. Its color and weight make me think it has a good deal of metal in it too, like roa. Probably iron and copper. I shrugged. That's the best I can do. What's inside it? I thought for a long moment before saying anything. Something smaller than a salt box, I began. Meloan smiled, but Alvaron gave the barest of frowns, so I hurried on. Something metal, by the way the weight shifts when I tilt it. I closed my eyes and listened to the padded thump of its contents moving in the box. No, by the weight of it, perhaps something made of glass or stone. Something precious, Alvaron said. I opened my eyes. Not necessarily. It has become precious because it is old and because it has been with the family for so long. It is also precious because it is a mystery. But was it precious to begin with? I shrugged. Who can say? But you lock up precious things, Alvaron pointed out. Precisely. I held up the box, displaying its smooth face. This isn't locked up. In fact, it might be locked away. It might be something dangerous. Why would you say that? Alvaron asked curiously. Why go through this trouble? Meloan protested. Why save something dangerous? If something is dangerous, you destroy it. She seemed to answer her own question as soon as she had voiced it. Unless it was precious as well as dangerous. Perhaps it was too useful to destroy, Alvaron suggested. Perhaps it couldn't be destroyed, I said. Last and best, Alvaron said, leaning forward even further in his seat. How do you open it? I gave the box a long look, turned it in my hand, pressed the sides. I ran my fingers over the patterns, feeling for a seam my eyes could not detect. I shook it gently, tasted the air around it, held it to the light. I have no idea, I admitted. Alvaron slumped a little. It was too much to expect, I suppose. Perhaps some piece of magic? I hesitated to tell him that sort of magic only existed in stories. None I have at my command. Have you ever considered simply cutting it open? Alvaron asked his wife. Meloanne looked every bit as horrified as I felt at the suggestion. Never, she said as soon as she caught her breath. It is the very root of our family. I would sooner think of salting every acre of our lands. And hard as this wood is, I hurried to say, you would most likely ruin whatever was inside, especially if it is delicate. It was only a thorn, Alvaron reassured his wife. An ill-considered one, Meloanne said sharply, then seemed to regret her words. I'm sorry, but the very thought. She trailed off, obviously distraught. He patted her hand. I understand, my dear, you're right, it was ill-considered. Might I put it away now? Meloanne asked him. I reluctantly handed the box back to Meloanne. If there were a lock, I could attempt to circumvent it, but I can't even make a guess at where the hinge might be, or the seam for the lid. In a box, no lid or locks, lackless, keeps her husband's rocks. The child's skipping rhyme ran madly through my head, and I only barely managed to turn my laugh into a cough. Alvaron didn't seem to notice. As always, I trust to your discretion. He got to his feet. Unfortunately, I fear I have used up the better portion of our time. I'm certain we have other matters to attend to. Shall we meet tomorrow to discuss the Amir, second bell? I had risen to my feet with an air. If it please your grace, I have another matter that warrants some discussion. He gave me a serious look. I trust this is an important matter. Most urgent, your grace, I said nervously. It should not wait another day. I would have mentioned it sooner had we both privacy and time. Very well. He sat back down. What presses you so direly? Laurent, Meloanne said with slight reproach. It is past the hour. Hyannis will be waiting. Let him wait, he said. Quoth has served me well in all regards. He does nothing lightly, and I ignore him only to my detriment. You flatter me, your grace. This matter is a grave one. I glanced at Meloanne, and somewhat delicate as well. If your lady desires to leave, it might be for the best. If the matter is important, should I not stay? She asked archly. I gave the mayor a questioning look. Anything you wish to say to me, you can tell my lady wife, he said. I hesitated. I needed to tell Alvaron about the false troopers soon. I was sure if he heard my version of events first, I could present them in a way that cast me in a favorable light. If word came through official channels first, he might not be willing to overlook the bald fact of the situation, that I had slaughtered 9 travelers of my own free will. Despite that, the last thing I wanted was Meloanne present for the conversation. It couldn't help but complicate the situation. I tried one final time. It is a matter most dark, your grace. Alvaron shook his head, frowning slightly. We have no secret. I fought down a resigned sigh and drew a thick piece of folded parchment from an inner pocket of my shed. Is this one of the writs of patronage your grace has granted? His grey eyes flickered over it, showing some surprise. Yes. How did you come by it? Oh, Laurent, Meloanne said. I knew you let the beggars travel in your lands, but I never thought you would stoop to patronizing them as well. Only a handful of troops, he said. As befitting my rank, every respectable household has at least a few players. Mine, Meloanne said firmly, does not. It is convenient to have one's own troop, Alvaron said gently, and more convenient to have several. Then one can choose the proper entertainment to accompany whatever event you might be hosting. Where do you think the musicians at our wedding came from? When Meloen's expression did not soften, Alvaron continued. They're not permitted to perform anything bawdy or heathen, dear. I keep them under most close controlment, and rest assured no town in my lands would let a troupe perform unless they had a noble's writ with them. Alvaron turned back to me. Which brings us back to the matter at hand. How did you come to have their writ? The troupe must be doing poorly without it. I hesitated. With Meloen here, I was unsure as to the best way to approach the subject. I'd planned on speaking to the mayor alone. They are, Your Grace. They were killed. The mayor showed no surprise. I thought as much. Such things are unfortunate, but they happen from time to time. Meloen's eyes flashed.
I'd give a great deal to see them happen more often.
Have you any idea who killed them? The mayor asked. In a certain manner of speaking, Your Grace. He raised his eyebrows expectantly. Well then, I did. You did what? I sighed. I killed the men carrying that writ, Your Grace. He stiffened in his seat. What? They had kidnapped a pair of girls from a town they passed through. I paused, looking for a delicate way of saying it in front of Meloen. They were young girls, Your Grace, and the men were not kind to them. Meloen's expression, already hard, grew as cold as ice at this. But before she could speak, Alvaron demanded incredulously, And you took it on yourself to kill them? An entire troupe of performers I had given license to? He rubbed his forehead. How many were there? 9. Good Lord.
I think he did right, Meloen said hotly. I say you give him a score of guards and let him do the same to every rabble band of Rue he finds within your lands.
My dear, Alvaron said with a touch of sternness, I don't care for them much more than you, but law is law.
When law is what you make it, she interjected. This man has done you a noble service. You should grant him fief and title and set him on your council.
He killed 9 of my subjects, Alvaron pointed out sternly. When men step outside the rule of law, anarchy results. If I heard of this in passing, I would hang him for a bandit.
He killed 9 Rue rapists, 9 murdering rabble thieves. 9 fewer edema men in the world is a service to us all.
Meloen looked at me.
Sir, I think you did nothing but what was right and proper.
Her misdirected praise did nothing but fan the fire beneath my temper. Not all of them were men, my lady, I said to her. Meloen paled a bit at that remark. Alvaron rubbed his face with a hand. Good Lord, man, your honesty is like a felling axe. And I should mention, I said seriously, begging both your pardons, that those I killed were not edema Rue. They were not even a real troop. Alvaron shook his head tiredly and tapped the writ in front of him. It says here otherwise, edema Rue and troopers both. The writ was stolen goods, Your Grace. The folk I met on the road had killed a troop of Rue and taken up their plates. He gave me a curious look. You seem rather certain of it. One of them told me so, Your Grace. He admitted they were merely impersonating a troop. They were pretending to be Rue. Meloen looked as if she couldn't decide whether she was confused or sickened by the thought.
Who would pretend such a thing?
Alvaron nodded. My wife makes a point, he said. It seems more likely they lied to you. Who wouldn't deny such a thing? Who would willingly admit to being one of the edema Rue? I felt myself flush hot at this, suddenly ashamed that I had concealed my edema Rue blood for all this time. I don't doubt your original troop were edema Rue, Your Grace, but the men I killed were not. No Rue would do the things they did. Meloen's eyes flashed furiously.
You do not know them.
I met her eyes. My lady, I think I know them rather well. But why? Alvaron asked. Who in their right mind would try to pass themselves off as a Damaroo? For ease of travel, I said, and the protection your name offers. He shrugged my explanation away. They were probably Roo that tired of honest work and took up thieving instead. No, Your Grace, I insisted. They were not a Damaroo. Alvaron gave me a reproachful look. Come now. Who can tell the difference between bandits and a band of Roo? There is no difference, Melowen said crisply. Your Grace, I would know the difference, I said hotly. I am a Damaroo. Silence. Melowen's expression turned from blank shock to disbelief, to rage, to disgust. She came to her feet, looked for a moment as if she would spit on me, then walked stiffly out the door. There was a clatter as her personal guard came to attention and followed her out of the outer rooms. Alvaron continued to look at me, his face severe. If this is a joke, it is a poor one. It is none, Your Grace, I said, wrestling with my temper. And why have you found it necessary to hide this from me? I have not hidden it, Your Grace. You yourself have mentioned several times that I am far from gentle birth. He struck the arm of his chair angrily. You know what I mean. Why did you never mention that you were one of the Roo? I think the reason rather obvious, Your Grace, I said stiffly, trying to keep from spitting out the words. The words Damaroo have too strong a smell for many gentle noses. Your wife has found her perfume cannot cover it. My lady has had unfortunate dealings with the Roo in the past, he said by way of explanation. You would do well to note. I know of her sister, her family's tragic shame, run off and love a trooper. How terrible, I said scathingly, my entire body prickling with hot rage. Her sister's sense does credit to her family, less so the actions of your lady wife. My blood is worth as much as any man's and more than most, and even were it not, she has no leave to treat me as she did. Alvaron's expression hardened. I rather think that she has leave to treat you as she will, he said. She was simply startled by your sudden proclamation. Given her feelings about you, Ravel, I think she showed remarkable restraint. I think she rues the truth. A trooper's tongue has got her to bed more quickly than her sister. As soon as I said it, I knew I had gone too far. I clenched my teeth to keep from saying anything worse. That will be all, Alvaron said with cold formality, his eyes flat and angry. I left with all the angry dignity I could muster. Not because I had nothing else to say, but because if I had stayed one moment longer, he would have called for guards, and that is not how I wish to make my exit. Chapter 140. Just Rewards. I was in the middle of dressing the following morning when an errand boy arrived bearing a thick envelope with Alvaron's seal. I took a seat by the window and discovered several letters inside. The outermost one read, quoth, I have thought a while and decided your blood matters but little in light of the services you have rendered me. However, my soul is bound to another, whose comfort I hold more dearly than my own. Though I had hoped to retain your services, I cannot. What's more, as your presence is the cause of my wife's considerable distress, I must ask you to return my ring and leave Severin at your earliest convenience. I stopped reading, got to my feet, and opened the door to my room. A pair of Alvaron's guards were standing at attention in the hallway. Sup? One of them said, eyeing my half-dressed state. Just checking, I said, closing the door. I returned to my seat and picked up the letter again. As to the matter that precipitated this unfortunate circumstance, I believe you have acted in the best interest of myself and Ventus as a whole. In fact, I have received report just this morning that 2 girls were returned to their families in Devonshire by a red-haired gentleman named Foe. As reward for your many services, I offer the following. First, a full pardon for those you killed near Levenshire. Second, a letter of credit enabling you to draw on my coffers for the payment of your tuition at the university. Third, a writ granting you the right to travel, play, and perform wherever you will within my lands. Lastly, my thanks. Mercian, Deron, Alvaron. I sat for a few long minutes, watching the birds flit in the garden outside my window. The contents of the envelope were just as Alvaron had said. The letter of credit was a work of art, signed and sealed in 4 places by Alvaron and his chief exchequer. The writ was, if anything, even more lovely. It was drawn on a thick sheet of creamy vellum, signed by the mayor's own hand, and fixed with both his family's seal and that of Alvaron himself. But it was not a writ of patronage. I read through it carefully. By omission, it made it clear that neither was I in the mayor's service, nor were we bound to each other. Still, it granted free travel and the right to perform under his name. It was an odd compromise of a document. I just finished dressing when there came another knock on the door. I sighed, half expecting more guards coming to roust me out of my rooms. But opening the door revealed another runner boy. He carried a silver tray bearing another letter. This one had the lackless seal upon the top. Beside it lay a ring. I picked it up and turned it over in my hands, puzzled. It wasn't iron, as I'd expected, but pale wool. Meloan's name was burned crudely into the side of it. I noticed the runner boy's wide eyes darting back and forth between the ring and myself. More importantly, I noticed the guards were not staring at it. Pointedly, not staring. The sort of not staring you only engage in when something very interesting has come to your attention. I handed the boy my silver ring. "Take this to Braden," I said, "and don't dawdle." Braden was looking up at the guards as I opened the door.
Keep up the good work, my boys,
he said, playfully tapping one of them on the chest with his walking stick. The silver wolf's head chimed lightly against the guard's breastplate, and Braden smiled like a jolly uncle.
We all feel safer for your vigilance.
He closed the door behind himself and raised an eyebrow at me.
Lord's mercy, boy. You're up the ladder by leaps and bounds. I knew you sat solid in the mayor's good grace, but to have him assign you 2 of his personal guard...
He pressed his hand to his heart and sighed dramatically.
Soon you will be too busy for the likes of poor old useless Braden.
I gave him a weak smile. I think it's more complicated than that. I held up the wooden ring for him to see. I need you to tell me what this means. Braden's jovial cheer evaporated more quickly than if I pulled out a bloody knife.
Lord and Nelly,
he said.
Tell me you got that from some old-fashioned farmer.
I shook my head and handed it to him. He turned the ring over in his hands.
Meluan?
He asked quietly. Handing it back, he sank into a nearby chair, his walking stick across his knees. His face had gone slightly grey.
The mayor's new lady wife sent you this? As a summons?
It's about as far from a summons as anything can be, I said. She sent a charming letter, too. I held it up with my other hand. Braden held out his hand.
Can I see it?
He asked, then drew his hand back quickly.
I'm sorry. That's terribly rude of me to ask.
You could do me no greater favor than reading it, I said, pressing it into his hands. I am in desperate need of your opinion. Braden took the letter and began to read, his lips moving slightly. His expression grew paler as he made his way down the page. The lady has a gift for well-turned phrase, I said.
That cannot be denied,
he said.
She might as well have written this in blood.
I think she would have liked to, I said, but she would have had to kill herself to fill the second page. I held it out to him. Braden took it and continued to read, his face growing even paler. Gods all around us, he said. Is excrescence even a word? He asked. It is, I said. Braden finished the second page, then went back to the beginning and slowly read it through a second time. Finally, he looked up at me. If there were a woman, he said, who loved me with 1/10 the passion this lady feels for you, I would count myself the luckiest of men. What does this mean? I asked, holding up the ring. I could smell smoke on it. She must have burned her name into it just this morning. Former farmer? He shrugged. Many things, depending on the wood, but here, from one of the nobility... He shook his head, obviously at a loss for words. I thought there were only 3 types of courtly rings, I said. Only 3 a person would use. Only 3 that are sent and displayed. It used to be you sent wooden rings to summon servants. Those too low for iron. But that was a long while back. Eventually it became a terrible snub to send someone in court a wooden ring. A snub I can live with, I said. I've been snubbed by better folk than her. That was 100 years ago, Braden said. Things have changed. The problem was, once the wooden rings were seen as a snub, some servants would be offended by them. You don't want to offend the master of your stables, so you don't send him a wooden ring. But if he doesn't get a wooden ring, then your tailor might be offended by one. I nodded my understanding. And so on. Eventually anyone was offended by a wooden ring. Braden nodded. A wise man is careful to stay on the good side of his servants, he said. Even the boy that brings your dinner can carry a grudge, and there are 1,000 invisible revenges available to the lowest of them. Wooden rings aren't used at all anymore. They probably would have fallen out of memory entirely if they weren't used as a plot device in a handful of plays. I looked at the ring. So I'm lower than the boy who collects the slots. Braden cleared his throat self-consciously. More than that, actually, he pointed. That means to her, you aren't even a person. You aren't worth recognizing as a human being. Ah, I said. I see. I slid the wooden ring onto my finger and made a fist. It was quite a good fit, actually. It's not the sort of ring you wear, Braden said uncomfortably. It's quite the other sort of ring, actually. He gave me a curious look. I don't suppose you still have Alveron's ring? He asked for it back, actually. I picked the mayor's letter off the table and handed it to Braden as well. At your earliest convenience, Braden quoted with a dry chuckle. That says quite a bit more than it seems. He set the letter down. Still, it's probably better this way. If he left you with his favor, you'd be a battleground for them. A peppercorn between her mortar and his pestle. They would crush you with their bickering. His eyes flickered back to the wooden ring on my hand. I don't suppose she gave it to you personally? He asked hopefully. She sent it with a runner. I let out a low sigh. Ah, the guards saw it too. There was a knock on the door. I answered it, and a runner boy handed me a letter. I closed the door and looked at the seal. Lord Prevec, I said. Braden shook his head. I swear that man spends every waking moment with his ear against the keyhole or his tongue up someone's ass. Chuckling, I cracked the letter open and scanned it quickly. He's asking for his ring back, I said. It's smudged too. He didn't even wait for the ink to dry. Braden nodded. Word is undoubtedly spreading. It wouldn't be so bad if she wasn't sitting strong at Alveron's right hand, but she is. And she's made her opinion clear.
Anyone who treats you better than a dog will doubtless share the scorn she feels for you. He fluttered her letter. And scorn, such as this. There's plenty to go around without worry of it spreading steam.
Braden gestured to the bowl of rings and gave a dry, mirthless chuckle.
Just when you were getting some silver, too.
I walked over to the bowl, dug out his ring and held it out to him. You should take this back, I said. Braden's expression looked pained, but he made no move to take the ring. I'm going to be leaving soon, I said, and I'd hate for you to be tarnished by your contact with me. There's no way I can thank you for the help you've given me. The least I can do is help minimize the damage to your reputation. Braden hesitated, then closed his eyes and sighed. He took the ring with a defeated shrug. Oh, I said, suddenly remembering something else. I went to the stack of slanderous stories and pulled out the pages that described his pagan frolics. You might find this amusing, I said as I handed it to him. Now, you should probably go. Simply being here can't be good for you. Braden sighed and nodded.
I'm sorry it didn't work out better for you, my boy. If you're ever back in these parts, don't hesitate to call on me. These things do blow over eventually.
His eyes kept drifting back to the wooden ring on my finger.
You really shouldn't keep wearing her.
After he was gone, I fished Stapes' gold ring out of the bowl, and Alvaron's iron one as well. Then I stepped out into the hallway. I'm going to pay a call on Stapes, I said politely to the guards. Would the two of you care to accompany me? The taller one glanced at the ring on my finger, then looked at his companion before murmuring an agreement. I turned on my heel and set off, my escort keeping pace behind me. Stapes ushered me inside his sitting room and closed the door behind me. His rooms were even finer than my own and considerably more lived in. I also saw a large bowl of rings on a nearby table. All of them were gold. The only iron ring in sight was Alvaron's, and that was on his finger. He might look like a grocer, but Stapes had a sharp set of eyes. He spotted the ring on my finger straight away.
She did it then,
he said, shaking his head.
You really shouldn't wear it.
I'm not ashamed of what I am, I said. If this is the ring of an Ademaru, I'll wear it. Stapes sighed.
It's more complicated than that.
I know, I said. I didn't come here to make your life difficult. Could you return this to the mayor for me? I handed him Alvaron's ring. Stapes put it in his pocket. I also wanted to return these. I handed him the two rings he had given me. One bright gold, one white bone. I don't want to make trouble between you and your master's new wife. Stapes nodded, holding up the gold ring.
It would make trouble if you kept it, he said. I am in the mayor's service. As such, I need to be mindful of the games of the court.
Then he reached out and took my hand, pressing the bone ring back into it.
But this lies outside my duty to the mayor. It is a debt between two men. The games of the court have no sway over such things.
Stapes met my eye.
And I insist you keep it.
I ate a late supper alone in my rooms. The guards were still waiting patiently outside as I read the mayor's letter for the 5th time. Each time I hoped to find some clement sentiment hidden in his phrasing, but it simply wasn't there. On the table sat the various papers the mayor had sent. I emptied my purse beside me. I had 2 gold royals, 4 silver nobles, 8.5 pennies, and, inexplicably, a single Medigan strelum, though I couldn't for the life of me remember where I'd come by it. Altogether, they equaled slightly less than 8 talents. I stacked them next to Alvaron's papers. 8 talents, a pardon, a player's writ, and my tuition paid at the university. It was not an inconceivable reward. Still, I couldn't help but feel rather shorted. I had saved Alberon from a poisoning, uncovered a traitor in his court, won him a wife, and rid his roads of more dangerous folk than I cared to count. Despite all that, I was still left without a patron. Worse, his letter had made no mention of the Amir, no mention of the support he had promised to lend me in my search for them. But there was nothing to be gained by making a fuss, and much that I could lose. I refilled my purse and tucked Alberon's letters into the secret compartment in my loot case. I also nicked 3 books I'd brought from Cordicus's library since no one knew I had them, and tipped the bowl full of rings into a small sack. The wardrobe held 24 finely tailored outfits. They were worth a heavy penny, but weren't very portable. I took 2 of the nicer outfits, and left the rest hanging. Lastly, I belted on caesura and worked my shed into a long cape. Those 2 items reassured me that my time in Ventus had not been entirely wasted, though I'd earned them on my own, not through any help of Alberon's. I locked the door, snuffed the lamps, and climbed out of the window into the garden. Then I used a piece of bent wire to lock the window and close the shutters behind me. Petty mischief? Perhaps. But I'd be damned if I'd be escorted from the estates by the mayor's guard. Besides, the thought of them puzzling over my escape made me chuckle. And laughter is good digestion. I made my way out of the estates without anyone seeing me. My shed was well suited to sneaking about in the dark. After an hour of searching, I found a greasy bookbinder in Severin Low. He was an unsavory fellow with the morals of a feral dog, but he was interested in the stack of slanderous stories the nobility had been sending to my rooms. He offered me 4 reals for the lot of them, plus the promise of 10 pennies for every volume of the book he sold after they were printed. I bargained him up to 6 reals and 6 pennies per copy, and we shook hands. I left his shop, burned the contract, and washed my hands twice. I did keep the money, however. After that, I sold both suits of fine clothing and all of Cordicus's books except for 1. With the money I'd accumulated, I spent the next several hours on the docks and found a ship leaving the next day for Junpui. As night settled onto the city, I wandered the high parts of Severin, hoping I might run into Denna. I didn't, of course. I could tell she was long gone. The city feels different when Denna is somewhere inside it, and Severin felt as hollow as an empty egg. At the end of several hours of fruitless searching, I stopped by a dockside brothel and spent some time drinking in the taproom. It was a slow night and the ladies were bored, so I bought drinks for everyone and we talked. I told a few stories and they listened. I played a few songs and they applauded. Then I asked a favor. They laughed and laughed and laughed. So I poured the sack full of rings into a bowl and left them on the bar. Soon the ladies were trying them on and arguing over who would get the silver ones. I bought another round of drinks and left, my mood somewhat improved. I wandered aimlessly after that, eventually finding a small public garden near the lip of the sheer looking out over Severin Low. The lamps below were burning orange, while here or there a gaslight or sympathy lamp flickered greenish blue and crimson. It was as breathtaking as the first time I had seen it. I had been watching for some time before I realized I wasn't alone. An older man leaned against a tree several feet away, looking down at the lights, much as I had been. A faint and not unpleasant aroma of beer wafted from him. "She's a pretty thing, innit, she?" he said, his accent marking him as a dock worker. I agreed. We watched the twinkling fire silently for a time. I unscrewed the wooden ring from my finger and considered throwing it off the cliff. Now that someone was watching, I couldn't help but feel the gesture was somewhat childish. "They say a nobleman can piss on half a Severin from up here," the dockman said conversationally. I tucked the ring into a pocket of my shed. A memento, then. "Those are the lazy ones," I replied. "The ones I've met can piss a lot farther than that." Chapter 141. A Journey to Return. Fate favored me on the way back to the university. We had a good wind and everything was delightfully uneventful. The sailors had heard of my encounter with Flurian, so I enjoyed a modest fame for the duration of the trip. I played them the song I'd written about it and told them the story about half as often as they asked me to. I also told them about my trip to the Ardham. They didn't believe a piece of it at first, but then I showed them the sword and threw their best wrestler 3 times. They showed me a different sort of respect after that, and a rougher, more honest sort of friendship. I learned a goodly bit from them on my journey home. They told me sea stories and the names of stars. They talked about wind and water and women. Sorry, women. They tried to teach me sailor's knots, but I didn't have a knack for it, though I proved to be a dab hand at untying them. Altogether, it was very pleasant. The friendship of the sailors, the song of the wind in the rigging, the smell of sweat and salt and tar. Over the long days, these things slowly eased the bitterness I felt toward my ill treatment at the hands of Mayor Alvaron and his loving lady wife. Chapter 142. Home. Eventually, we docked in Tarbeen, where the sailors helped me find a cheap berth on a billow boat heading upstream toward Annalyn. I got off 2 days later in Imre and walked to the university just as the first blue light of dawn was coloring the sky. I've never in my life had anything like a home. As a young child, I grew up on the road, endlessly traveling with my troop. Home wasn't a place, it was people, wagons. Later in Tarbeen, I'd had a secret place where 3 roofs came together and gave me shelter from the rain. I slept there and hid a few precious things, but it wasn't anything like a home. Because of this, I'd never in my life enjoyed the feeling of coming home after a journey. I felt it for the first time that day as I crossed the Ornethi, the stones of the bridge familiar underneath my feet. As I came to the tallest part of its broad arch, I could see the grey shape of the archives rising out of the trees ahead of me. The streets of the university were comforting under my feet. I'd been gone for 3/4 of a year. In some ways it seemed much longer, but at the same time everything here felt so familiar that it felt like hardly any time at all had passed. It was still early when I got to Anchor's, and the front door was locked. I briefly considered climbing up to my window, then thought better of it, given that I was carrying my loot case and travel sack and wearing a caesura as well. Instead, I made my way to the mews and knocked on Simon's door. It was early, and I knew I'd be waking him, but I was hungry for a familiar fate. After waiting a short minute and hearing nothing, I knocked again, louder, and practiced my best jaunty smile. Sim opened the door, his hair in disarray, his eyes red from too little sleep. He looked blearily out at me. For the space of a breath, his expression was blank. Then he hurled himself at me with a crushing hug. "Blackened body of God," he said, using stronger language than I'd ever heard from him before. "Truth! You're alive!" Sim had a bit of a cry, then shouted at me for a while, and then we laughed and sorted matters out. It seems Threep had been keeping closer tabs on my travels than I'd thought. Consequently, when my ship had gone missing, he assumed the worst. A letter would have cleared things up, but I'd never thought to send one. The thought of writing home was utterly alien to me. "The ship was reported as all hands lost," Sim said. "Word spread around the Aeolian, and guess who heard the news?" "Stanchion?" I asked, knowing he was a terrible gossip. Sim shook his head grimly. "Ambrose." "Oh, lovely," I observed dryly. "It would have been bad coming from anyone," Sim said, "but it was worse from him. I was half convinced he'd somehow arranged to sink your ship." He gave a sickly smile. "He waited until right before admissions before he broke the news to me. Needless to say, I pissed all over myself during my exam and spent another term as an Elir." "Spent?" I said. You made Raylar? He grinned. Just yesterday. I was sleeping off the celebration when you woke me up this morning. How's Will? I asked. Did he take the news hard? Even keel as always? Sim said. But for all that, yeah, pretty hard. He grimaced. Ambrose has been making his life difficult in the archives too. Will got fed up with it and went home for a term. He should be back today. How's everyone else? I asked. A thought seemed to strike Sim all of a sudden. He stood up. Oh God! Faire! Then he sat down hard, as if his legs had been cut from underneath him. Oh God! Faire! He said in a completely different tone. What? I asked. Did something happen to her? She didn't take the news well either. He gave me a shaky smile. It turns out she had quite a thing for you. Faire? I said stupidly.
Of course she had.
Don't you remember Will and I thought she liked you? It seemed like years ago. I remember. Sim seemed uncomfortable. Well, you see, while you were gone, Will and I started spending a lot of time with her, and he made an inarticulate gesture. His expression was stuck between sheepish and grinning. Realization struck. You and Faire? Sim, that's great! I felt a grin spread across my face, then saw his expression. Oh. My grin fell away. Sim, I wouldn't get in the way of that. I knew you wouldn't. He smiled a sickly smile. I trust you. I rubbed my eyes. This is a hell of a homecoming. I haven't even been through admissions yet. Today's the last day, Sim pointed out. I know, I said, getting to my feet. I have an errand to run first. I left my baggage in Simon's room and paid a visit to the bursar in the basement of Hollows. Liam was a balding, pinch-faced man who had disliked me ever since the masters had assigned me negative tuition in my first term. He wasn't in the habit of giving money out, and the entire experience had rubbed him the wrong way. I showed him my open letter of credit to Alvaron's coffers. As I've said, it was an impressive document, signed by the mayor's own hand, wax seals, fine vellum, excellent penmanship. I drew the bursar's attention to the fact that the mayor's letter would allow the university to draw any amount needed to cover my tuition. Any amount. The bursar read it over and agreed that that seemed to be the case. It's too bad my tuition was always so low, I mused aloud. Never more than 10 talents, it was a bit of a missed opportunity for the university. The mayor was richer than the king of Vint after all, and he would pay any tuition. Reem was a savvy man, and he understood what I was hinting at immediately. There followed a brief bout of negotiation, after which we shook hands, and I saw him smile for the first time. I grabbed a bite of lunch, then waited in line with the rest of the students who didn't have admissions tiles. Most of them were new students, but a few were applying for readmission like myself. It was a long line, and everyone was visibly nervous to some degree. I whistled to pass the time and bought a meat pie and a mug of hot cider from a man with a cart. I caused a bit of a stir when I stepped into the circle of light in front of the master's table. They had heard the news and were surprised to see me alive, most of them pleasantly so. Kilvin demanded I report to the workshop soon, while Mandrag, Dahl, and Arwyl argued over which courses of study I would pursue. Elodine merely waved at me, the only one apparently unimpressed by my miraculous return from the dead. After a minute of congenial chaos, the Chancellor got things back under control and started my interview. I answered Dahl's questions easily enough, and Kilvin's. But I fumbled my cipher with Brandier, then had to admit I simply didn't know the answer to Mandrag's question about sublimation. Elodine shrugged away his opportunity to question me, yawning hugely. Lauren asked a surprisingly easy question about the Mender heresies, and I managed a quick and clever answer for him. I had to think for a long moment before answering Arwyl's question about Vasilium. That left only Heme. who had been scowling furiously since I'd first stepped up to the master's table. My lackluster performance and slow answers had brought a smug curve to his lips by this point. His eyes gleamed whenever I gave a wrong answer.
Well, well,
He said, shuffling through the sheaf of papers in front of him.
I didn't think we'd have to deal with your type of trouble again.
He gave me an insincere smile.
I'd heard you were dead.
I heard you wear a red lace corset, I said matter-of-factly. But I don't believe every bit of nonsense that gets rumored about. Some shouting followed, and I was quickly brought up on charges of improper address of the master. I was sentenced to compose a letter of apology and find a single silver talent. Money well spent. It was bad
Arrogant,
behavior, though,
as always.
timed, especially after my otherwise lackluster performance.
Or proud,
As a result, I was assigned a tuition of 24 talents.
which go hand in
Needless
hand.
to say, I was terribly embarrassed. Afterward, I returned to the bursar's office. I officially presented Alvaron's letter of credit to Riem, and unofficially collected my agreed-upon cut, half of everything over 10 talents. I put the 7 talents in my purse, and wondered idly if anyone had ever been paid so well for insolence and ignorance. I headed to Anchor's, where I was pleased to discover no one had informed the owner of my death. The key to my room was somewhere at the bottom of the Kent Bay Sea, but Anchor had a spare. I went upstairs and felt myself relax at the familiar sight of the sloping ceiling and narrow bed. Everything was covered in a thin layer of dust. You might think my tiny room with its sloped ceiling and narrow bed would feel cramped after my grand suite in Alvaron's estate. Nothing could be further from the truth. I busied myself unpacking my travel sack and getting cobwebs out of corners. After an hour, I'd managed to pick the lock on the trunk of the foot of my bed and unpack the things I'd stored away. I rediscovered my half-dismantled harmony clock and tinkered with it idly, trying to remember whether I'd been in the middle of taking it apart or putting it back together. Then, since I had no other pressing engagements, I made my way back across the river. I stopped at the Aeolian, where Deok greeted me with an enthusiastic bear hug that lifted me from the ground. After so long on the road, so much time spent among strangers and enemies, I'd forgotten what it was like to be surrounded by the warmth of friendly faces. Deok, Stanchion, and I shared drinks and traded stories until it started to get dark outside, and I left them to tend to their business. I prowled the city for a while, going to a few familiar boarding houses and taverns, 2 or 3 public gardens, a bench beneath a tree in a courtyard. Deok told me he hadn't so much as glimpsed Denna's shadow in a year, but even looking for her and not finding her was comforting in a way. In some ways, that seemed to be the heart of our relationship. Later that night, I climbed onto Mains and made my way through the familiar maze of chimneys and mismatched slate and clay and tin. I came around a corner and saw Auri sitting on a chimney, her long, fine hair floating around her head as if she were underwater. She was staring up at the moon and swinging her bare feet. I cleared my throat softly, and Auri turned to me. She hopped off the chimney and came scampering across the roof, pulling up a few steps short of me. Her grin was brighter than the moon.
There is a whole family of hedgehogs living in Cricklet,
she said excitedly. Auri took 2 more steps and grabbed my hand with both of hers.
There are babies, tiny as acorns.
She tugged at me gently.
Will you come see?
I nodded, and Auri led me across the roof to the apple tree we could use to climb down into the courtyard. When we finally got there, she looked at the tree, then down to where she still held my long, tanned hand with both of her tiny white ones. Her grip wasn't tight, but it was firm, and she didn't give any sign of letting go.
I missed you.
She said softly without looking up.
Don't go away again.
I don't have a plan on leaving, I said gently. I have too much to do here. Aori tilted her head sideways to peek up at me through the cloud of her hair.
Like visit me?
Like visit you, I agreed. Chapter 143. Bloodless. There was one final surprise waiting for me on my return to the university. I'd been back for a handful of days before I returned to my work in the fishery. While I was no longer in desperate need of money, I missed the work. There is something deeply satisfying in shaping something with your hands. Proper artificing is like a song made solid. It is an act of creation. So I went to stocks, thinking to start with something simple as I was out of practice. As I approached the window, I saw a familiar face. "Hello, Basil," I said. "What did you do to get stuck here this time?" He looked down.
Proper handling of reagents.
I muttered. I laughed. "Oh, that's not so bad. You'll be out in a span or so?"
Yeah,
He looked up and gave a shamefaced grin.
I heard you were back. You come for your credit?
I stopped halfway through my mental list of everything I need to make a heat funnel. "I beg your pardon?" Basil cocked his head to the side.
Your credit?
He repeated. "For the bloodless." He looked at me for a moment. Then realization dawned on his face. "That's right. You wouldn't know." He stepped away from the window for a moment and returned with something that looked like an 8-sided lamp made entirely of iron. It was different from the arrow catch I'd made. The one I'd constructed was built from scratch and rather rough around the edges. This one was smooth and sleek. All the pieces fit together snugly, and it was covered in a thin layer of clear alchemical enamel that would protect it from rain and rust. Clever. I should have included that in my original design. While part of me was flattered that someone had liked my design enough to copy it, a larger part of me was irritated to see an arrow catch so much more polished than my original. I noticed a telltale uniformity in the pieces. "Someone made a set of moldings?" I asked. Basil nodded. "Oh yes, ages ago, 2 sets." He smiled. "I've got to say it's clever stuff. It took me a long while to get my head around how the inertial trigger worked. But now that I've got it..." He tapped his forehead. "I'd made 2 myself. Good money for the time they take. Beats the hell out of deck lamps." That wrung a smile out of me. "Anything is better than deck lamps," I agreed, picking it up. "Is this one of yours?" He shook his head. "Mine sold a month back. They don't sit long. Clever of you to price them so low." I turned it over in my hands and saw a word grooved into the metal. The blocky letters went deep into the iron, so I knew they were part of the mold. They read, "Bloodless." I looked up at Basil. He smiled. "You took off without giving it a proper name," he said. "Then Kilvin formalized the schema and added it to the records. We needed to call it something before we started to sell it." His smile faded a bit. "But that was around the same time word came back you'd been lost at sea. So Kilvin brought in Master Elodine." "To give it a proper name," I said, still turning it in my hands, of course. "Kilvin grumbled a bit," Basil said. "Called it dramatic nonsense, but it stuck." He shrugged and ducked down and rummaged a bit before bringing up a book. "Anyway, you want your credit?" He started flipping pages. "You've got to have a chunk of it built up by now. Lots of folk have been making them." He found the page he wanted and ran his finger along the ledger line. "There we are. Sold 28 so far." "Basil," I said, "I really don't understand what you're talking about. Kilvin already paid me for the first one I made." Basil furrowed his brow. "Your commission," he said matter-of-factly. Then, seeing my blank look, he continued. "Every time stock sells something, the fishery gets a 30% commission, and whoever owns the schema gets 10%. "I thought stocks kept the whole 40, I said, shocked. He lifted one shoulder in a shrug. "Most times it does. Stocks owns most of the old schemas. Most things have already been invented. But for something new..." "Manet never mentioned that," I said. Basil gave an apologetic grimace. Old man, it is a workhorse, he said politely. But he's not the most innovative fellow around. He's been here, what, 30 years? I don't think he has a single schemer to his name. He flipped through the book a bit, scanning the pages. Most serious artificers have at least one just as a point of pride, even if it's something fairly useless. Numbers spun in my head. So 10% of 8 talents each, I murmured, then looked up. I've got 22 talents waiting for me. Basil nodded, looking at the entry in the book. 22 and 4, he said, bringing out a pencil and a piece of paper. You want all of it? I grinned. When I set out for Imre, my purse was so heavy I feared I might develop a limp. I stopped by Anchor's and picked up my travel sack, resting it on my opposite shoulder to balance things out. I wandered through town, idly passing by all the places Denner and I had frequented in the past. I wondered where in the world she might be. After my ritual search was complete, I made my way to a back alley that smelled of rancid fat and climbed a set of narrow stairs. I knocked briskly on Devi's door, waited for a long minute, then knocked again, louder. There was the sound of a bolt being thrown and a lock turning. The door cracked open, and a single pale blue eye peered out at me. I grinned. The door swung open slowly. Devi stood in the doorway, staring blankly at me, her arms at her sides. I raised an eyebrow at her. What? I said. No witty banter? I don't do business on the landing, she said automatically. Her voice was absolutely without inflection. You'll have to come inside. I waited, but she didn't step out of the doorway. I could smell cinnamon and honey wafting out from the room behind her. Devi? I asked. Are you okay? She trailed off, still staring at me. Her voice was flat and emotionless. You're supposed to be dead. In this and many other things I aim to disappoint, I said. I was sure he'd done it, Devi continued. His father's barony is called the Pirate Isles. I was sure he'd done it because we'd set fire to his rooms. I was the one that actually set the fire, but he couldn't know that. You were the only one he saw. You and that Keldish fellow. Devi looked up at me, blinking in the light. The pixie-faced Gaelert had always been fair-skinned, but this was the first time I'd ever seen her look pale. You're taller, she said. I'd almost forgotten how tall you are. I'd almost forgotten how pretty you are, I said, but I couldn't quite manage it. Devi continued to stand in the doorway, pale and staring. Concerned, I stepped forward and laid my hand lightly on her arm. She didn't pull away as I half expected. She simply looked down at my hand. I'm waiting for a quip here, I teased gently. You're usually quicker than this. I don't think I can match wits with you right now, she said. I never suspected you could match wits with me, I said. But I do like a little banter now and then. Devi gave a ghost of a smile, a little color coming back to her cheeks. You're a horse's ass, she said. That's more like it, I said encouragingly as I drew her out of the doorway into the bright autumn afternoon. I knew you had it in you. The two of us walked to a nearby inn, and with the help of a short beer and long lunch, Devi recovered from the shock of seeing me alive. Soon she was her usual sharp-tongued self again, and we bantered back and forth over mugs of spiced cider. Afterward, we strolled back to her rooms behind the butcher shop, where Devi discovered she'd forgotten to lock her door. Merciful Telu, she said once we were inside, looking around frantically. That's a first. Looking around, I saw that little had changed in her room since I'd last seen them, though her second set of bookshelves was almost half full. I looked over the titles as Debbie searched the other rooms to make sure nothing was missing. Anything you'd like to borrow? She asked as she came back into the room. Actually, I said, I have something for you. I set my travel sack on her desk, and rooted around until I found a flat rectangular package wrapped in oilskin and tied with twine. I moved my travel sack onto the floor and put the package on the desk, nudging it toward her. Devi approached the desk wearing a dubious expression, then sat down and unwrapped the parcel. Inside was the copy of Calum Tincture I'd stolen from Cordicus's library. Not a particularly rare book, but a useful resource for an alchemist exiled from the archives. Not that I knew anything about alchemy, of course. Devi looked down at it. "And what's this for?" she asked. I laughed. "It's a present." She eyed me narrowly. "If you think this will get you an extension on your loan." I shook my head. "I just thought you'd like it," I said. "As for the loan," I brought out my purse and counted 9 thick talents onto her desk. "Well then," Debbie said, mildly surprised. "It looks like someone had a profitable trip." She looked up at me. "Are you sure you don't want to wait until..."
Oh, come on, the last hit killed it.
"Already taken care of," I said. Devi made no move to take the money. "I wouldn't want to leave you penniless at the start of the new term," she said. I hefted my purse in one hand. It clinked with a delightful fullness that was almost musical. Devi brought out a key and unlocked a drawer at the bottom of her desk. One by one, she brought out my copy of Rhetoric and Logic, my talent pipes, my sympathy lamp, and Denna's ring. She piled them neatly on her desk, but still didn't reach for the coins. "You still have 2 months before your year and a day is up," she said. "Are you sure you wouldn't prefer to wait?" Puzzled, I looked down at the money on the table, then around at Devi's rooms. Realization came to me like a flower unfurling in my head. "This isn't about the money at all, is it?" I said, amazed it had taken me this long to figure it out. Devi cocked her head to the side. I gestured at the bookshelves, the large velvet-curtained bed, at Devi herself. I'd never noticed before, but while her clothes weren't fancy, the cut and cloth were as fine as any noble. "This doesn't have anything to do with money," I repeated. I looked at her book. Her collection had to be worth 500 talents if it was worth a penny. "You use the money as bait. You lend it out to desperate folks who might be useful to you, then hope they can't pay you back. Your real business is favors." Devi chuckled a bit. "Money is nice," she said, her eyes glittering. "But the world is full of things that people would never sell. Favors and obligation are worth far, far more." I looked down at the 9 talents gleaming on her desk. "You don't have a minimum loan amount, do you?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "You just told me that so I'd be forced to borrow more. You were hoping I'd dig myself a hole too deep and not be able to pay you back." Debbie smiled brightly. "Welcome to the game," she said as she began to pick up the coins. "Thanks." Chapter 144. Sword and Shed. With my purse full to bursting and Alvaron's letter of credit assuring my tuition, my winter term was as carefree as a walk in the garden. It was strange not having to live like a miser. I had clothes that fit me and could afford to have them laundered. I could have coffee or chocolate whenever I wanted. I no longer needed to toil endlessly in the fishery and could spend time tinkering simply to satisfy my curiosity or pursue projects simply for the joy of it. After almost a year away, it took me a while to settle back into the university. It felt odd not wearing a sword after all this time, but such things were frowned on here, and I knew it would cause more trouble than it was worth. At first, I left Caesura in my rooms, but I knew better than anyone how easy it would be to break in and steal it. The drop bar would only keep away a very genteel thief, A more pragmatic one could simply break my window and be gone in less than a minute. Since the sword was quite literally irreplaceable, and I'd made promises to keep it safe, it wasn't long before I moved it to a hiding place in the underthing. My shed was easier to keep at hand as I was able to change its shape with a little work. These days it only rarely billowed on its own. More commonly, it refused to move as much as the gusting wind seemed to demand. You'd think people would notice such things, but they didn't. Even Willem and Simon, who teased me about my fondness for it, never marked my cloak as anything more than an exceptionally versatile piece of clothing. In fact, Elodine was the only one to notice anything out of the ordinary about it. "What's this?" he exclaimed when we crossed paths in a small courtyard outside Mainz. "How did you come to be Enscheden?" "I beg your pardon?" I asked. "Your cloak, boy. Your turning cape. How in God's sweet grace did you tumble into a shade?" He mistook my surprise for ignorance. "Don't you know what you're wearing?" "I know what it is," I said. "I'm just surprised that you did." He gave me an insulted look. "I wouldn't be much of a namer if I couldn't spot a fairy cloak a dozen feet away." He took a corner of it between his fingers. "Oh, that's just lovely. Here's a piece of old magic man rarely lays a finger on." "It's new magic, actually," I said. "What do you mean?" he asked. When it became obvious my explanation involved a long story, Elodine led us into a small, cozy pub I'd never seen before. I hesitate to call it a pub at all, actually. It wasn't full of chattering students and the smell of beer. It was dim and quiet with a low ceiling and scattered clusters of deep, comfortable chairs. It smelled of leather and old wine. We sat near a warm radiator and sipped mulled cider while I told him the whole story of my unintentional trip into the Fae. It was a wonderful relief. I hadn't been able to tell anyone yet for fear of being laughed out of the university. Elodine proved to be a surprisingly attentive audience and was especially interested in the fight Felurian and I had had when she had tried to bend me to her will. After I'd finished the story, he peppered me with questions. Could I remember what I'd said to call the wind? How it had felt? The strange wakefulness I described, was it more like being drunk or more like going into shock? I answered as best I could, and eventually he leaned back in his chair, nodding to himself. "It's a good sign when a student goes chasing the wind and catches it," he said approvingly. "That's twice you've called it now. It can only get easier." "3 times, actually," I said. "I found it again when I was off in Ademre." He laughed. "Ah, you chased it to the edge of the map," he said, making a broad motion with his splayed left hand. Stunned, I realized it was Adem hand talk for amazed respect. "How did it feel? Do you think you could find its name again if you had need of it?" I concentrated, trying to nudge my mind into spinning me.
Great to meet you.
It had been a month and 1,000 miles since I'd tried, and it was hard to tip my mind into that strange, tumbling emptiness. Eventually, I managed it. I looked around the small room, hoping to see the name of the wind like a familiar friend. But there was nothing there except dust motes swirling in a beam of sunlight that slanted through a window. "Well," Elodine asked, "could you call it if you needed to?" I hesitated. "Maybe." Elodine nodded as if he understood. "But probably not if someone were to ask you to." I nodded, more than a little disappointed. "Don't be discouraged. It will give us something to work toward." He grinned happily and clapped me on the back. "But I think there's more to your story than you realize. You called more than the wind. From what you've said, I believe you called Felurian's name itself." I thought back. My memories of my time in the Fae were oddly patchy. None more than my confrontation with Felurian, which had an odd, almost dreamlike quality to it. When I tried to remember it in detail, it almost seemed as if it had happened to another person. "I suppose it's possible." "It's more than possible," he assured me. I doubt a creature as old and powerful as Felurian could be subdued with nothing more than wind. Not to belittle your accomplishment, he hurried to add. Calling the wind is more than one student in 1,000 ever manages. But calling the name of a living thing, let alone one of the Fae, he raised his eyebrows at me. That's a horse of a different color. Why would a person's name be so much different? I asked, then answered my own question. The complexity. Exactly, he said. My understanding seemed to excite him. To name a thing, you must understand it entire. A stone or a piece of wind is difficult enough. A person, he trailed off significantly. I couldn't claim to understand Felurian, I said. Some part of you did, he insisted. Your sleeping mind. A rare thing indeed. If you'd known how difficult it was, you never would have stood a chance of doing it. Since poverty no longer forced me to work endless hours in the fishery, I was free to study more broadly than ever before. I continued my usual classes in sympathy, medicine, and artificing, then added chemistry, herbology, and comparative female anatomy. My curiosity had been pricked by my encounter with the lockless box, and I attempted to learn something about Illish story knots. But I quickly discovered most books on ill were historical, not linguistic, and gave no information as to how I might actually read a knot. So I scoured the dead ledgers and discovered a single shelf of disused books concerning ill in one of the unpleasant low-ceilinged sections of the lower basements. Then, while looking for a place to sit and read, I discovered a small room tucked behind a piece of jutting shelving. It wasn't a reading hole, as I suspected. Inside were hundreds of large wooden spools wound about with knotted string. They weren't books, precisely, but they were the Illish equivalent. A thin layer of dust covered everything, and I doubted anyone had been in the room for decades. I have a vast weakness for secret things, but I quickly found that reading the knots was impossible without first understanding Illish. There were no classes on the subject, and asking around revealed none of master linguists Gillers knew more than a scattering of words. I wasn't terribly surprised, considering ill had been nearly ground to dust under the iron boots of the Aturan Empire. The piece that remained today was populated mostly by sheep, and if you stood in the middle of the country, you could throw a stone across the border. Still, it was a disappointing end to my search. Then, several days later, Master Linguist summoned me to his office. He'd heard that I'd been making inquiries, and he happened to speak Illish rather well. He offered to tutor me personally, and I gladly took him up on his offer. Since I'd come to the university, I'd only seen Master Linguist during admissions interviews, and when I was brought up on the horns for disciplinary reasons. Acting as Chancellor, he was rather grim and formal, but when he wasn't sitting in the Chancellor's chair, Master Hermer was a surprisingly deft and gentle teacher. He was witty with a surprisingly irreverent sense of humor. The first time he told me a dirty joke, you could have knocked me over with a feather. Elodine wasn't teaching a class this term, but I began to study naming privately under his direction. It went more smoothly now that I understood that there was a method to his madness. Count Threep was overjoyed to find me alive, and threw a resurrection party where I was proudly displayed to the local nobility. I had a suit of clothes tailored specifically for the event, and in a fit of nostalgia, I chose to have them done in the colors my old troop had worn, the green and grey of Lord Greyfellow's men. After the party, over a bottle of wine in his sitting room, I told Threep of my adventures. I left off the story of Felurian as I knew he wouldn't believe it, and I couldn't tell him half of what I'd done in the mayor's service. Consequently, Threep thought Alberon had been quite generous in rewarding me. I didn't argue the point. Chapter 145. Stories. Ambrose had been blessedly absent during the winter term, but when spring arrived, he came back to roost like some sort of hateful migratory bird. By no coincidence, the day after he returned, I skipped all my classes and spent the entire day making myself a new gram. As soon as the snow melted and the ground grew firm again, I resumed my practice of the Ketan. Remembering how odd it had looked when I'd first seen it, I did this in the privacy of the forest north of the university. With spring term came a new round of admissions. I showed up for my interview with a profound hangover and fumbled a few questions. My tuition was set at 18 talents and 5, earning me 4 talents and change from the bursar. Sales of the bloodless had slackened over the winter, as there were fewer merchants visiting the university, but once snows melted and roads grew dry, the handful that had accumulated in the stock sold quickly, bringing me another 6 talents. I was unused to having so much money at my disposal, and I'll admit I went a little mad with it. I owned 6 suits of clothes that fit me and had all the paper I could use. I bought fine dark ink from Arue and purchased my own set of engraving tools. I had 2 pairs of shoes. 2. I found an ancient ragged Ilish dictum buried in a bookstore in Imre, full of drawings of knots. The bookstore owner thought it was a sailor's journal, and I bought it for a mere talent and a half. Not long after, I bought a copy of the Heraborica, then added a copy of Termigus Techina I could use as a reference while designing schema in the privacy of my own room. I bought dinner for my friends. Aori had new dresses and bright ribbons for her hair. All this, and still money in my purse. How odd. How wonderful. Toward the middle of the term, I began to hear familiar stories about a certain red-haired adventurer who had spent the night with Felurian, stories of a dashing young arcanist with all the powers of Tabal in the Great. It had taken months, but my exploits in Vintus had finally passed their way from mouth to ear all the long miles back to the university. It may be true that when I finally became aware of these stories, I lengthened my shade a bit and wore it more often than before. It might also be the case that I spent a shameful amount of time in alehouses over the next several span, lurking quietly, listening to stories. I might even have gone so far as to offer a suggestion or two. I was young, after all, and it was only natural for me to delight in my notoriety. I thought it would fade in time. Why shouldn't I revel a bit in the sidelong glances my fellow students made? Why not enjoy it while it lasted? Many of the stories centered around me hunting bandits and rescuing young girls, but none of them came terribly close to the truth. No story can move 1,000 miles by word of mouth and keep its shape. While the details differed, most of them followed a familiar thread. Young women were in need of rescuing. Sometimes a nobleman hired me, sometimes it was a concerned father, a distraught mayor, or a bumbling constable. Most of the time I saved a pair of girls. Sometimes only one, sometimes there were 3. They were best friends, they were mother and daughter. I heard one story where there were 7 of them, all sisters, all beautiful princesses, all virgins. You know that sort of story. There was a great deal of variety as to who exactly I was rescuing the girls from. Bandits were fairly common, but there were also wicked uncles, stepmothers, and shamblemen. One story, in an odd twist, had me rescuing them from Ardem mercenaries. There was even an ogre or 2. While I did occasionally rescue the girls from a troupe of traveling players, I'm proud to say I never heard a story where they were kidnapped by the Ademaru. The story generally had one of 2 endings. In the first, I leapt to the battle like Prince Gallant and fought sword on sword until everyone was dead, fled, or appropriately repentant. The second ending was more popular. It involved me calling down fire and lightning from the sky after the fashion of Tabal in the Great. In my favorite version of the story, I met a helpful tinker on the road. I shared my dinner and he told me of 2 children stolen from a nearby farm. Before I left, he sold me an egg, 3 iron nails, and a shabby cloak that could render me invisible. I used the items and my considerable wit to save the children from the clutches of a cunning, hungry Tro. But while there were many versions of that tale, The story of Felurian was more popular by far. The song I'd written had made the journey west as well, and since songs hold their shape better than stories, the details about my encounter with Felurian were moderately close to the truth. When Will and Sim pressed me for details, I told them the whole story. It took me a while to convince them I was telling the truth. Rather, it took me a while to convince Sim. For some reason, Will was perfectly willing to accept the existence of the Fae. I didn't blame Sim. Until I saw her, I would have bet solid money Felurian didn't exist. It's one thing to enjoy a story, but it's quite another to take it for the truth. The real question, Sim said thoughtfully, is how old you really are. I know that one, Willem said with the somber pride of someone desperately pretending to not be drunk. 17. Ah! Sim held up a finger dramatically. You'd think so, wouldn't you? What are you talking about? I asked. Sim leaned forward in his chair. You went into the Fae, spent some time there, then came out to discover only 3 days had passed, Sim said. Does that mean you're only 3 days older, or did you age while you were there? I was quiet for a moment. I hadn't thought of that, I admitted. In stories, Willem said, boys go into Fae and return as men. That implies one grows older. If you're going to go by stories, Sim said. What else? Will asked. Will you consult Marlock's Compendium of Fae Phenomenon? Find me such a book and I will reference it. Sim gave an agreeable shrug. So, Will said, turning to me, how long were you there? That's hard to figure, I said. There wasn't any day or night, and my memories are a bit odd. I thought for a long moment. We talked, swam, ate dozens upon dozens of times, explored a bit, and, well, I paused to clear my throat meaningfully. Cavorted, suggested Will. Thank you. And cavorted quite a bit as well. I counted the skills Felurian had taught me, and then figured she couldn't have taught me more than 2 or 3 a day. It was at least a couple of months, I said. I shaved once, or was it twice, time enough for me to grow a bit of a beard. Will rolled his eyes at this, running his hand over his own dark, fieldish beard. Nothing like your marvelous face, Bear, I said. Still, mine grew out at least 2 or 3 times. So at least 2 months, Sim said. So at least 2 months, Sim said. But how long could it have been? 3 months? How many stories had we shared? 4 or 5 months? I thought of how slowly we'd had to move my shared from starlight to moonlight to firelight. A year? I thought about the wretched time I'd spent recovering from my encounter with the Faire. I'm sure it couldn't have been more than a year. My voice didn't sound nearly as convincing as I would have liked. Willem raised an eyebrow. Well then, happy birthday. He lifted his glass to me. Or birthdays, depending. Chapter 146. Failures. During spring term, I experienced several failures. The first of these was mostly a failure in my own eyes. I had expected that picking up Ilish would be relatively easy, but nothing could have been further from the truth. In a handful of days, I had learned enough Tamer to defend myself in court. But Tamer was a very orderly language, and I'd already known a little bit from my studies. Perhaps most importantly, there was a great deal of overlap between Tamer and Aturan. They used the same characters for writing, and many words are related. Ilish shared nothing with Aturan or Shaldish, or even with Adamic for that matter. It was an irrational, tangled mess. 14 indicative verb tenses, bizarre formal inflections of address. You couldn't merely say, the Chancellor's socks. Oh no, too simple. All ownership was oddly dual, as if the Chancellor owned his socks, but at the same time, the socks somehow also gained ownership of the Chancellor. This altered the use of both words in complex grammatical ways. as if the simple act of owning socks somehow fundamentally changed the nature of a person. So even after months of study with the Chancellor, Ilish grammar was still a muddy jumble to me. All I had to show for my work was a messy smattering of vocabulary. My understanding of the story knots was even worse. I tried to improve matters by practicing with Theog, but he wasn't much of a teacher and admitted the only person he'd ever known who could read story knots had been his grandmother, who had died when he was very young. Second came my failure in advanced chemistry, taken under Mandrag skiller Anisat. While the material fascinated me, I did not get along with Anisat himself. I loved the discovery chemistry offered. I loved the thrill of experiment, the challenge of trial and retrial. I loved the puzzle of it. I also will admit a somewhat foolish fondness toward the apparatus involved, the bottles and tubes, the acids and salts, the mercury and flame. There is something primal in chemistry, something that defies explication. Either you feel it, or you don't. Anisat didn't feel it. For him, chemistry was written journals and carefully penned rows of numbers. He would make me perform the same titration 4 times simply because my notation was incorrect. Why write a number down? Why should I take 10 minutes to write what my hands could finish in 5? So we argued. Gently at first, but neither of us were willing to back down. As a result, barely 2 span into the term, we ended up shouting at each other in the middle of the crucible while 30 students looked on, open-mouthed, with dismay. He told me to leave his class, calling me an irreverent adenaling with no respect for authority. I called him a pompous slipstick who had missed his true calling as a counting house scribe. In all fairness, we both had some valid points. My other failure came in mathematics. After listening to Faire chatter excitedly for months about what she was learning under Master Brandier, I set out to further my number lore. Unfortunately, the loftier peaks of mathematics did not delight me. I am no poet. I do not love words for the sake of words. I love words for what they can accomplish. Similarly, I am no arithmetician. Numbers that speak only of numbers are of little interest to me. Due to my abandonment of chemistry and arithmetic, I had a great deal of free time on my hands. Some of this I spent in the fishery, making a bloodless of my own that sold practically before it hit the shelves. I also spent a fair amount of time in the archives and the Medica, doing research for an essay titled On the Non-Efficacy of Arrowroot. Arwyll was skeptical, but agreed my initial research warranted attention. I also spent some of my time romantically. It was a new experience for me, as I had never caught the eye of women before, or if I had, I hadn't known what to do with the attention. But I was older now and wiser to some degree, and because of the stories circulating, women on both sides of the river were beginning to show an interest in me. My romances were all pleasant and brief. I cannot say why brief, except to state the obvious, that I do not have much in me that might encourage a woman to make long habit of my company. Simon, for example, had a great deal to offer. He was a gemstone in the rough. Not stunning at first glance, but with a great deal of work beneath the surface. Sim was tender, kind, and attentive as any woman could care for. He made Faire deliriously happy. Sim was a prince. By contrast, what did I have to offer? Nothing, really. Less now. I was more like a curious stone that was picked up, carried a while, and finally dropped again with the realization that for all its interesting look, it is nothing more than hardened earth. Master Kilvin, I asked, can you think of a metal that will stand hard use for 2,000 years and remain relatively unworn or unblemished? The huge artificer looked up from the brass gear he was inscribing and eyed me standing in the doorway of his office.
And what manner of project are you planning now, Relarco?
In the last 3 months, I've been trying to create another schemer as successful as my Bloodless. Partly for the money, but also because I'd learned that Kilvin was much more likely to promote students with 3 or 4 impressive schema to their credit. Unfortunately, I had met with a string of failures here too. I'd had more than a dozen clever ideas, none of which had led to a finished design. Most of the ideas were struck down by Kilvin himself. 8 of my clever ideas had already been created, some of them more than 100 years ago. 5 of them, Kilvin informed me, would require the use of runes that were forbidden to Raylar. 3 of them were mathematically unsound, and he quickly sketched out how they were doomed to failure, saving me dozens of hours of wasted time. One of my ideas he rejected as
Utterly inappropriate for a responsible artificer.
I argued that a mechanism that would cut the time needed to reload a ballista would help ships defend against piracy. It would help defend towns against attack by V-Sembi raiders. But Kilvin would hear none of it. When his face began to grow dark as a storm cloud, I quickly abandoned my carefully planned argument. In the end, only 2 of my ideas were sound, acceptable, and original. But after weeks of work, I was forced to abandon them as well, unable to get them to work. Kilvin set down his stylus and half-inscribed brass gear, turning to face me.
I admire a student who thinks in terms of durability, Raylar quoth. But 1,000 years is a great deal to ask of stone, let alone metal. To say nothing of metal put to heavy use.
I was asking about Caesura, but I hesitated to tell Kilvin the full truth. I knew all too well that the Master Artificer did not approve of artificery being used in conjunction with any sort of weapon. While he might appreciate the craftsmanship of such a sword, he would not think well of me for owning such a thing. I smiled. It isn't for a project, I said. I was just curious. During my travels, I was shown a sword that was quite serviceable and sharp. Despite this, there seemed to be proof that it was over 2,000 years old. Do you know of any metal that could avoid breaking for so long as that, let alone keep an edge?
Ah,
Kilvin nodded, his expression not particularly surprised.
there are such things. Old magics, one could say, or old arts now lost to us. These things are scattered through the world. Marvelous devices, mysteries. There are many reliable sources that speak of the ever-burning lamp.
He gestured with a broad hand at the hemispheres of glass laid out on his work table.
We even possess a handful of these things here at the university.
I felt my curiosity flare up. What sort of thing? I asked. Kilvin tugged his beard idly with one hand.
I have a device devoid of any sigildry that seems to do nothing but consume angular momentum. I have 4 ingots of white metal, lighter than water, that I can neither melt nor mar in any way. A sheet of black glass, one side of which lacks any frictive properties at all. A piece of oddly shaped stone that maintains a temperature slightly above freezing, no matter what the heat around it.
His massive shoulders shrugged.
These things are mysteries.
I opened my mouth, then hesitated. Would it be inappropriate for me to ask to see some of these things? Kilvin's smile was very white against the dark of his skin and his beard.
It is never inappropriate to ask, Raylar quoth, he said. A student should be curious. I would be troubled if you were indifferent to such things.
The big artificer went to his large wooden desk, so strewn with half-finished projects that the surface was barely visible. He unlocked a drawer with a key from his pocket and drew out 2 dull metal cubes slightly larger than dice.
Many of these old things we cannot fathom or make use of, he said, but some possess remarkable utility.
He rattled the 2 metal cubes as if they were dice, and they rang together sweetly in his hand.
We call these warding stones.
He bent and set them on the floor, spaced several feet apart from each other. He touched them and spoke very softly under his breath, too quietly for me to hear. I felt a subtle change in the air. At first I thought that the room was growing colder, but then I realized the truth. I couldn't feel the radiant heat of the smoldering forge at the other end of Kilvin's office. Kilvin casually picked up the bar of iron used to stir the forge, and swung it hard at my head. His gesture was so casual that it caught me completely off guard, and I didn't even have time to cower or flinch away. The bar stopped 2 feet away from me, as if striking some unseen obstruction. There was no sound as if it had struck something, neither did it rebound in Kilvin's grip. I reached out my hand cautiously, and it butted up against nothing. It was as if the intangible air in front of me was suddenly made solid. Kilvin grinned at me.
Warding stones are of particular use when performing dangerous experiments or testing certain equipment,
He said.
They somehow produce atomic and kinetic barrier.
I continued to run my hand along the unseen barrier. It wasn't hard or even solid. It gave way slightly when I pushed at it, and felt as slippery as buttered glass. Kilvin watched me, his expression faintly amused.
Truthfully, Relaco, until Elodine made this suggestion, I was thinking of calling your arrow arresting device the Minor Ward.
He frowned slightly.
Not entirely accurate, of course, but more so than Elodine's dramatic nonsense.
I leaned hard against the unseen barrier. It was as solid as a stone wall. Now that I was looking more closely, I could see a subtle distortion in the air, as if I were looking through a slightly imperfect sheet of glass. This is far superior to my arrow catch, Master Kilvin.
True.
Kilvin gave a conciliatory nod and bent to pick up the stones, muttering again under his breath. I staggered a little when the barrier disappeared.
But your cleverness we can repeat endlessly. This mystery we cannot.
Kilvin held up the 2 cubes of metal on the palm of his huge hand.
These are useful, but never forget, cleverness and caution profit the artificer. We do our work in the realm of the real.
He closed his fingers over the warding stones.
Leave mystery to poets, priests, and fools.
Despite my other failures, my study with Master Elodine was progressing rather well. He claimed all I needed to improve myself as a namer was time and dedication. I gave him both, and he put them to use in odd ways. We spent hours riddling. He made me drink a pint of Applejack, then read Teckham's Theophany from cover to cover. He made me wear a blindfold for 3 days straight, which didn't improve my performance in my other classes, but amused Will and Sim no end. He encouraged me to see how long I could stay awake, and since I could afford all the coffee I liked, I managed nearly 5 days. Though by the end I was rather manic and started to hear voices. And there was the incident on the roof of the archives. Everyone has heard about that in one version or another, it seems. There was a great beast of a thunderstorm rolling in, and Elodine decided it would do me good to spend some time in the middle of it. The closer the better, he said. He knew Lauren would never allow us access to the roof of the archives, so Elodine simply stole the key. Unfortunately, that meant when the key went tumbling off the roof, no one knew we were trapped up there. As a result, the 2 of us were forced to spend the entire night on the bare stone rooftop, caught in the teeth of the furious storm. It wasn't until mid-morning that the weather calmed enough for us to call down to the courtyard for help. Then, as there didn't seem to be a second key, Lauren took the straightest course and had several burly scribs simply batter down the door leading to the roof. None of this would have been a particular problem if, just as it had started to rain, Elodine hadn't insisted that we strip ourselves naked, wrap our clothes in an oilskin, and weigh them down with a brick. According to Elodine, it would help me experience the storm to the fullest degree possible. The winds were stronger than he'd expected, and they had snatched both the brick and our bundled clothes, hurling them into the sky like a handful of leaves. That was how we lost the key, you see. It had been in the pocket of Elodine's pants. Because of this, Master Lauren, Lauren's Gilla Distral, and 3 brawny scribs found Elodine and me stark naked and as wet as drowned rats on the roof of the archives. Within 15 minutes, everyone in the university had heard the story. Elodine laughed his head off at the whole thing, and though I can see the humor of it now, at the time, I was far from amused. I won't burden you with the entire list of our activities. Suffice to say that Elodine went to great lengths to wake my sleeping mind. Ridiculous lengths, really. And much to my surprise, our work paid dividends. I called the name of the wind 3 times that term. The first time, I stilled the wind for the space of a long breath while standing on Stonebridge in the middle of the night. Elodine was there, by which I mean he was prodding me with a riding crop. I was also barefoot and more than slightly drunk. The second time came on me unexpectedly while I was studying in tomes. I was reading a book of Ilish history when suddenly the air in the cavernous room whispered to me. I listened as Elodine had taught me, then spoke it gently. Just as gently, the hidden wind stirred into a breeze, startling the students and sending the scribs into a panic. The name faded from my mind some minutes later, but while it lasted, I held the certain knowledge that should I wish it, I could stir a storm or start a thunderclap with equal ease. The knowledge itself had to be enough for me. If I had called the wind's name strongly in the archives, Lauren would have hung me by my thumbs above the outer doors. You may not think these terribly impressive feats of naming, and I suppose you're right, but I called the wind the 3rd time that spring, and 3rd time pays for all. Chapter 147. Debts. Since I had a great deal of free time on my hands, midway through the term I hired the use of a 2-horse fetter cart and headed to Tarbean on a bit of a lark. It took me all of Reaving to get there, and I spent most of Kendling visiting old haunts and paying old debts. A cobbler who had been kind to a shoeless boy, an innkeeper who had let me sleep on his hearth some nights, a tailor I had terrorized. Parts of Waterside were strikingly familiar, while other pieces I didn't recognize at all. That didn't particularly surprise me. A city as busy as Tarbean is constantly changing. What did surprise me was the strange nostalgia I felt for this place that had been so cruel to me. I'd been gone for 2 years. For all practical purposes, it was a lifetime ago. It had been a span of days since the last rain, and the city was as dry as a bone. The shuffling feet of 100,000 people kicked up a cloud of fine dust that filled the city streets. It covered my clothes and got in my hair and eyes, making them itch. I tried not to dwell on the fact that it was mostly pulverized horse shit, with an assortment of dead fish, coal smoke, and urine thrown in for flavor. If I breathed through my nose, I was assaulted with the smell, but if I breathed through my mouth, I could taste it, and the dust filled my lungs, making me cough. I didn't remember it being as bad as this. Had it always been so dirty here? Had it always smelled this bad? After half an hour of searching, I finally found the burned-out building with the basement underneath. I made my way down the stairs and through the long hallway to a damp room. Trappist was still there, barefoot and wearing the same tattered robe, tending to his hopeless children in the cool dark below the city streets. He recognized me, not as other people would, not as a budding hero out of stories. Trappist had no time for such things. He remembered me as the smudgy, starveling boy who fell down his stairs, fever-sick and crying one winter night. You could say I loved him even more for that. I gave him as much money as he would take, 5 talents. I tried to give him more, but he refused. If he spent too much money, he said, it would attract the wrong sort of attention. He and his children were safest if nobody noticed them. I bowed to his wisdom and spent the remainder of the day helping him. I pumped water and fetched bread. I made a quick examination of the children, then took a trip to an apothecary and brought back a few things that would help. Lastly, I tended to Trappist himself, at least as much as he would allow. I rubbed his poor, swollen feet with camphor and mother's leaf, then made him a gift of tight-fitting stockings and a good pair of shoes, so he wouldn't have to go barefoot in the damp of the basement anymore. As the afternoon faded into evening, ragged children began to arrive in the basement. They came looking for a bit of food, or because they were hurt, or hoping for a safe place to sleep. They all eyed me suspiciously. My clothes were new and clean. I didn't belong there. I wasn't welcome. If I stayed, there would be trouble. At the very least, my presence would make some of the starveling children so uncomfortable they wouldn't stay the night. So I said goodbye to Trappist and left. Sometimes leaving is the only thing you can do. Since I had a few hours before the tavern started to fill up, I bought a single piece of creamy writing paper and a matching envelope of heavy parchment. They were extremely fine quality, much nicer than anything I'd ever owned before. Next, I found a quiet cafe and ordered drinking chocolate with a glass of water. I arranged the paper on the table and brought out pen and ink from my shed. Then I wrote in an elegant, fluid script. Ambrose, the child is yours. You know it is true, and so do I. I fear my family will disown me. If you do not behave as a gentleman and see to your obligations, I will go to your father and tell him everything. Do not test me in this. I am resolved. I didn't sign a name, merely wrote a single initial, which could have been an ornate R, or perhaps a shaky B. Then, dipping my finger into my glass of water, I let several drops fall onto the page. They swelled the paper a bit and smeared the ink slightly before I blotted them away. They made a fair approximation of teardrops. I let one final heavy drop fall onto the initial I'd signed, obscuring it even more. Now the letter looked as if it could also be an F, or a P, or an E, perhaps even a K. It could be anything, really. I folded the paper carefully, then walked over to one of the room's lamps and melted a generous blob of sealing wax onto the fold. On the outside of the envelope, I wrote, Ambrose Jackis, University 2 miles west of Imre, Bellene Baron, Central Commonwealth. I paid for my drink and headed to Drover's Lock. When I was just a few streets away, I removed my shed and tucked it into my travel sack. Then I dropped the letter in the street and stepped on it, scuffing it around with my foot a bit before picking it up and brushing it off. I was almost to the square when I saw the final thing I needed.
Oi there!
I said to an old, whiskery man sitting against a building.
I'll give you a halfpenny if you let me borrow your hat.
The old man pulled the draggled thing off and looked at it. His head was very bald and very pale underneath. He squinted a bit in the late afternoon sunlight.
More hat?
He asked, his voice rough.
You can have it for a whole penny, and my blessing too.
He gave a hopeful grin as he held out a thin, shaky hand. I gave him a penny. Could you hold this for a second? I passed him the envelope, then used both hands to screw the old, shapeless hat down over my ears. I used a nearby shop window to make sure every scrap of my red hair was tucked away underneath.
Suits you.
The old man said, giving a phlegmy cough. I reclaimed the letter and eyed the smudgy fingerprints he'd left. From there, it was a quick step to Drover's Square. I slouched a bit and narrowed my eyes as I wandered through the milling throng. After a couple of minutes, my ear caught the distinctive sound of a southern vintage accent, and I walked over to a handful of men loading a wagon with burlap sacks.
Oi!
I said, putting on the same accent.
You folk heading up Imre way?
One of the men heaved his sack into the wagon and walked over, dusting off his hands.
Heading through there?
He said.
You looking for a ride?
I shook my head and brought the letter out of my travel sack.
I've got a letter for up that way. I was going to take it myself, but my ship sails tomorrow. I bought it from a sailor off in Gannery for a full quarter bit, I said. He had it himself off some noble girl for a single bit, I winked. She was quite urgent that you get to him here. You paid quarter bit?
the man said, already shaking his head.
You grummer. Ain't nobody going to pay that much for a letter. Huh?
I said, holding up a finger.
You ain't seen who's it for yet?
I held it up for him to see. He squinted.
Jackis,
he said slowly, then his face lit with recognition.
Is that Baron Jackis's boy, then?
I nodded smugly.
The eldest himself?
A boy as rich as that should pay a fair piece for a letter from his lady. Much as a whole noble, I figure. He eyed the letter.
Could be,
he said cautiously.
But look, it ain't got anything on it other than university. I've been up that way. I think it's a small place.
Baron Jackis's boy ain't going to sleep in a tin shack, I said crossly.
Ask someone what the fanciest place is, that's where he'll be.
The man nodded to himself, his hand creeping unconsciously toward his purse.
I suppose I could take it off your hands,
he said grudgingly.
But only at a quarter bit. I'm taking a risk anyways at that.
Have a heart now, I protested pitifully.
I brought it 800 miles.
That's worth better than nothing.
Fine,
he said, pulling coins out of his purse.
I'll give you 3 bits then.
I'll take half a round, I grumbled.
You'll take 3 bits,
he said, holding out a grubby hand. I handed him the letter.
Remember to tell him it's from a noble lady,
I said as I turned to leave.
Rich tosh, get whatever you can off him, that's what I say.
I left the square, then straightened my shoulders and took off the hat. I pulled my share back out of my travel sack and swirled it easily around my shoulders. I started to whistle, and as I passed the bald old beggar, I returned his hat and gave him the 3 bits besides. When I first heard the stories people were telling about me at the university, I'd expected them to be short-lived. I thought they would flare up, then die just as quickly, like a fire exhausting its fuel. But that hadn't been the case. The tales of Kvothe rescuing girls and bedding Felurian mixed and mingled with scraps of truth and the ridiculous lies I'd spread to bolster my reputation. There was fuel aplenty, so the stories swirled and spread like a brush fire with the wind blowing hard behind it. Honestly, I didn't know if I should be amused or alarmed. When I went to Imre, people would point at me and whisper to each other. My notoriety spread until it was impossible for me to casually cross the river and eavesdrop on the stories people told. Tarbeen, on the other hand, was 40 miles away. After I left Drover's lot behind, I returned to the room I'd rented in one of the nicer parts of Tarbeen. In this part of the city, the wind off the ocean brushed away the stink and the dust, leaving the air feeling sharp and clear. I called up water for a bath, and in a fit of lavish spending that would have left my younger self dizzy, I paid 3 pennies to have the porter take my clothes to the nearest Caeldish laundry. Then, clean and sweet-smelling again, I went down to the tap room. I'd picked the inn carefully. It wasn't fancy, but wasn't seedy either. The tap room was low-ceilinged and intimate. It sat at the corner of 2 of Tarbeen's most well-traveled roads, and I could see Caeldish traders rubbing elbows with Ilish sailors and Vintish wagoneers. It was the perfect place for stories. It wasn't long before I was lurking at the end of the bar, listening to how I had killed the Black Beast of Trebon. I was stunned. I had actually killed the rampaging Drakus in Trebon, but when Nina had come to visit me a year ago, she hadn't known my name. My growing reputation had somehow swept through the town of Trebon and gathered up that story in its wake. There at the bar, I learned many things. Apparently, I owned a ring of amber which could force demons to obey me. I could drink all night and never be the worse for it. Locks opened at the barest touch of my hand, and I had a cloak made all out of cobwebs and shadows. That was also the first time I heard anyone call me Kvothe the Arcane. It was not a new name, apparently. The cluster of men listening to the story simply nodded along when they heard it. I learned that Kvothe the Arcane knew a word that would stop arrows dead in the air. Kvothe the Arcane only bled if the knife that cut him was made of raw, untempered iron. The young clerk was building to the dramatic finish of the story, and I was genuinely curious as to how I was going to stop the demon beast with my ring shattered and my cloak of shadows nearly burned away. But just as I forced my way into Trebon's church, shattering the door with a magic sword and a single blow of my bare hand, the door of the inn burst open, startling everyone as it banged hard against the wall. A young couple stood there. The woman was young and beautiful, dark-haired and dark-eyed. The man was richly dressed and pale with panic.
I don't know what's the matter,
he cried, looking about wildly.
We were just walking and then she couldn't breathe.
I was at her side before anyone else in the room had time to stand. She had half collapsed onto an empty bench, with her escort hovering over her. She had one hand pressed against her chest, while the other pushed him away weakly. The man ignored it and crowded close to her, speaking in a low, urgent voice. The woman kept sliding away from him until she was at the edge of the bench. I pushed him ungently aside. I think she wants her space from you right now.
Who are you?
He demanded, his voice shrill.
Are you a physician? Who is this man? Someone fetch a physician at once.
He tried to elbow me aside. You, I pointed to a large sailor sitting at a table. Take this man and put him over there. My voice snapped like a whip, and the sailor jumped to his feet, grabbed the young gentleman by the back of his neck, and scuffed him tidily away. I turned back to the woman and watched as her perfect mouth opened. She strained and drew in only the barest rasp of a breath. Her eyes were wild and wet with fear. I moved close to her and spoke in my gentlest tones. You will be fine. All is well, I reassured her. You need to look in my eyes. Her eyes fixed on mine, then widened in recognition, in amazement. I need you to breathe for me. I laid one hand against her straining chest. Her skin was flushed and hot. Her heart was thrilling like a frightened bird. I laid my other hand along her face. I looked deeply into her eyes. They were like dark pools. I leaned close enough to kiss her. She smelled of Selfmade flower, of green grass, of road dust. I felt her strange breathe. I listened. I closed my eyes. I heard the whisper of a name. I spoke it soft, but close enough to brush against her lips. I spoke it quiet, but near enough so that the sound of it went twining through her hair. I spoke it hard and firm, and dark and sweet. There was a rush of indrawn air. I opened my eyes. The room was still enough that I could hear the velvet rush of her second desperate breath. I relaxed. She laid her hand over mine, over her heart. I need you to breathe for me, she repeated. That's 7 words. I did, I said. I knew, Dana said, and drew a slow and smiling breath.
It were powerful strange, I heard the sailor say on the other side of the room. There was so much in his voice. I swear by all assaulting me, I felt like a puppet with me string pulled.
I listened with half an ear. I guess the deckhand simply knew to jump when a voice with the proper ring of authority told him to. But there was no sense in telling him that. My performance with Denner, combined with my bright hair and dark cloak, had identified me as Quoth. So it would be magic, no matter what I had to say about it. I didn't mind. What I had done tonight was worthy of a story or two. Because they recognized me, folk were watching us, but not coming very close. Denner's gentleman friend had left before we thought to look for him, so the two of us enjoyed a certain privacy in our small corner of the tap room. I should have known I'd come across you here, she said. You're always where I least expect to find you. Have you migrated away from the university at all? I shook my head. I'm playing truant for a couple of days. Are you heading back soon? Tomorrow, actually. I've got a better card. She smiled. Would you like some company? I gave her a frank look. You must know the answer to that. Denner blushed a little and looked away. I suppose I do. When she looked down, her hair cascaded off her shoulders, falling around her face. It smelled warm and rich like sunshine and cider. Your hair, I said. Lovely. Surprisingly, she blushed even deeper at this and shook her head without looking up at me. That's what we've come to after this time, she said, darting a look up at me. Flattery. It was my turn to be embarrassed, and I stammered. I wouldn't. I would. I took a breath before reaching out to lightly touch a narrow, intricate braid half hidden in her hair. Your braid, I clarified. It almost said lovely. Her mouth made a perfect O of surprise, and one hand went self-consciously to her hair. You made it, she said, her voice incredulous, her expression slightly horrified. Merciful Taylor, isn't there anything you don't know? I've been learning Ilish, I said, or trying to. It's got 6 strands instead of 4, but it's almost like a story knot, isn't it? Almost, she said. It's a damn sight more than almost. Her fingers plucked at the piece of blue string at the end of her braid. Even Ilish folk barely know Ilish these days, she said under her breath, plainly irritated. I'm not any good, I said. I just know some words. Even the ones that do speak it don't bother with the words. She glared sideways at me. And you're supposed to read them with your fingers, not by looking at them. I've mostly had to learn by looking at pictures in books, I said. Denna finally untied the blue string and began to unfurl the braid, her quick fingers smoothing it back into her hair. You didn't have to do that, I said. I liked it better before. That's rather the point, isn't it? She looked up at me, tilting her chin proudly as she shook out her hair. There. What do you think now? I think I'm afraid to give you any more compliments, I said, not exactly sure what I'd done wrong. Her demeanor softened a bit, her irritation fading. It's just embarrassing. I never expected anyone to be able to read it. How would you feel if someone saw you wearing a sign that said, I am dashing and handsome? There was a pause. Before it could grow uncomfortable, I said, am I keeping you from anything pressing? Only Squire Stratosha. She made a negligent gesture toward her departed escort. Pressing, was he? I gave a half smile, raising an eyebrow. All men press one way or another, she said with mock severity. They're still keeping to their book, then. Denna's expression grew rueful when she sighed. I used to hope they'd disregard the book with age. Instead, I found they've merely turned the page. She held up her hand, displaying a pair of rings. Now, instead of roses, they give gold, and in the giving, they grow sudden bold. At least you're being bored by men of means, I said consolingly. He wants a mean man, she pointed out. Little matter if his wealth is above or below the board. I laid a gentling hand on her arm. You must forgive these men of mercenary thought. These poor rich men who, seeing that you can't be caught, attempt to buy a thing they know cannot be bought. Denna applauded delightedly. A plea of grace for enemies. I merely point out that you yourself are not above the giving of gifts, I said, as I myself well know. Her eyes hardened, and she shook her head. There is a great difference between a gift given freely and one that's meant to tie you to a man. There's truth to that, I admitted. Gold can make a chain as easily as iron. Still, one can hardly blame a man who hopes to decorate. Hardly, she said with a smile that was both wry and weary. Many of your suggestions are rather indecorous. She looked at me. What of you? Would you have me decorated or indecorous? I had given some thought to that, I said with a secret smile, knowing I had her ring tucked safely away in my room at Anchored. I made a show of looking her over. Both have their merits, but Gold is not for you. You are too bright for burnishing. Denner gripped my arm and squeezed it, giving me a fond smile. Oh my Quoth, I've missed you. Half the reason I came back to this corner of the world was in the hope of finding you. She stood and held out her arm to me. Come, take me away from all this. Chapter 148. The Stories of Stones. On the long ride back to Imre, Denner and I spoke of 100 small things. She told me about the cities she had seen, Tinue, Vartharet, and Denevin. I told her about Ad Emre and showed her a few pieces of hand language. She teased me about my growing fame, and I told her the truth behind the stories. I told her how things had fallen out with the mayor, and she was properly outraged on my behalf. But there was much we didn't discuss. Neither of us mentioned how we'd parted ways in Severin. I didn't know if she had left in anger after our argument, or if she thought I had abandoned her. Any questions seemed dangerous. Such a discussion would be uncomfortable at best. At worst, it might reignite our previous argument, and that was something I was desperate to avoid. Denner carried her harp with her, as well as a large traveling trunk. I guessed her song was finished, and she must be performing it. It bothered me that she should play it in Imre, where countless singers and minstrels would hear and carry it out across the world. Despite this, I said nothing. I knew that would be a hard conversation, and I needed to pick the time for it carefully. Neither did I mention her patron, though what the Faire had told me preyed on my mind. I thought on it endlessly, had dreams about it. Felurian was another matter we didn't discuss. For all the jokes Denner made about my rescuing bandits and killing virgins, she never mentioned Felurian. She must have heard the song I'd written, as it was much more popular than the other stories she seemed to know so well. But she never mentioned it, and I was not enough of a fool to bring it up myself. So as we rode, there were many things unspoken. The tension built in the air between us as the road jounced away beneath the cart's wheels. There were gaps and breaks in our conversation, silences that stretched too long, silences that were short but terrifyingly deep. We were trapped in the middle of one of those silences when we finally arrived in Imre. I dropped her off at the Boar's Head where she planned to take rooms. I helped her carry her trunk upstairs, but the silence was even deeper there. So I skirted hastily around it, bid her a fond farewell, and fled without so much as kissing her hand. That night I thought of 10,000 things I could have said to her. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep until the deep late hours of night. I woke early, feeling anxious and uneasy. I had breakfast with Simon and Faire, then went to Adept Sympathy, where Fenton beat me handily 3 duels in a row, setting him in the top rank for the first time since I'd returned to the university. With no other classes, I bathed and spent long minutes looking through my clothes before deciding on a simple shirt and the green vest Faire said set off my eyes. I worked my shade into a short cape, then decided not to wear it. I didn't want Denner thinking of Felurian when I came. Lastly, I slipped Denner's ring into my vest pocket and set off across the river to Imre. Once at the Boar's Head, I hardly had a chance to touch the door handle before Denner opened it and stepped out onto the street, handing me a basket lunch. I was more than slightly surprised. How did you know? She wore a pale blue dress that flattered her and smiled winsomely as she linked arms with me. Women's intuition. Ah, I said, trying to sound wise. The nearness of her was almost painful. The warmth of her hand on my arm, the smell of her like green leaves and the air before a summer storm. Do you know where we're bound as well? Only that you will take me there. When she spoke, she turned to face me, and I felt her breath against the side of my neck. I gladly leave my trust in you. I turned to face her, thinking to say one of the clever things I'd thought of last night. But when I met her eyes, all words left me. I was lost in wonder for how long I cannot even guess. For a long moment I was wholly hers. Denna laughed, jogging me from a reverie that might have stretched a moment or a minute. We made our way out of town, talking as easily as if there had never been a thing between us but sunlight and spring air. I led her to a place I'd found earlier that spring, a small dell sheltered by the backs of trees. The stream meandered past a greystone that lay lengthwise on the ground, and the sun shone on a field of bright daisies stretching their faces to the sky. Denna caught her breath when we crested the ridge and saw the carpet of daisies open out in front of her. "I've waited a long time to show these flowers how pretty you are," I said. That won me an enthusiastic embrace and a kiss burning on my cheek. Both were over before I knew they'd begun. Bemused and grinning, I led the way through the daisies to the greystone near the stream. I removed my shoes and socks. Denna kicked off her shoes and tied up her skirts. Then she ran to the corner of the stream until the water rose past her knees. "Do you know the secret of stones?" she asked as she reached into the water. The hem of her dress dipped into the stream, but she seemed unconcerned. "What secret is that?" She drew up a smooth, dark stone from the stream bed and held it out to me. "Come see." I finished cuffing up my pants and made my way into the water. She held up the dripping stone. "If you hold it in your hand and listen to it." She did so, closing her eyes. She stood still for a long moment. Her face turned upward like a flower. I was drawn to kiss her, but I resisted. Finally, she opened her dark eyes. They smiled at me. "If you listen close enough, it will tell you a story." "What story did it tell you?" I asked. "Once there was a boy who came to the water," Denna said. "This is the story of a girl who came to the water with the boy. They talked, and the boy threw the stones as if casting them away from himself. The girl didn't have any stones, so the boy gave her some. Then she gave herself to the boy, and he cast her away as he would a stone, unmindful of any falling she might feel." I was quiet for a moment, not sure if she was done. "It's a sad stone, then." She kissed the stone and dropped it, watching as it settled to the sand. "No, not sad, but it was thrown once. It knows the feel of motion. It has trouble staying the way most stones do. It takes the offer that the water makes and moves sometimes." She looked up at me and gave a guileless smile. "When it moves, it thinks about the boy." I didn't know what to make of the story, so I tried to change the subject. "How did you learn to listen to stones?" "You'd be amazed at the things you hear if only you take time to listen." She gestured to the stream bed strewn with stones. "Try it. You never know what you might hear." Not sure what game she was playing at, I looked around for a stone, then cuffed up my shirt sleeve and reached into the water. "Listen," she prompted earnestly. Thanks to my studies with Elodine, I had a high tolerance for the ridiculous. I held the stone to my ear and closed my eyes. I wondered if I should pretend to hear a story. Then I was in the water, wet to the skin and spitting it. I spluttered and struggled to my feet while Denna laughed so hard she doubled over at the waist, barely able to stand. I moved toward her, but she skipped away with a little shriek that left her laughing even harder. So I held off chasing and made a show of wiping water from my face and arms. "Give up so easily," she taunted. "Are you so sudden douse?" I lowered my hand into the water. "I was hoping to find my stone again," I said, pretending to look around for it. Denna laughed, shaking her head. "You're not luring me in that easily." "I'm serious," I said. "I wanted to hear the end of its story." "What story was that?" she said teasingly, not coming any closer. "It was the story of a girl who trifled with a powerful arcanist," I said. "She mocked him and she scoffed at him. She laughed at him full scornfully. He caught her one day in a brook, and rhyming he did quell her fears, and then the girl forgot to look behind her, and it led to tears. I grinned at her and pulled my hand out of the water. She turned in time for the wave to hit her. It was only as high as her waist, but it was enough to unbalance her. She went under in a swirl of dress and hair all bubbled. The current carried her to me, and I helped her to her feet, laughing. She came to the surface looking 3 days drowned. "Not fair," she sputtered indignantly. "Not fair." "I disagree," I said. "You're the fairest water maid I hope to see today." She splashed at me. "Flatter all you like, the truth remains for God to see. You cheated. I used honest trickery."
Honest
Tried to
trickery.
dunk me then, but I was ready for it. We struggled for a while until we were pleasantly breathless. Only then did I realize how close she was. How lovely. How little our wet clothing seemed to separate us. Denna seemed to realize it at the same time, and we moved a little apart from each other, as if suddenly shy. The wind stirred, reminding us how wet we were. Denna skipped lightly to the shore and stripped away her dress without a moment's hesitation, tossing it over the greystone to dry. She wore a white shift underneath that clung to her as she made her way back into the water. She gave me a playful push as she passed me by, then crawled atop a smooth black boulder that lay half submerged near the center of the stream. It was a perfect sunning stone, smooth basalt, dark as her eyes. The whiteness of her skin and the too revealing shift were a sharp contrast against it, almost too bright to look on. She lay on her back and spread her hair to dry. Its wetness made a pattern against the stone that spelled the name of the wind. She closed her eyes and tipped her face toward the sun. Valurian herself could not have been more lovely, more perfectly. I moved toward the shore as well and stripped off my sodden shirt and vest. I had to be content with my wet pants, as I had nothing else to wear. "What does that stone tell you?" I asked to fill the silence as I laid my shirt next to her dress on the greystone. She ran one hand over the smooth surface of the stone and spoke without opening her eyes. "This one is telling me what it is like to live in the water, but not be a fish." She stretched like a cat. "Bring the basket over here, would you?" I fetched the basket and waded out toward her, moving slowly so as not to splash. She lay perfect and still, as if asleep. But as I watched, her mouth curved into a smile. "You're quiet," she said, "but I can smell you standing there." "Nothing bad, I hope." She shook her head gently, still not opening her eyes. "You smell like dried flowers, like strange spice smoldering, close to catching flame. Like river water too, if I have any guess." She stretched again and smiled an easy smile, showing the perfect whiteness of her teeth, the perfect pinkness of her lips. She shifted her position on the rock slightly, almost as if she were making room for me. Almost. I thought of joining her. The stone was large enough for two if they were willing to lie close. "Yes," Denna said. "Yes to what?" I asked. "Your question," she said, tilting her face toward me, her eyes still closed. "You're about to ask me a question." She adjusted her position slightly on the stone. "The answer is yes." How was I to take that? What should I ask for? A kiss? More? How much was too much to ask? This a test? I knew asking too much would only drive her away. "I was wondering if you would move over a little," I said gently. "Yes." She shifted again, making more space beside her. Then she opened her eyes and they went wide at the sight of me standing shirtless above her. She glanced down and relaxed when she saw my pants. I laughed, but her wide-eyed look of shock pushed me back into caution. I set the basket in the place I had thought to take myself. "What thought was that, my lady?" She colored a bit embarrassed. I didn't think you were the sort to bring a girl her lunch while you were running starved. She gave a little shrug, looked at the basket, at me. But I like you this way. My own bare-chested slave. She closed her eyes again. Feed me strawberries. I was happy to oblige, and so we passed the afternoon. Lunch was long gone, and the sun had dried us. For the first time since our fight in Severin, I felt things were right between us. The silences no longer lay around us like holes in the road. I knew it had just been a matter of waiting patiently until the tension passed. As the afternoon slowly slid by, I knew this was the right time to bring up the subject I had been biting my tongue over for so long. I could see the dull green of old bruises on her upper arms, the remnant of a raised welt on her back. There was a scar on her leg above her knee, new enough that the red of it showed through the white of her shift. All I needed to do was ask about them. If I phrased things carefully, she'd admit they were from her patron. From there, it would be a simple thing to draw her out, to convince her she deserved better, that whatever he was offering her was not worth this abuse. And for the first time in my life, I was in a position to offer her a way out. With Alvaron's line of credit and my work in the fishery, money would never be a problem for me. For the first time in my life, I was wealthy. I could give her a way to escape. What happened to your back? Denna asked softly, interrupting my train of thought. She was still reclining on her stone. I was leaning against it, my feet in the water. What? I asked, unconsciously turning a foolish half circle. You're scarred all along your back, she said gently. I felt one of her cool hands touch my sun-warm skin, tracing a line. I could hardly tell they were scars at first. They're pretty. She traced another line down my back. It looks like some giant child mistook you for a piece of paper and practiced his letters on you with a silver pen. She took her hand away, and I turned to face her. How did you get them? She asked. I caused some trouble at the university, I said somewhat sheepishly. They whipped you, she said, incredulous. Twice, I said. And you stay there? She asked, as if she still couldn't believe it. After they did this to you? I shrugged it away. There are worse things than whipping, I said. There's nowhere else I can learn the things they teach there. When I want a thing, it takes more than a little blood to... It was only then I realized what I was saying. The masters whipped me. Her patron beat her.
Safe travel.
And we both stayed. How could I convince her my situation was different? How could I convince her to leave? Denna looked at me curiously, her head tilted to the side. What happens when you want a thing? I shrugged. I was just saying I'm not easily chased away. I've heard that about you, Denna said, giving me a knowing look. A lot of girls in Imre say you're not easily chased. She sat upright and began to slide toward the edge of the stone. Her white shift twisted and slid slowly up her legs as she moved. I was about to comment on her scar, hoping I might still bring the conversation around to her patron, when I noticed Denna had stopped moving and was watching me as I stared at her bare legs. What do they say exactly? I asked, more for something to say than from any curiosity. She shrugged. Some think you're trying to decimate Imre's female population. She edged closer to the lip of the stone. Her shift shifted distractingly. Decimate would imply 1 in 10, I said, trying to turn it into a joke. That's slightly ambitious even for me. How reassuring, she said. Do you bring all of them? She made a little gasp as she slipped down the side of the stone. She caught herself just as I was reaching out to help her. Bring them what? I asked. Roses, fool, she said sharply. Or have you turned that page already? Would you like me to carry? I asked. Yes, she said. But before I could reach for her, she slid the rest of the way into the water, her shift gathering to a scandalous height before she slipped free into the stream. The water rose to her knee, just dampening the hem. We made our way back to the Greystone and silently worked our way into our now dry clothes. Denna fretted at the wetness at the hem of her shift. "You know, I could have carried you," I said softly. Denna pressed the back of her hand to her forehead. "Another 7 words, I swoon." She fanned herself with her other hand. "What should a woman do?" "Love me." I had intended to say it in my best flippant tone, teasing, making a joke of it. But I made the mistake of looking into her eyes as I spoke. They distracted me, and when the words left my mouth, they ended up sounding nothing at all the way I had intended. For a fleet second, she held my eyes with intent tenderness. Then a rueful smile quirked up the corner of her mouth. "Oh no," she said. "Not that trap for me. I'll not be one of the many." I clenched my teeth, stuck somewhere between confusion, embarrassment, and fear. I'd been too bold and made a mess of things, just as I'd always feared. When had the conversation managed to run away from me? "I beg your pardon?" I said stupidly. "You should." Denna straightened her clothes, moving with an uncharacteristic stiffness, and ran her hands through her hair, twisting it into a thick plait. Her fingers knitted the strands together, and for a second, I could read it clear as day. "Don't speak to me." I might be thick, but even I can read a sign that obvious. I closed my mouth, biting off the next thing I'd been about to say. Then Denna saw me eyeing her hair, and pulled her hands away self-consciously without tying off the braid. Her hair quickly spun free to fall loose around her shoulders. She brought her hands in front of her and twisted one of her rings nervously. "Hold a moment," I said. "I'd almost forgotten." I reached into the inner pocket of my vest. "I have a present for you." Her mouth made a thin line as she looked at my outstretched hand. "You too?" she asked. "I honestly thought you were different." "I hope I am," I said, and opened my hand. I'd polished it, and the sun caught the edges of the pale blue stone. "Oh!" Denna's hands went to her mouth, her eyes suddenly brimming. "Is it really?" She reached out with both hands to take it. "It is," I said. She turned it over in her hands, then removed one of her other rings and slid it onto her finger. "It is," she said in amazement, a few tears spilling over. "How did you ever?" "I got it from Ambrose," I said. "Oh," she said. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, and I felt the silence loom up between us again. "It wasn't much trouble," I said. "I'm just sorry it took so long." "I can't thank you enough for this." Denna reached out and took my hand between hers. You would think that would have helped, that a gift and clasped hands would make things right between us. But the silence was back now, stronger than before. Thick enough that you could spread it on your bread and eat it. There are some silences that even words cannot drive away. And while Denna was touching my hand, she wasn't holding it. There is a world of difference. Denna looked up at the sky. "The weather's turning," she said. "We should probably head back before it rains." I nodded, and we left. Clouds cast their shadows across the field behind us as we went. Chapter 149. Tangled. Anchors was deserted except for Sim and Faire sitting at one of the back tables. I made my way toward them and sat with my back to the wall. "So," Sim asked as I slumped into my seat, "how did yesterday go?" I ignored the question, not really wanting to discuss it. "What was yesterday?" Faire asked curiously. He spent the day with Denner, Sim supplied. The whole day. I shrugged. Sim lost some of his buoyant manner. Not so well? He said carefully. Not particularly, I said. I looked behind the bar, caught Laurel's eye, and gestured for her to bring me some of whatever was in the pot. Care for a lady's perspective? Faire asked gently. I'd settle for yours. Simon burst out laughing and Faire made a face. I'll help you in spite of that, she said. Tell Auntie Faire all about it.
Auntie
So I told her the
Faire.
bones of it. I tried my best to paint a picture of the situation, but the heart of it seemed to defy explication. It sounded foolish when I tried to put it into words. That's all, I said after several minutes of fumbling around the subject, or at least that's enough of my talking about it. She confuses me like no other thing in the world. I picked at a splinter in the tabletop with my finger. I hate not understanding a thing. Laurel brought me warm bread and a bowl of potato soup. Anything else? She asked. I'm fine, thanks. I smiled at her, then observed her rear aspect as she made her way back to the bar. All right, then, Faire said in a businesslike manner. Let's start with your good points. You're charming, handsome, and perfectly courteous to women. Sim laughed. Oh, didn't you see how he looked at Lauren just now? He's the world's first lecher. He looks at more women than I could if I had two heads with necks that spun like an owl's. I do, I admitted. There's looking and there's looking, Faire said to Simon. When some men look at you, it's a greasy thing. It makes you want to have a bath. With other men, it's nice. It helps you know you're beautiful. She ran a hand absently through her hair. You hardly need to be reminded, Simon said. Everyone needs to be reminded, she said. But with Kvothe, it's different. He's so serious about it. When he looks at you, you can tell his whole attention is focused on you. She laughed at my uncomfortable expression. It's one of the things I liked about you when we met. Simon's expression darkened, and I tried to look as non-threatening as possible. But since you came back, it's almost physical, Faire said.
No,
Now
don't
when
run
you
away.
look at me, there's something happening behind your eyes. Something all sweet fruit, shadows and lamplight. Something wild that fairy maidens run from underneath the violet sky. It's a terrible thing, really. I like it. As she said the last, she squirmed slightly in her seat, a wicked glitter in her eye. It was too much for Simon. He pushed his chair away from the table and started to get to his feet, making inarticulate gestures. Fine, then. I'll just... fine. Oh, sweetling, Faire said, laying a hand on his arm. Hush, it's not like that. Don't hush me, he snapped, but he stayed in his chair. Faire ran her hand through the hair on the back of Sim's neck. It's nothing you need to worry over. She laughed as if the thought was ridiculous. You have me tied to you more tightly than you know, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy a little flattery from time to time. Sim glowered. Should I cloister myself then? Faire asked. Irritation crept into her voice, bringing with it the barest lilt of her Modigan accent. You know how you feel when Mola takes the time to flirt with you. Simon gaped and looked as if he were trying to go pale and blush at the same time. Faire laughed at his bewilderment. Oh, tiny god, Sim, do you think I'm blind? It's a sweet thing and it makes you feel good. What's the harm in it? There was a pause. Nothing, I suppose, Sim said finally. Looking up, he gave me a shaky grin and brushed his hair back from his eyes. Just don't ever give me the look she mentioned, okay? His grin widened, became more genuine. I don't know if I could handle it. I grinned back at him without thinking of it. Sim could always make me smile. Besides, Faire said to him, you're perfect just the way you are. She kissed his ear as if to put the seal on his improving mood, then turned back to me. On the other hand, you couldn't pay me enough to get tangled up with you, she said flatly. What do you mean? I demanded. What about my look, my dark fairy whateverness? Oh, you're fascinating. But a girl wants more than that. She wants a man devoted to her. I shook my head.
I refuse to throw myself at her like every other man she's ever met. She hates it. I've seen what happens. Have you ever thought she might feel the same way? Faire asked. You do have something of a reputation with the ladies. Should I cloister myself then? I said, repeating what she'd said to Sim, though it came out sharper than I'd intended. Blackened body of God, I've seen her on the arms of 10 dozen men. Suddenly it's offensive to her if I take another woman out to see a play? Faire gave me a frank look. You've been doing more than going for carriage rides? Women talk. Wonderful. And what do they say? I asked bitterly, looking down at my suit. That you're charming, she said easily, and polite. You don't have wandering hands, which is actually a source of frustration in some cases, apparently. She smiled a little. I looked up, curious. Who? Faire hesitated. Meriden, she said, but you didn't hear it from me. She didn't say 20 words to me over dinner, I said, shaking my head. And she's disappointed I didn't grope her afterward. I thought she hated me. We're a long way from Modé, Faire said. People aren't sensible about sex in this part of the world. Some women don't know how to deal with a man that doesn't make bold moves. Fine, I said. What else do they say? Nothing terribly surprising, she said. While you might not be grabby, it's certainly no challenge to trip you either. You're generous, witty, and... She trailed off, looking uncomfortable. Go ahead, I said. Faire sighed and added, distant? It wasn't the crushing blow I'd expected. Distant? Sometimes all you're looking for is dinner, Faire said. Or company, or conversation, or for someone to have a friendly grope at you. But mostly you want a man too. She frowned and started over. When you're with a man... She trailed off again. I leaned forward. Say what you mean. Faire shrugged and looked away. If we were together, I'd expect you to leave me. Not right away, not with any malice or meanness, but I know you would. You don't seem like the sort who will settle down with a girl forever. Eventually, you'd move on to something more important than me. I prodded idly at a bit of potato in my soup, not sure of what to think. There's got to be more to it than just devotion, Sim said. Kvothe would turn the world upside down for this girl. You can see that, can't you? Faire gave me a long look. I suppose I can, she said softly. If you can see it, then Denna must be able to, Simon pointed out sensibly. Faire shook her head. It's only easy to say because I'm far enough away. Love is blind, Sim laughed. That's the advice you have to offer. He rolled his eyes. Please. I never said I was in love, I interjected. I never said that. She confuses me and I'm fond of her, but it doesn't go further than that. How could it? I don't know her well enough to make any earnest claim of love. How can I love something I don't understand? They looked at me in silence for a moment. Then Sim burst out in his boyish laugh as if I just said the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. He took hold of Feire's hand and kissed it squarely on her multifaceted ring of stone. You win, he said to her. Love is blind and a deaf mute too. I'll never doubt your wisdom again. Still feeling out of sorts, I went looking for Master Elodine, eventually finding him sitting under a tree in a small garden next to the mews. Kvothe, he waved lazily. Come, sit. He nudged the bowl toward me with his foot. Have some grapes. I took a few. Fresh fruit wasn't a rarity for me these days, but the grapes were lovely nonetheless, just on the verge of being overripe. I chewed pensively, my mind still tangled with thoughts of Denna. Master Elodine, I said slowly, what would you think of someone who kept changing their own name? What? He sat up suddenly, his eyes wild and panicked. What have you done? His reaction startled me, and I held up my hands defensively. Nothing, I insisted. It's not me. It's a girl I know. Elodine's face grew ashen. Faire? He said. Oh, no, she wouldn't do something like that. She's too smart for that. It sounded as if he were desperately trying to convince himself. I'm not talking about Faire, I said. I'm talking about a young girl I know. Every time I turn around, she's picked another name for herself. Oh, Elodine said, relaxing. He leaned back against the tree, laughing softly. Calling names, he said with tangible relief. God's bones, boy, I thought... He broke off, shaking his head. You thought what? I asked. Nothing, he said dismissively. Now, what's this about a girl? I shrugged, beginning to regret bringing it up in the first place. I was just wondering what you'd say about a girl who keeps changing her name. Every time I turn around, she's picked a different one. Diana, Donna, Diane. I'm assuming she's not some fugitive, Elodine asked, smiling. Hunted? Doing her best to evade the iron law of Arthur, that sort of thing? Not to the best of my knowledge, I said with a faint smile of my own. It could indicate she doesn't know who she is, he said, or that she does know and doesn't like it. He looked up and rubbed his nose thoughtfully. It could indicate restlessness and dissatisfaction. It could mean her nature is changeable and she shifts her name to fit it. Or it could mean she changes her name with the hope it might help her be a different person. That's a lot of nothing, I said testily. It's like saying you know your soup is either hot or cold, that an apple is either sweet or sour. I gave him a frown. It's just a complicated way of saying you don't know anything. You didn't ask me what I knew of such a girl, he pointed out. You asked me what I would say of such a girl. I shrugged, tiring of the subject. We ate grapes in silence as we watched the students come and go. I called the wind again, I said, realizing I hadn't told him yet. Down in Tarbine. He perked up at that. Did you know? He said, turning to look at me expectantly. Let's hear it then. All the details? Elodine was everything you could want in an audience, attentive and enthusiastic. I related the entire story, not sparing a few dramatic flourishes. By the end of it, I found my mood much improved. That's 3 times this term, Elodine said approvingly. Sought and found when you had need of it, and not just a breeze but a breath. That's subtle stuff. He looked at me from the corner of his eye, giving me a sly smile. How long do you think it will be before you can make yourself a ring of air? I lifted up my naked left hand, fingers spread. Who's to say I'm not already wearing it? Elodine rocked with laughter, then stopped when my expression didn't change. His brow furrowed a bit as he gave me a speculative look, eyes flickering first to my hand, then back to my face. Are you joking? He asked. That's a good question, I said, looking him calmly in the eye. Am I? Chapter 150. Folly. Spring term rolled
Oh no,
on.
I wanted to stop.
Contrary to what I'd expected, Denna didn't make any public performances in Imre.
So, chapter 150. A good number to stop. So, that... Okay. So I only fly to get the flower buff done. After this, I have to visit Ungoro Crater. Then I'm done. I think I have to farm with my hunter and maybe with the druid too. Fire resistance potion until I have at least 25. 25 is the bare minimum. Fire resistance potion before I can go to Diamond again. So I don't have to stop there. So, good. Suspended. Full time.
Ishnu dal diel.
Creator. Lockout. So, that's it for today. I think, as long as I've not forgotten anything. Did I? Oh, the mage. The mage. I parked him, but I couldn't use the cooldown yet. And that reminds me also, the Warlock. When is the Warlock time? 18th? Oh, that's today. I have to farm with a Warlock. Gosh dang it. What? Interrupted. Oh, it was too early. I think I can give too close to the Warlock to stretch out the time until I have to farm. But I have to farm other things first. Warlock gets it. Four gold wasted. Greater essence. That.
What brings you here?
Denadris.
Good luck.
So I have 2 heirs left. Good. Mage done. Druid not done, but that's not that important. I have so much of this sold.